Welcome to MSNBC's coverage of Election Night. I'm David Gregory alongside Keith Olbermann and Chris Matthews. We are also joined tonight by our very large table by Rachel Maddow and Eugene Robinson. Eugene of the Washington Post. Well, Keith, let's start with you. I mean, whatever happens tonight, one thing we can say for sure, this has been one heck of a campaign and an historic day, an historic level of engagement on the part of voters across this country.
If there's an early storyline before we get to find out what happens tonight, David, it is clearly this. People got in line at 6 o'clock this morning with the anticipation that they'd be finished when they're finished. That people who have been waiting for this vote, whether it be for, as you said, 300 plus days or 8 years or since 1619 in some respects, metaphorically speaking, they were determined to be in line. One of the things I think we'll see as the evening goes on, and I don't know that we have an exit poll question that pertains to this, but it seems apparent from these long lines across the country in every kind of weather that there is a historical souvenir collecting kind of vote here that may be the biggest demographic that we're going to see tonight. People who want to be part of this election in a way we may not have seen before, certainly not since 1960.
We are expecting historic turnout. It could jump from 2000 to 2004. It could be up. We could have 130, 140 million people. What feels, Chris, different about today to you?
I have never recalled an election that people wanted so much to happen. They want this presidential election. They want it to be a chance to vote for change, no matter whether it's Obama or McCain. I've been struggling. What is it that they want they don't have? And I'm not sure this is the result tonight. We don't know. But I struggled. Is it a smarter president, a more acute president, a president more on the job, a tougher president? I think it's hope. I think they want at the end of these wars that don't seem to end, at the sense of an economy that seems to be going down for a long time. The word, I think, is hope. And I know that's Obama's slogan. And it may be lucky for him that it is, but I think that's what they want.
You know, Rachel, the unfortunate truth is that the next president comes into office knowing neither peace nor prosperity. And after 8 years of a Bush administration, which is very unpopular. So there's no question that there's a tremendous desire for change today.
Absolutely. And when you think about in modern history when the last time was that we had a vice president for whom there was no question that they would ever run. There was never even a glimmer of a thought that Dick Cheney would run to continue this administration. And it was known when he was first picked for the ticket, probably in 2000, in the campaign in 1999. To know that there is a full stop, there is a period at the end of this sentence, and something new will start politically. But the country is in such a deep hole with these 2 wars, with the financial crisis, with so many broken systems, including the broken election system, which is giving us the lines that we're seeing today. To know that politics changes 180 degrees no matter what, but the country has so far to go is, I think, a moment of incredible tension and anxiety, even if it is somewhat of a pleasant anxiety for the country.
Gene, this is historic. We've got an African-American presidential candidate for the Democrats. We have a woman who's on the ticket for the Republican Party. And you've got voters who are going today bringing their kids to the polls because they want to remember this day.
There is a sense we're going to overuse the word historic tonight, and as well we should. Keith mentioned 1619. That's when the first African slaves landed at Jamestown 389 years ago. That's how long we've been struggling with the issue of race in this country. The idea that an African-American man could be elected president, just the idea that he could be, that he's on the ballot, that he was shown by pre-election polls to be ahead, has made a lot of people I've talked to today feel privileged. The gentleman on Election Plaza just a while ago came up to me and said, "Don't you feel privileged to be able to cover this?" And I thought back to growing up in Orangeburg and at the end of Jim Crow and going to segregated schools and you know, coming to this moment in my lifetime. It is really amazing. It was really amazing.
Joe Scarborough is with us as well. Joe, we know the landscape of where we start for this race. Obama's ahead going into Election Day, and now we're waiting for the voters to speak. What are you looking for tonight?
Well, of course, we're all looking at Iowa at the very beginning. If Barack Obama wins Iowa, then the election's over pretty darn quickly. Not Iowa, I'm sorry, Indiana. If Obama wins in Indiana, it's over very quickly. Then we move over to Virginia. But I'm like the rest of you. I'm excited about the lines. I want to see the voting turnout. I think history is going to be made tonight, despite whoever wins. We're going to have the largest turnout ever, David. No doubt about that. It's going to shatter the record of 4 years ago. And remember, we went from one election to to another. We kept hearing about how it was a choice between the lesser of two evils. Well, how exciting that the last two election cycles will have produced the greatest turnout in the history of American politics. So exciting. People forget that John Kerry got more votes than any other Democratic candidate ever. He just happened to have less votes than George W. Bush. So an exciting night. We're going to see records shattered and, of course, the possibility of real history being made.
All right, Joe, thanks very much. Also with us tonight, MSNBC analyst Pat Buchanan. And Pat, one of the things we know about the electoral map, which we'll talk a good deal about tonight, is that John McCain is playing a lot of defense on that map compared to the George Bush states from 2004.
Well, he certainly is. I don't know any Kerry state from 2004 that is really imperiled now. And it looks like that Barack Obama is picking up Iowa and maybe picking up Colorado. And so and all the rest of the game is being fought on red turf. And Obama's ahead in something like half of 5 of 10 states. So I think it's a very, very tough road for McCain to travel. But let me say this. I do think this. I know what the American people are voting against, the Republican Party and what we have. And I know who they're voting for, Obama, in which people are investing extraordinary hope and expectation. But I don't know that they're voting for some particular agenda as they're voting for possibility. So this election, I think, carries with it the great potential for disillusionment down the road, as some others have.
Pat, would that description of what people were voting for, would that not match up to some degree with what they were voting for with Ronald Reagan in 1980, that there was as much, as the popular phrase of the brief Carter administration suggested, malaise in the country that needed less a specific set of platform planks and more of a heartening? Is that not a comparison suitable historically?
It's certainly partly true. They were voting to be rid of Carter and all he represented, and they embraced Ronald Reagan. But Ronald Reagan was a man with a clear-cut conservative, no pale pastels agenda, and folks sort of knew they were getting. Let's take, for example, the Congress, where I think you could see 25 Republicans wiped out in the House. You could see 6, 8, 9 Republicans wiped out in the Senate. And the Congress of Pelosi and Reid will be strengthened enormously, but that Congress is at 10% approval. I know who the people are voting against, but what exactly are they voting for?
They might be voting for, in most cases, a reinvestment in the public sector, Pat, a reinvestment in the possibilities of government action in energy and health care and infrastructure, a boring word but an important word. There's a sense that we've let things drift in the public sector for 40 years. Reagan was an immensely successful president in terms of the national morale, but he did set us in a direction towards putting most of our chips on the private sector through deregulation, through less taxes. It worked to some extent, but we let atrophy the important regulation we needed in the financial sector, in airlines, which we all experience all the time. In all kinds of areas, regulation has been lax. And we've also lost, I think, commitment to building things. It used to be that government didn't write hot checks to Wall Street. It actually constructed bridges and highways and subways. And I think people would like to see that done again. And Barack is advocating that very thing, a reinvestment in the public sector. So I don't think it's a blank slate, Pat, at all.
But as you know, Chris, the public sector is going to be about $1 trillion in deficit this year.
But not because of doing things, but because of failures on the part of the current crowd.
Okay, you can say failures. I don't mind that. But look, what I'm saying is he doesn't have the money to do it. Secondly, the last time we went down this road, 1964, 65, Chris, you know it ended in utter disillusionment in 1968, and that's my point. Government, I don't think big government liberalism has any more the answer than neoconservatism,
Could be. That's the debate.
Which has just failed.
Patrick, that's the debate the American voters are having as they go to the polls today. Your point of view and Barack Obama's point of view. We'll see how it works out.
Okay. I'm not running against Obama.
No, you are, but you're arguing against him already, which is fair enough. It's what we do.
Our first result of the night, Pat Buchanan is not running against Barack Obama. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Chuck. With Joe, we'll be talking to you later on. We're going to go to Chuck Todd now, our political director for MSNBC and NBC News. And Chuck, what do we look for tonight? The description of threading the needle has been mentioned here. How small a needle is it really for John McCain?
Well, it's very small, and what's amazing about, I think, tonight is how quickly we get an idea of how the night's going. I mean, at 7 o'clock with Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia and Georgia's polls all closing, we get to find out 4 things very quickly. Virginia, one of these new battleground states that Obama's tried to put into play, we'll find out if those polls have been right and if we can call it pretty quickly. Indiana, we get to find out really how bad is, how angry is the electorate at the Republicans. In Kentucky, we found out about the drive for 60 because, frankly, it's the Mitch McConnell seat, the Senate Republican leader who will know quick. And in Georgia, how big is the African-American turnout going to be? So in these first 4 states, polls closing at 7 o'clock, the entire election, in some ways, we're going to learn so much right there at 7 o'clock.
And Tom Oliphant had this map that got down to like 7 or 8 counties and precincts and cities around the country, and he starts in a place called Vigo County, Indiana. Yeah. Tell me about it. Why is it a bellwether? Why is it a forecaster?
Well, you're hitting me with a county that I haven't researched, Keith, and I'm going to absolutely do that right
Our second result of the night. We haven't had that yet.
I tell you, you were doing that on purpose, so that's fine. But the fact is, we are going to learn in a couple of things. I go to Florida. I look at Orange County in the 8th Congressional District. A Republican there is struggling to run for re-election, Rick Keller. He's a canary in the coal mine. You tell me that district's gone, Democrats winning that district, that tells me Obama is going to carry the state of Florida because that guy's only crime was being a Republican in a district that led Republican. South Carolina, there's another congressional candidate I'm looking at there that's going to tell me how big was this African-American turnout, how huge was this surge in the 1st congressional district. So those are my canaries in the coal mine. I mean, I obviously, Tom's are very good. You hit me with one, but hey, I'll research.
Hey,
I'll come back.
Chuck,
I'll be ready for next time, brother.
Chuck, I have a question for you. As we look at the potential Obama voters, we talk a lot about African Americans, younger voters, Latino voters, but the reality is that Obama, as a Democratic candidate and somebody who's run a very good campaign, has the potential to increase margins among white voters, a trend that Bill Clinton started. We're talking about white, more upscale voters, college-educated and beyond, in the suburbs. That could be a significant trend tonight.
It's 2 states, actually. We talk about all this, but there were 2 states in particular when you looked at 2004 that didn't look like the others, and they were just what you were describing, David. Virginia and Colorado. These are 2 states. They're in the top 10 of the youngest states, and all the other states were already blue states. Virginia and Colorado were red states. In the highest college-educated top 10 states, Virginia and Colorado were 2 of the only red states that President Bush carried. And then you talk about income level. Virginia and Colorado, 2 of the higher income level states that President Bush carried in 04. So when you look at there, it's this white college-educated voter that President Bush won this vote by 10 points in 04. There really wasn't a difference, a big difference between non-college-educated whites and college-educated whites. This time there could be a big one, and I think that's the reason why we're seeing polls the way they are in Colorado and in Virginia, and why those 2 were always considered the first 2 attempts to expand the map. I mean, it is no secret about Virginia, and I think you're absolutely right. The story about African-American turnout is big, but the story of the Republicans losing among college-educated whites is just as significant, and it's something that the New York Times op-ed crowds like David Brooks and some of the intellectual conservatives, George Will and Peggy Noonan, it frustrates them. They don't like that.
All right, and Chris can talk about Pennsylvania in a microcosm later on as we go on looking at this particular voters. Chuck, thanks very much. We'll be talking to you throughout the night. We're going to take a short break here, and then the gang comes back. When we come back, we're going to talk to our correspondents covering Obama and McCain tonight, find out what both campaigns are feeling tonight. It's all over except the voting and now the counting. Our coverage continues right after this. We are back on MSNBC, our election night coverage. Ron Allen is at Grant Park in Chicago, where Obama's campaign is holding its rally. Ron, the backdrop there, still rather sparse, but it promises to be a pretty big affair tonight.
David, it's going to be an incredible event here. It's unprecedented. It creates some security issues for police who are saying they may have to turn people away if it gets past a certain number of people. In the immediate area here, they're going to let in 75,000 people with tickets, but there will be many tens of thousands more who will be trying to get near this place. I have to tell you, I've been traveling around this country all year, and I have seen incredible excitement and enthusiasm out there that has been building and building right up until this moment. There is I think politics is has become something for ordinary people, ordinary families, something it never was before. The people that you meet at rallies and the people who will be here at this event tonight were probably apolitical before this, but now, because of Obama, because of Palin, because of Hillary Clinton, because of John McCain, they have just excited the American public in a way that I don't think many of us have ever seen before. There's a lot, of course, at stake. This is a big issue election, the war, the economy, just to name some of the things that are on people's minds. So tonight, I think it's just going to be an amazing time to witness what happens here. Of course, the Democrats and Barack Obama, Joe Biden feel victory is at hand. I was on the plane with Joe Biden earlier today, and I was struck by how relaxed and how confident he was. At one point, he was holding sort of a press conference with one of his granddaughters, Finnegan, and talking about what it might be like to be living in Washington, how that might affect the family. Of course, cautioning that he doesn't want to get too far ahead of himself, but it's been striking just how confident the Democrats are, how confident Biden has been, how loquacious he has been over the past couple of days, because they just feel that victory is at hand. This place is obviously going to explode. We have a ringside seat. We're about 40 yards from the main podium. It's right there behind us. A beautiful picture of the Chicago skyline there in the distance. Most people will be looking at it in this direction. The head-on shot is this way, but this area is going to fill up with hundreds of thousands of people from this area coming to see, to get a glimpse, to be a part of history. There's no doubt that history is being made tonight. It's been made so many other occasions through the primary and through the general election campaign. There is history that's going to be made today here and in Phoenix, and the American public is really glued to their seats. They just want to see this, want to feel this, and there is a lot of hope and optimism that something really positive is going to come out of all this.
All right, Ron Allen in Grant Park tonight, where the Obama campaign will stage a huge party. The outcome, of course, will determine the extent of the party, but certainly the plans are in place. Ron, thanks very much. Savannah Guthrie is in Phoenix tonight at McCain campaign headquarters. And Savannah, no matter what happens in the run-up to these final days to this election day, it has been difficult for the McCain campaign. They recognize that they are up against something very difficult today. The polls have been against them, and that map is looking rather tricky.
It is indeed, but yet you don't see long faces around this ballroom. I've spoken to volunteers here who are very hopeful. You know, there's this almost myth around John McCain as the comeback kid, as somebody who has defied the odds repeatedly in his life, and many people here are hoping that that happens again big time tonight. They believe that the momentum is on their side. I've had more than one senior advisor say to me, we feel like we're really hitting our stride. Some have said, we wish there was another month in this campaign because we really got it together. They feel like some of these themes they've hit hard on in the last few days and weeks of the campaign, with Joe the plumber hitting Obama hard on taxes, hitting them with this prospect of having a very left-wing liberal takeover of Washington, as they like to put it. They think these are themes that have resonated, and they think there could be an upset tonight. We don't see a lot of long faces. We see a lot of people hoping for a great story out of Phoenix tonight.
All right, Savannah Guthrie there at McCain headquarters tonight in Phoenix. And Keith, a little bit of news today.
Yeah, it never rains, but it pours. It's been a rough ride, ups and downs, as the cliches go, for Senator McCain, and that apparently got literally and terrifyingly a little worse today. More drama, according to Chicago Tribune writer Jill Zuckman. The Straight Talk Air, the 737 with which they continue to campaign even on this date of the election, David, was on the verge of landing in Albuquerque when it suddenly pulled up, abruptly canceled the landing, aborted the landing, circled around, as Jill Zuckman writes, teetered back and forth uncomfortably, and finally landed safely. The most important part, at 2:07 p.m., the report inside the plane was there was traffic on the runway. So apparently this was might fall into that FAA category of near miss. There's a further report from the correspondent with Time magazine, Michael Shear. The press cheered and sang "Highway to the Danger Zone," a regular campaign rally favorite.
In 2000, we were with Senator McCain at the time coming back into Arizona before the primary. The plane was hit with lightning on the descent, and I'm not even sure he woke up. The old fighter pilot, as we were going.
Okay. And Senator Obama had one of these during the campaign early in the summer too, where there was an aborted landing, as we've had one right back. Senator McCain has just arrived here safely, apparently.
All right, we'll return to all of this and update you as warranted. Meantime, Senator Richard Burr of North Carolina is with us. He is a Republican and supports Senator McCain for president. Senator, welcome.
David, good to be with you.
What is your outlook in your state, which has become a battleground in this cycle, whether the Republican Party wants it or not?
Well, the outcome in North Carolina tonight is not in question. John McCain's going to win North Carolina. And that's despite over $30 million being spent by Barack Obama. But the exciting thing is the fact that there's enthusiasm around the country. Rural America showed up for this vote. And it's going to be voters today that decide the outcome of it, and not necessarily pollsters.
No question. We also know that at least the projections are for record turnout, which is just good news as Americans that we're engaged in this process, engaged in the election and showing up to vote. But if there is a jump in voters, some 14%, if we get up to 130, 140 million, do you not fear that that creates a huge political advantage for Senator Obama?
Oh, absolutely not. I will use North Carolina as a microcosm of the rest of the country. We saw a large African-American turnout in early vote. We haven't seen that today. They haven't been able to sustain it. Yet rural America probably voted for the first time since they voted for Ronald Reagan. That's usually more conservative. It's Democrat, it's independent, it's Republican. Certainly a big turnout helps John McCain.
A big turnout in North Carolina helps John McCain?
Big turnout around the country helps John McCain. If South Central Pennsylvania votes, John McCain wins Pennsylvania. If Southeast Ohio votes, John McCain wins Ohio. If Southwest Virginia goes to the polls, Virginia is going to go in Republican column.
Senator, if there was some tightening in polls in some of these key battlegrounds in the final days in John McCain's favor, it was based on what, in your judgment?
I think it was based on the fact that a lot of the electorate had just focused on the two candidates, even in a two-year-long presidential race, and they found that John McCain really did represent their values, their beliefs. And to be real candid, the American people are scared. And I think when you're scared, you turn to somebody with a very predictable background and somebody who they feel confident has their trust to be commander-in-chief.
Are you concerned, Senator, that white voters with 4 years of college are increasingly voting Democratic, that there's a trend there among the people with higher educations?
Well, I'm not sure that there's a trend. I think that what you've seen is you've seen some miserable campaigns, Chris, over the last couple cycles. But this is a cycle that even with the amount of money that Senator Obama had, even with the fact that the economy is now clearly the top issue, John McCain technically should probably be behind 15 points today. He's not. He's in a dead heat for the presidency of the United States, and I believe tonight he's going to win the presidency.
Wow.
A two-part question, Senator. How is Senator Dole going to do this evening, and what exactly did you mean by scared?
I think that the American people have seen their savings cut in half. They've seen the future of their employment in question. And when that happens, they don't do risky things, and they don't turn to people with a limited amount of experience. They turn to somebody that they feel the level of trust is high enough. Senator Dole's in a tight race, but I think that John McCain's margin in North Carolina will pull Elizabeth Dole over the goal line.
All right, Senator Richard Burr, thank you very much. Chris?
Okay, thank you. Let's bring in Bishop T.G. Jakes. He's, of course, founding pastor of the Potter's House Church down in Dallas, Texas. Bishop, thank you for joining us. I think there's a potential spiritual quality to tonight's voting, and I'd like you to talk about it.
Well, you know, I think it's of strong interest to people of faith. This is a very interesting election for all people. As the senior pastor of the Potter's House, I've had an opportunity to interact with quite a few people of faith, and I think it really resonates with them, some concerns, some issues. And I've never, ever seen the excitement, the enthusiasm, and the amount of people who have turned out in Texas. They have done early voting. I polled my church. 90% of my church had already voted before Sunday. So people are motivated from every stream and every walk of life to participate in the electoral process.
Are people in your community, in your congregation, thinking fully about the, I'm asking an obvious question, expecting a big answer, because it is a powerful question. You know, when we elect the president, we elect a family to live at the White House. And perhaps tonight, at the end of tonight's voting, the decision will be to elect Barack Obama, an African-American, and with him will come his family, Michelle, his wife, and of course his daughters, Sasha and Malia. They will be the first family. They will live upstairs at the White House. An African-American family upstairs at the White House. How powerful a symbol could that be?
Oh, as an African American, it's amazing to see that our country has come to this point. But as an American in general, I'm very proud of this country inasmuch that we are really contemplating, after almost 400 years, bringing a person of color to the White House. If Senator Obama is elected, if Senator McCain is elected, we will have our first woman as vice president. It's a very appealing concept. In my own congregation, there's quite a bit of diversity. But by and large, people are really motivated to get out and be a part of the process. They realize this is a historical election. They want to go down on record as having their vote counted and having their voice heard. And that is reflected as I travel around the nation. There's a great deal of interest in this subject.
Well, you stay there, Bishop. We'll be back to you throughout the evening. David.
Thank you.
All right, Chris, now to the Obama campaign and senior advisor Stephanie Cutter. Stephanie, welcome.
Hi, David.
What is the mood like tonight in the campaign?
Well, it's great. You know, everybody is anxiously waiting for these polls to close. We know where we stand, but we feel very good. We're pleased with the turnout happening across the country. We're pleased at all the work that we've done to get to this point. So far, it's been a good day.
The issue of voter turnout is something we've already talked about a lot. You expect a very big turnout. We all do on both sides. Senator Richard Burr from North Carolina said high turnout in North Carolina or around the country actually helps John McCain. Does that make sense to you?
Well, it depends who the voters are, right? You know, we feel pretty good that the turnout so far, from what we're seeing, from our data, from what the exit polls are showing, that the turnout is, you know, in our favor. We think that there's an enormous amount of energy behind Barack Obama's campaign. We did enormously well in the early vote in states across the country. And, you know, from what we see, things are looking pretty good right now. But until this is over, David, you know and I know, we've been through this before, it's not over till it's over. So we are encouraging everybody to get out to the polls, no matter where you live. They're still open. Go out and vote.
Stephanie, obviously, your group would have first access, perhaps, to the information of failures, complaints, blockages of voting facilities, total breakdowns of machines, chaos, anything on that scale. Give it a grade so far. How has the voting process gone through today so far, at least as well as the campaign knows to this hour?
Well, you know, there's really no major problems to report at this point. There are things, you know, things that we're hearing across the country, but we've got people on the ground taking care of them almost immediately. You know, if I had to give it a grade, and I'm not an expert on this, but if I had to give it a grade, I'd give it maybe, you know, a B plus.
Stephanie, does your campaign hold the McCain campaign responsible for the last-minute flurry of Jeremiah Wright ads that have been running all over Pennsylvania, all over this area down here, in fact, all over cable television? It's been a saturation campaign for 2 or 3 days. And we know, of course, John McCain has forsworn that kind of campaigning. He thinks it's ethnic, racial, and he doesn't want to do it. Did they okay it? Did they say, go ahead, third party, 527, pack money, do your thing?
Well, Chris, you know how this works. You certainly don't get in the way of it. And I didn't see anybody protesting from the McCain campaign when these ads came up. You know, they certainly set the tone of this race from the start. You know, their only path to victory was to tear down Barack Obama. And I think from the turnout that we're seeing today, the energy behind our campaign, it hasn't worked.
But John McCain has not, in all fairness, John McCain has not done this. He has resisted perhaps calls within the conservative community to go after him on the ethnic front using his connection with Jeremiah Wright. And then here in the last couple of days, this saturation effort, I just wonder if you hold him responsible for that decision.
Well, you know, but Chris, you know how this works. It's not an overt decision. It's a wink and a nod. And if you don't stand up and protest, is that a wink and a nod? You know, what we do hold him responsible for is a constant negative tone of this campaign. You know, he's running 100% negative ads. You know, he, like I said, the only way he could see a path to victory was by tearing down Barack Obama. That certainly sets the tone. That makes things like the Jeremiah Wright ad okay. And, you know, like I said, I didn't see any protests coming out of that campaign over the past couple of days. These ads are running on, you know, national network and cable at a pretty high rate, so I'm sure they've seen them. You know, at the end of the day, are voters going to be watching this? Is it going to impact the vote? We hope not. So far, so good in terms of our turnout models. We've done the hard work to get here, and we're hopeful that, you know, we'll go on to victory tonight.
All right, Stephanie Cutter with the Obama campaign, thank you very much. A lot more ahead as our special coverage continues. Up next, our very first look at the exit polls, the first indication of what voters were actually thinking about today at the polls. We'll talk about it when our coverage returns right after
this. McCain, Barack Obama, two possibilities for America. Watch today as America chooses its future on MSNBC.
It is election night at MSNBC. We're going to turn to Ann Curry now. She has our very first look at exit polling tonight. Good evening, Ann.
Good evening. Our exit polling is telling us what Americans who went to the polls so far today care most about. And here's how it's breaking down, David, nationwide. Take a look at this. An overwhelming number, 62%, told us the economy is their biggest concern. Just 10% said they're worried most about the war in Iraq. Healthcare and terrorism trailed with 9% each. We also asked voters whether they approve of the war in Iraq. And while in 2004, 51% approved, today, just 35% of voters told us they approve of the war. As for terrorism, it remains a big concern, David. In 2004, as you know, 71% of Americans said they were worried about another attack on the United States. Well, today, that number is exactly the same at 71%, according to our exit poll. So as national security is John McCain's greatest strength, we're going to see how all of this plays out tonight, David.
All right, Ann Curry looking at our exit polling tonight. Thank you very much. Rachel and Eugene, first exit poll tonight. It is just striking. They may answer that way on whether they're concerned about a terror strike, but when asked to list their priorities, a combined 19% Iraq or terrorism. We're a much different country in terms of those concerns than 4 years ago, Rachel.
Sure, to see that number hold steady, the 71% concerned about terrorism, but then to see terrorism ranked lower on the overall list of concerns just means that we have an overall higher amount of anxiety as a nation. There's more things that are concerning us, right, even when those things are very concerning. One thing, I think it was a remarkable statement from Senator Burr that the idea that high voter turnout might benefit the Republicans in this election. That just flies in the face of all the political common wisdom of the past generation, unless you look at the early voting numbers. And the early voting numbers, we're starting to get a sense of just how huge they were, and it is astonishing. Colorado, Florida, Georgia, New Mexico, North Carolina, Nevada, those were all states won by President Bush in 2004. In all of those states, well over 50% of the total vote from 2004 has already voted just in early voting. So in order to have a prayer of holding on to those states, he has to hope that today's election day turnout is huge to try to swamp those numbers, because the McCain campaign did not really try to turn out early voters. A huge proportion of them were Obama voters.
Right, and not to pick on Senator Burr, but he especially mentioned the African-American vote in North Carolina. As of yesterday, 52% of all African-Americans registered in the state of North Carolina had already voted. I mean, not just the normal turnout, which would be 60-65%, something like that, of African-Americans. 52% of all registered had already voted. So there aren't that many more African-Americans left to throng the polls today.
Before the evening gets any longer, let's not confuse roles here. His role is not to tell us the truth. His role, no, I'm being fair here. His role is to bolster enthusiasm in his party, keep morale up all across the country. He's out on national television early in the evening in California. His job is to say, we can still pull this out. The more the merrier. Let's win it. His job is not to come on here and be a political analyst.
And Chris,
that's
literally,
not his job.
Literally, if all remaining voters are McCain voters, he's absolutely right. A larger turnout will really help John McCain.
Can I bring in Joe Scarborough on this? Because I think it's so interesting.
Remember, he has a job to do too.
Right. Joe, you and I have talked about this. You talk about the potential for new voters. This is the model from 2004 and the Republican Party. They created new Republicans, brought them to the polls. Your own state of Florida is an opportunity for Barack Obama to do that with not just African Americans, but younger voters and Latino voters too.
It is stunning. The contrast between 2004 and 2008 is stunning. In 2004, at this time 4 years ago, I thought George Bush was going to win. Not because of what George Bush had done, but because of what Ken Mehlman had done in getting out the vote in Florida. 4 years later, I had a top Republican official tell me on Friday as some polls were tightening. I called him up and I said, is this going to get close over the weekend? On Friday, he said, forget about it. The race is over. Barack Obama won it, and he won it early. John McCain is running a 1976-style 72-hour get-out-the-vote campaign. Barack Obama's been running that campaign for 7 weeks. Like all generals say, the war is won before the first shot is fired. There are a lot of Republicans in Florida say this race was won weeks ago when the Barack Obama campaign started organizing that get-out-the-vote effort that they did in a way that's even more astounding than what Melman did 4 years ago.
All right, Joe, thanks very much.
All right, let's look at some of tonight's key battleground states. For that, we turn to our political director of MSNBC and NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, good evening again.
Well, I'm better studied up for you, Keith. Bring it on, brother. Bring it on. I don't agree with Oliphant on Vigo County on that one, but that's okay. Terry Hott, that's why I hadn't. I think it's more interesting to look at South Bend and in that part of the state for what it's worth, because it is heavy, culturally conservative working class vote, and that'll be, and it's in the sort of the outer edges of that Chicago media market, but we digress. I want to talk about 3 things tonight having to do with 2 states that we talked about earlier, and that is Virginia and Colorado. The 3 things are what I talked about earlier, how they're in the top 10. I want to show you education. The top 10 states via education here. We'll pop them up on our map. And you'll see here, with high college degrees, most of these are normally considered blue states. Minnesota, basically all of New England. And when you look here, the only ones that were red states in '04 in this top 10, Virginia and Colorado. Now let's move on and look at age. And keep the push pins up here a minute. And when you look at the age, this is the lowest amount of seniors. Well, look at another thing that has in common. That's Colorado and Virginia. So there's a young state. That seems to match what Obama's been doing well with, which is young voters. And we saw high-educated state. He's done well with college-educated whites. Again, it matches these numbers. And then the third one is income. And we'll take a look at income here in a minute. And again, here's your top 10. And notice this high income, again, not surprising here in the East Coast elite, but all of these were blue states except these 2. So it's really not surprising that this ended up being the 2 biggest targets, and that these 2 ended up being the place where the Republicans started fretting the most about their electoral college, their lock that they had, or they thought that they had, was starting to break away.
What do you make of it? Is it cultural change? I guess it's intuitive that younger voters are more open perhaps to change, less driven by cultural, history, right. And putting it nicely. Education gets you more used to diversity, perhaps more socially confident than a working person that doesn't have that higher education. That's my hunch, that people who have that advantage of a college degree or even a graduate degree feel a lot more comfortable about economic and social competition than somebody who's working and doesn't have that advantage.
Well, I think the other thing is also they're transient. I think it's fascinating, and one thing we don't talk about with both of our nominees, with John McCain and Barack Obama, is that they both chose their home states. They are not living in the state they grew up in. And when you see where Obama's had the most success among white voters in particular, it's in states that have transient populations, right? Northern Virginia is one of those. Why is Virginia changed? One of the things that I know that if you ask in polling and you looked in Virginia, Obama did really well with non-native Virginians every time I'd see polling versus folks that grew up and were born and raised in Virginia. Ditto with a place like Colorado, another place that people flock to, these growth states. And this is what should scare the Republicans, because suddenly, for 20 years, Republicans were the ones doing well in growth states. They owned the Sun Belt, right? Arizona and Texas and Florida. Now, all of a sudden, you're seeing Obama trying to make inroads in growth states. And that's why he went after Virginia, a growth state, a state that keeps growing. In Colorado, we saw polls narrow in Georgia, in Florida, and obviously Arizona, Nevada, another growth state. And that should scare the Republicans going forward if indeed Obama finds success in these growth states, because this is what carried the Republican Party for 20 years. They owned the Sun Belt, and they owned this bottom half of the country beginning in 1980 with Ronald Reagan. And if the growth states are where Obama sees himself propelled to the presidency, and Democrats see themselves elect new U.S. senators, both Virginia and Colorado look like they're probably going to have Democratic senators elected there. new members of Congress coming out of Virginia and Colorado. Well, that's how they end up dominating for a 20-year period rather than just one election cycle at a time.
Chuck, that's about the most important thing I've heard in weeks. The fact is that the Democratic Party, which had been relying on the states to some extent left behind,
the shrinking
northern
states,
industrial
the older states,
where
that's
older
right.
people live. They don't have the money to retire in the South. They don't have the mobility to move, the education advantages. Their children often move away, but they stay. And now I completely think this is just really phenomenal information to have about the next several elections, maybe the next 100 elections in this country, that the competition now is extended nationwide.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I think you follow this mobility trend, and look, that's why when you look, again, I go back, Obama and McCain, in some ways, they're the perfect 21st century candidates because they match a population. They were transient.
Yeah.
McCain picked his state to make his home state Arizona. Obama picked his home in Chicago. And you know what? That's what a lot of people are doing these days, particularly younger voters, voters under 50. They're used to that. They're willing to move 3 and 4 places during their job lifetimes, their employment lifetimes. And it's there that you saw Obama able to make inroads.
Chuck, I'm throwing another curveball at you. It had nothing to do with counties in Indiana. This has to do with ballots in Virginia. And I'm wondering, is this something to anticipate, to be worried about, to think about in terms of one of those distant bells that suggests we might not have a final score tonight? The Associated Press is reporting that a federal judge has ruled that the election officials in the state of Virginia are to preserve late arriving absentee ballots that Mr. McCain's campaign claims should be counted. They said in a lawsuit that absentee ballots were not mailed on time to many military members serving overseas. The complaint asked the court to order the state to count absentee ballots from overseas troops postmarked by Tuesday, today, and received by November 14th. Should we bring our cots and sandwiches?
Well, we'll see. You know, my other favorite Virginia story today, Keith, had to do with the fact that some of these ballots were too wet because it had rained in parts of Virginia, and you're running them through the optical scan machines, and when you run a wet piece of paper through a machine, guess what? It gets jammed. So that is actually what I thought we were going to be worrying about tonight. But you know, that military ballot gambit, in some ways, I think the McCain campaign's just, you know, this is a dotting the I, crossing the T, trying to be prepared if, you know, if it's one state, if a few votes matter in Virginia. For what it's worth, I know of anecdotal evidence that the absentee ballot program was a little bit of a mess this year.
Very interesting.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you. You know, it's interesting. We'll all have our stories, anecdotal stories about voting. I voted early in Washington and actually went with the paper ballot and I got through the lines faster because there were a lot of electronic machines, but there were longer lines for those.
Paper ballots in New York City on many occasions because machines break through lack of use from election to election.
Exactly.
Standard stuff. This is just one of those little asterisks to put up in your constellation of stars for the rest of the evening, just in case.
All right. A lot more ahead. Coming next, our insiders, Republican strategist Mike Murphy and former Congressman Harold Ford are going to join us. An early look at the races to watch when we return here. We are back in New York at our election headquarters here with our MSNBC special election night coverage. Let's bring in our insiders, longtime Republican strategist Mike Murphy and former Democratic Congressman Harold Ford of Tennessee. Mike, let me start with you. He's not on the ballot, but he's very much a part of this race. That's President Bush. He looms very large over tonight as he has throughout the campaign. And one of the things that we look for in this disapproval number, Ron Brownstein at Atlantic Media has crunched some of these numbers to say what percentage of those people who disapprove of the president will go for Obama. We know that's going to be a high number. Right. What percentage of those who approve of Bush might Obama even get? And what does that portend for the outcome of the race?
Well, I think it's clearly a huge part of the equation here. I think it's such an easy story, we kind of overreact to it a little bit, I think. But there's no doubt at the end of this, if Obama is to win and you did a statistical analysis, a regression analysis of the data, you would find that approval or disapproval of the president is a strongly linked variable to who you're going to vote for, no doubt about it. And I think the greatest challenge the McCain campaign had was to create an independent identity based on McCain's brand, not to be boxed in a place where he's just a Republican, because without ticket splitters today, John McCain can't win. And this is a very bad environment for ticket splitters to vote Republican because of that pressure from the president's unfavorability. You may, if you like the president, you may not like it, but it's the reality of the numbers, and it's a big factor.
And the reality here, when you have a big number, if it gets up over 70%, Harold, of people who disapprove of the president, you're starting to sweep in more than just Democrats here. You're getting into independents. You're getting into even conservatives here, and giving Obama the opportunity to get the lion's share of this vote. It's a much bigger pool than it's been in past years when we look at this number.
I would agree. Some of the phenomena, two major phenomena in this race. One was the war, the narrative very early, and two, the economy and the market meltdown. Senator Obama was more closely aligned with doing something different than President Bush did. There were times in which Senator Obama was very specific about what he wanted to do, and there were times when he was not so. The advantage that he had in this, the paradigm you draw, is that he was not George Bush. I think Senator McCain's big challenge was he seemed to be embracing President Bush and running away from his original brand, which clearly has hurt him, at least in these initial polling data, the initial exit polling data. It appears the economy, the war, Barack is winning on both fronts. And if you're winning on both narratives there, it's hard to imagine how he does not come out victorious tonight.
Mike Murphy, we don't know the numbers yet tonight. We don't know what's happening. Voters still going to the polls, of course, across the country. But we do know that this turnout question is so important. And if the expectations are met, and we have something like a 14% jump in the turnout number, 130, 140 million people. Is this anything but bad news for John McCain?
Well, I think it's mixed news, because either side can argue that more turnout means more of their flavor of voters shows up. The truth is, I'm going to be the one contrarian on television in America tonight saying this turnout stuff is, this almost fetish we have with it, is overrated. It is going to be a huge turnout election, and there are big forces here that are too big for any one campaign's drawing to an inside straight with turnout to really affect. I think when it all boils down, we are going to find that Obama bringing in new voters who are voting 2 or 3 to 1 for him is the most important new turnout factor. But the fact is, presidential elections are very different from like a local mayor's election or an off-year congressional election. They tend to be big turnout elections. So the only question here is this going to be the normal presidential big turnout or a huge turnout election? Early indications are we're heading toward a huge turnout election, which means all kinds of everybody are going to vote.
All right, Mike and Harold, a lot more from you as the evening wears on, and we'll hear from you throughout the night. Going to take another short break and be back right after this. Welcome back to MSNBC's election night coverage alongside Keith Olbermann and Chris Matthews. I am David Gregory. Polls are now closed in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. And we're going to start seeing results in this hour, but we have to wait another hour at the earliest, really, until all the polls are closed before we can bring you any characterizations in those states. So we still wait. In the meantime, Keith?
We will have hard numbers to look at and just go, ooh, look, hard numbers. There is the bigger picture, and then there is a biggest picture. The big picture, 21 months, 20 candidates, 49 debates, 2 million people interviewed by pollsters. But bigger, when did we start towards this night? Was it 1963, 1865, 1619? Regardless of the starting point, it appears that the waiting near the finish line might not be the hardest part. The word of the day so far is turnout. Long lines of voters biding their time happily in many cases, despite the weather, outside polling places in all manner of states, battleground, red, blue, you name it, for their moment to participate in an election that will be historic no matter what its outcome. The candidates among those voting, we're guessing they did not have to wait in line. After casting his vote, Senator Obama helping to get out the vote at a union hall in Indianapolis.
I think we can win Indiana. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in Indiana.
Says it all. From the battleground state of Colorado, the Republican nominee warning of a late night at an upset.
We've got to turn out our vote, and we're going to be up late tonight. And, you know, some of the pundits have written us off, but I want to tell you, they may not know it, but the MAC is back.
And the MAC said pundits instead of pundits. Made my day. Outside a polling place in Richmond, Senator Biden pulling for a Democratic victory there.
I'm feeling good. Always feel at the end of the race here that it ain't over till it's over, so we're waiting till the polls close, right, guys? You're going to deliver Virginia for us?
Yes, I am.
All right.
And up before the sun this morning in Alaska, the governor of that state reminding us all that she will always be Sarah the Alaskan.
So we have a very optimistic, very confident view of what's going to happen today. And again, just so glad to get to be home in Wasilla to cast this vote, because forever I'm going to be Sarah from Alaska.
And doing all that at the Wasilla Sports Center, of course, her great creation in her original political launchpad city.
It is amazing that here we have Sarah Palin, the former mayor of Wasilla, Alaska, who made a big mark in this campaign, win or lose, and there's going to be a lot of talk about her future. Win or lose.
The way we keep score is whether you win or lose. And unfortunately, or fortunately for her, we'll judge her selection by John McCain based on how well he does tonight. That's how the scorekeepers will keep it. But I think we have one score in already, and it's based upon a lot of anecdotal information, a lot of personal observation. You're voting. We've all voted, right? We've all...
Yep.
I know you voted. But in fact, the fact that we've all been out there and seen how exciting it is to vote this year. Right. People are treating voting like a tailgate lunch at a football game, going and knowing it's 2 or 3 hours and loving the fact they can share this communion, this secular civic communion together and voting together. You know, not too many years ago, the pundits, I'll talk to them as if they're third parties now, would poo-poo. People like the Pew Foundation perhaps would poo-poo it, that nobody's voting anymore. That people have lost interest in our democracy. It lacks its vibrancy, its vitality. And yet when you have the true election choice before the people, which is stark and important, and you have times that require a big involvement and investment by people, they get there. They rise to the occasion because it's important, not just to them individually. I must emphasize this. This is not an election about self-interest. This is an election about the republic. People have been very patriotic in this election. I've seen it on both sides of this fight. People are carrying their patriotic hearts on their chests with the Obama people, with the McCain people. They have different views of this country and what it should be like. And some of the times they've gotten overboard in saying who's in and who's out. But as a whole, I've never seen such a patriotic commitment. To wait in line is nothing. By the way, I was in South Africa when they voted the first time. This is nothing. But the commitment over weeks and weeks and weeks, a 2-year campaign to pick a president. And no one's really complained. They've said our ratings, and we do notice who watches these programs, have gone through the roof. People are watching, they're paying attention, the intensity level is enormous. Our democracy, as old as it is great. But isn't it we have a great democracy. You cannot say anything else about it. It's a great form of government. Everybody's involved. And this time around with the turnout, you know, we used to say likely voters and registered voters. You know what the best guide to voting this time is? Registered voters. Yep. Because everybody's voting. But and that's how great it is.
This year you've got a positive and a negative experience that's going on for voters. I think Senator Burr was right. A lot of voters are scared. They're scared about their reality today. Well, they're scared about the economy. They're scared. You don't agree that they're scared?
I think it is not just anxiety and fear that's driving this vote. I don't think that tends to make people withdraw and become more inner-directed. And sure, you know, some people do get motivated by that. But I think exactly, it's not a fetal position kind of day. I think it is a sense of the country moving in a direction, the sense of going somewhere, a sense of perhaps a new day. I think that's felt to some extent on both sides, but I think that is what you need in order to motivate a turnout.
Well, I think that's right. But my other point is, I don't think it's all positive or all negative. But I think, for instance, on the part of a lot of Democrats who want Republicans out of power, this is in passion and anger that has been building since 2005.
Because you cover the White House, I think you see, you know, the frustration of the people in there, and you know the people. They feel the frustration coming at them every day. But there's this other thing out there, I think, that's going on away from Washington. They're reaching for the 21st century. They're not afraid of it. They're grabbing for it. And I think that's what's going on. I think we'll see tonight.
This race has been going on for so long. What could we say? 21 months this race has been going on. And in that time, the frustrations of the American people, and there's been such deep dissatisfaction with the Bush administration. The entire time this presidential race has been happening, it's been there for us to channel our hopes into. Whether you are doing it on the Republican side or the Democratic side or between candidates within either party, this race, something like 92% of Americans are telling Gallup pollsters now that this is one of the most important elections in years. And it is because the deep dissatisfaction is hitting at the same time that we have a chance to do something different. And there is no chance that the current people with whom we are so angry will still be there. It is the end of the Bush administration, and that's a party for both parties.
And what a choice. I mean, there really is a choice. No, you used to say there's not a dime's worth of difference, a choice, not an echo. I mean, John McCain, a World War II kind of guy, really, a rugged, Audie Murphy 20, 30 years later, a real traditional sort. And then Obama, it's just different. It's a real choice. One way or the other.
It is a real choice, but it starts, as Rachel said, from the given that we're done with George W. Bush. Essentially, I mean, both candidates could not, both candidates could not have run harder against the record of the Bush administration.
Let's get a quick comment from Joe Scarborough on all of this, and then we're going to bring Chuck Todd in. Joe?
The contrast is extraordinary in 4 years. What a difference one election makes. Chris is talking about how excited people are to go out and vote. I remember 4 years ago sitting on the set when we were getting the exit polls coming in saying John Kerry was going to be elected the next president of the United States. I called a friend down in Florida. He told me about Pensacola Christian College and talked about how he had never seen such excitement in his life. Talked about it was raining, that people were lined up around the buildings, and there was a genuine excitement about getting out and voting for George W. Bush. This isn't the first time people have been excited to go out and vote. In fact, 4 years ago, it was evangelicals that lifted Bush to victory and actually caused the greatest turnout in the history of the United States politics. But 4 years later, they are disillusioned. They were disillusioned. A lot of evangelicals disillusioned with Hurricane Katrina, a lot disillusioned with the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and the handling of those wars. What will be interesting is to see what we're saying 4 years from now, if all of the people that are excited to get out tonight will be that excited 4 years from now. It's hard to sustain that, but at the same time, again, the contrasts are remarkable over the past 4 years. All the excitement, all the energy, all the turnout operations seem to have shifted from George W. Bush and evangelical conservatives to Barack Obama and more progressive voters.
All right, Joe, thanks very much.
Let's turn again to our political director, Chuck Todd, and this time Chuck has asked me to ask him about Indiana, so it's not my fault when we bring it up. Tell me about Indiana, Chuck.
Well, look, I think Indiana's a three-county contest, okay? 2 blue counties to see what kind of vote he racks up. Lake County, remember how well we got to know Lake County during the Indiana primary. Marion County, which is Indianapolis, and then a very narrow red county. And this is where I would have a small debate there with Mr. Oliphant, and that is St. Joseph County. That is South Bend, home to those Fighting Irish, who I'm technically not supposed to get excited about those Fighting Irish, but it's a huge swing county. Bush won it by just 2 points. This is Chris Matthews country. I don't know how else to call it. These are Irish Catholics, pro-life, but they're populist, probably hurting on the economy. If this is a county that turns blue, if the numbers out of Lake County, which is Gary, Indiana, northwest Indiana, and the numbers out of Marion go way up, Kerry won Marion County, Indianapolis by just 2 points. This was not a contested state 4 years ago. The Obama number obviously needs to be bigger out of Marion, bigger out of Gary. There's a couple other counties he can carry, but these are really, this is, to me, 3-county contest. You follow these 3 counties, we'll know who carries Indiana.
Let's go right now to Bishop T.J. Jakes. Again, we're getting back. He's, of course, pastor of Potter's House Church down in Dallas. Bishop, we're back to you again, and we were getting near your territory here a moment ago, and as a secular folk, and you're not secular. You're from the house of God. This election is going to make a lot of people more faithful, I think. Perhaps we might find out by the end of the evening. Some people feel less faithful. Some people will be scared. Some people were scared before the election. So what's going to do, what good's this election going to do the people who are scared going in and the ones scared coming out?
Well, first of all, I really do believe that people are more passionate about this election than anything that I've ever seen before. The very interesting thing amongst people who embrace faith as a part of the process of determining who they vote for, there's a great divide here. There are those values voters, quote-unquote values voters, who are focused perhaps on a couple of issues as it relates to moral issues, who for them it's a deal breaker, whether you are pro-life or pro-choice, or whether you're for same-sex marriage or not, and they're making decisions totally based on that. But the interesting thing that I think where we have focused so much on race, we really need to be talking about the generational difference, because amongst the newer Christians, newer evangelicals, there's a different mindset, a more openness to a wide plethora of issues that help to determine who they're going to vote for. They're not just rallying around a couple of issues anymore, which has caused an interesting debate within the confines of the church as we begin to determine what are going to be the priorities that formulate our decisions as we go forward with political interest.
Thank you, Bishop, for that. We'll be back to you later.
Good.
Chris, thanks very much. Ann Curry has another look at our exit polling still coming in. Ann?
But I can't hear you, but I hope you can hear. The nation's financial crisis had a big impact on their decision today. 62% said the economy was the most important issue they considered. Just 10% cited the war in Iraq, and 9% each cited health care and terrorism. And look at this. While in 2004, 52% thought the economy was not good, today that number has soared to a stunning 93% of voters saying the economy is not good. As for that $700 billion bailout of the financial industry, a majority don't like it. 56% oppose, with just 39% supporting it. And voters aren't also feeling too positive about America's economic future. 86% say that they're worried about the future direction of this nation's economy. So no question, David, worries about the economy will affect who wins the presidency tonight. Now back to you.
Ann, thanks very much. I mean, Keith, this is one of the big questions that I have, and you've talked a lot about this and thought a lot about it. To what extent does anxiety trump this sense of optimism, this sense of this as a reset moment in the country for leadership?
If you want to look, and Gene mentioned earlier the grasping of the 21st century, if you really want to try to put this in some sort of historical possibility, and I think Joe Scarborough's point is well taken, who knows what levels of optimism would be like 4 years from now, right, no matter what the outcome here of this election tonight is. But let's say that this is the kind of transitional thing that many people do expect it to be, and places it in history alongside 1932, maybe 1904, certainly 1864 and 1860, those votes. There will be some voters coming of age this year who voted this year for the first time, who were born in 1990, who will be able to be interviewed by our successors, or maybe some of us who will hang around long enough. Probably Rachel's the only one who's got a shot at it, I think, on this table. But somebody will be interviewing these old timers in the year 2100 about the day they voted for Obama in 2008. It's absolutely, by the actuarial tables, almost insisted upon that somebody voting today for the first time would be able to recount this story in the 22nd century, and that sort of backwards and forwards history is maybe in play.
I think people know that's coming, and that's why I cannot imagine a person not voting today.
They hope that's good, or they see a reasonable expectation that something of that importance is coming.
I have one in my household. He's 18 years old.
Perfect
Won't
time.
say who he voted for, but he voted, sent me a text message just now.
There it is.
And isn't it interesting that, we'll talk a lot about the African-American vote, we'll talk about the prospect for history if Obama were to win tonight, but isn't it interesting, Gene, that for an older generation of Americans, they will look through the historical prism of their lives, and yet for a lot of younger people are not seeing Obama in a racial context at all. Rather, they are seeing him in a way as somebody who speaks for them in a way that a leader has not in the course of their lives.
That's true, and for younger generations, race, it's not that it is entirely devoid of meaning. I think it just has a very different meaning from what it has for our generation. It's not some things are just not as big a deal. Other things are a really big deal, but it's very different for younger people, and a lot of them do see him as, I suspect, this cool guy who speaks very well and engages them in the possibilities of the future, and that's really what they want to hear. They hear so much that is depressing about what's happening to this country and how their lives are not going to be as good as our lives in terms of material things, and they want to know if there's something bigger out there that they can be working toward. I think this call that Obama has made, and McCain made too, for working towards something bigger than yourself, and for a better country. I think that found real resonance among young people.
Okay, more of this to come. We're going to take another break here. Coming next, we're going to check back with our insiders, Mike Murphy and Harold Ford, plus Norah O'Donnell with some breaking news on the North Carolina Senate race and Elizabeth Dole tonight. One of the races we're going to follow very closely as we await the first results. Polls in 6 states closing at the top of the hour. We're back on MSNBC right after this.
MSNBC welcomes Channel News Asia to coverage of election night. Decision 08.
So live look at our election plaza outside 30 Rockefeller Plaza here in New York. We're going to bring our insiders back in, longtime Republican strategist Mike Murphy and former Democratic Congressman Harold Ford of Tennessee. Guys, let's get back to some of the basics of tonight as we get closer to poll closings around the country. We're still a ways off from being able to report some hard numbers yet, or let alone results. Mike, inside the McCain camp tonight, they're looking at a narrow path to victory if they achieve victory. What are you focused on tonight?
You know, I'm sorry, David, I had something in my ear that was blocking out your question. Inside the McCain headquarters?
Inside the McCain campaign, they're looking at a narrow victory map, if it's a victory map at all. What are you focused on as you await results?
You know, I'm looking at the red to blue stuff, which is going to be the decision maker in the Electoral College. And I'm looking at Virginia. Virginia goes red to blue. That's unfortunately a big problem for John McCain. It means he has to draw to a perfect inside straight on the red states, or almost all of them, and get lucky on a blue state somewhere. So what I'm going to be doing an hour from now is looking at Virginia. You know, we got some of this exit polling, but we don't really talk about that. It's not reliable this early. Look at early precincts in Florida and Ohio. Ohio closing, I believe, at 7:30. Part of Florida closing early. Those bellwether precincts to see what's going on there. If either one of those two states, or in North Carolina and Virginia, go badly for McCain, it's going to be a very long night. So it's Virginia and then one other state is going to be the first indication of strength or weakness, one of the other major swing states.
And Harold, in an important state like Pennsylvania, which McCain has made it a play for here as his offensive strategy, you can look at Philadelphia and you can look at those suburbs where George Bush lost in 2004 by nearly 500,000 votes. We're going to get an early indication, if McCain can't cut into that number significantly, just how he fares in Pennsylvania.
We will. We'll be able to look at not only the urban areas, but look at some of that western Pennsylvania area and see what kind of margins are there for McCain, if any at all. I think Mike's point about the Florida and Virginia, some of the key counties there will be very telling. I think the other state that I think that a lot of us are looking at around here, including Mike, is this Indiana. I think that will be a bellwether to get a sense of how the rest of the Midwest may fold. But I concur with the other insider here on looking at these certain numbers.
Yeah, Indiana will probably go for McCain, but there are a few counties there that the margins are a good demographic indicator. Up north, Mishawaka County, South Bend, some of the Democratic counties there, will he overperform? Will white Democrats be fine for him? And then some of the more Republican counties like in Elkhart or some of the rural counties, if Barack Obama overperforms there, he may not win Indiana, but it's an indication that he's getting some votes tonight.
Mike, one of the strategic decisions by the McCain campaign was to keep you out of the campaign. Had you gotten in the campaign, I am confident that they would have had a more, well, what's the word, debonair approach to this campaign, a more upbeat approach. Do you sense that the lack of Murphy's charm in this campaign efficiency?
No, not at all. I think consultants are kind of overrated. You know, I've been honking on all year about a kinder, gentler McCain campaign, but the last time we tried that when I was there, we lost. I do believe this. I believe McCain had to have a strategy that attracted ticket splitters, or else in this year, it was a losing strategy. A base strategy can't work this year, and that's why I think a lot of the things, as much as I love John, and I thought he was a tiger all year long, I felt for him. He's fighting right now in this campaign. Strategically, I'm not sure he had a strategy in the campaign that supported his brand to the utmost, but we'll see what happens tonight.
Chris, there are two reasons that the base thing didn't work. One, the leader of the base, George Bush, his numbers were so low, to just reaffirm his point. And two, Barack brought so many new voters to the fold, which I think the points that have been made tonight, that I think that the new voter, the addition of new voters in so many key red states, at the end of the night, as we look at some of this data, and more people are going to the polls and we encourage everyone to vote, I think at the end of the night, that will be one of the most telling pieces or data points in this entire race.
Let's talk about your party for a second. I only have a minute here. Harold Ford, Congressman, I have to ask you something. The dog that hasn't barked, and I always like to think about the things that don't happen you think are going to happen. It seems to me that based upon what we've seen in these closing days of the campaign, and without even looking at any numbers tonight, which we don't really have yet. Hillary Clinton's role in the general election, starting with her rather dramatic departure from the campaign at the National Building Museum, where she had the full house that Saturday, and really had a dramatic close to her campaign. A bit late, I would argue, but she did it so well. And then giving that really positive speech in Denver, along with the former President Clinton's speech, I have a sense that she shut down the Puma movement pretty well, and that the people who were real Democrats who supported her in moving over to back Obama. What's your sense?
I think even if you ask, I would agree with you, even if you ask the Obama campaign, I think you will get pretty much widespread agreement or consensus that she went out of her way to be helpful to this campaign and came through on the things that she promised, her and her husband in many ways. You have to think she helped in Pennsylvania. You have to think she helped in Florida. Don't get me wrong, the Obama plan and the execution were phenomenal in both of those places. But I contend the late race between Obama and Clinton aided Obama. Remember, McCain's race ended sometime in February or March. It was clear he'd be the nominee, and he was unable to do the things you needed to do to win this, I mean, to organize and to fortify his base and support in some of these key states.
I'd quickly just add this. I think Hillary was a trooper and made a difference, but Barack Obama did this by himself with a great staff. He'll go to Washington. If he wins, owing nobody.
Whoa.
Nobody in D.C.
Let's talk about that late tonight. That is a great question. I want to know, because I want to know about street money, Ed Rendell, all kinds of decisions on cabinet positions. I want to know what we really know by midnight if he is the winner, Barack Obama, tonight.
Chris,
I'd like to know if there were deals.
Is there any particular reason you're interested in Pennsylvania numbers? Because Mike and I can chomp them a little closer.
I am fascinated by that as an object lesson in modern politics, because I do think, now that I've got the floor, let me tell you, I do think Barack Obama, I'm not saying he's cleaner than other politicians or other Democrats, but he's different. Right. He's different. He doesn't like having his hands on street money. He doesn't like making cabinet deals. He doesn't like the old politics. He doesn't work with the committee chairs, the county chairs. He does it his way. I'm not saying it's better. In fact, it may offend me in many ways. but it is different, and we ought to take account of that tonight. And by the way, he's not super clean because he didn't take the federal money. He changed his mind on that. Let's keep clear about that.
No, he didn't. He didn't change his mind on that.
No, he didn't. I've read the document. Politicians all my life. Don't believe them all, and don't believe everything they tell you.
All right, we got to get to a break here. Coming, we're going to have Governor Rendell, by the way, the next half hour, so we're going to be able to revive all this. We're going to check in with our correspondents next, covering the Obama and the McCain campaigns, plus the governor of a key battleground state, Ed Rendell of Pennsylvania. We're back with our discussion and debate right after this.
MSNBC's Decision 08 coverage is brought to you by Liberty Mutual, proud sponsor of Election Plaza.
We've got some numbers for you to look at tonight from Kentucky. Only 8% of the precincts in right now. No, 8 electoral votes. This is 0% at this point. So this is really just some early raw numbers. McCain with a slight advantage there, 62 over 36, and the raw vote 3,500 to a little over 2,000 votes. And in Indiana tonight, it is Barack Obama, a state we've talked a lot about, at 55% to McCain's 43%, just 1% in. So we're just looking at some hard numbers there.
Get Vigo County.
In Vigo County, those numbers are not yet in. By the way, an important thing to point out about voting around the country, we're going to have a list for you that shows you states where there are split closing times in those states. It's important as you look at the yellow highlighted, these are variable poll closings. So you want to check your newspaper, you want to talk to election officials, get some information in your state so you know at what point the polls actually close. We've heard from the Secretary of State in Michigan, for instance, to make sure that we remind folks there are different poll closing times. And we remind you of that as we follow the fact that there are people still voting around the country. We want to check in with the campaigns at this point. Savannah Guthrie is in Phoenix tonight at McCain campaign headquarters. Savannah, what are you picking up out of the campaign? They, like we, are waiting for real numbers, but they're obviously tracking who's showing up and doing some of their own calculus as well. What are you hearing?
No question about it. And there's a lot of anticipation right now. And I've just talked to a senior advisor who says they're happy with the momentum that the campaign had in these final days, and they're hoping that late breakers will go strongly for McCain. They said a lot of times when you're in a situation like this, everybody acknowledges the atmospherics aren't great for Republicans right now. Nevertheless, this advisor said sometimes you see that things just keep getting worse and worse and worse for the candidate, but they don't think that that is the case here. So they're expectant, they're anticipating anticipating to get these numbers, obviously, from the exit polls, waiting what we're all waiting. But they feel positive now. And, of course, some of these key states that we'll hear about first, Virginia, Pennsylvania, they're watching very closely as well, David.
What can you tell us, Savannah, about what the plans are for Senator McCain and Mrs. McCain? Where are they watching all of this tonight?
They'll be watching it at their condo here in Phoenix, and then you might have noticed my background is different now. We were in a ballroom where supporters will have a party tonight, but this lawn area outside of the Biltmore on a beautiful night here in Phoenix is where we expect to see Senator McCain. When he comes out, this is where it will be. We don't know, of course, what time that will be. It all depends very much on what happens as these numbers come in.
All right, Savannah Guthrie in Phoenix tonight. Outside McCain campaign headquarters, and where they're going to be holding the rally and watching results as well. Ron Allen's in Grant Park on the south side of Chicago tonight, where he is preparing for a pretty big celebration later in that park. Ron, what are the plans tonight for Senator Obama and Mrs. Obama?
Well, I'm not sure when they're going to get here, David. I think they're certainly going to just wait till there is some conclusion before they come here. They're here in Chicago watching the results. The Bidens are also here. As a matter of fact, there were some 37 Bidens who came over on the plane from Wilmington, Delaware. I think that the Democratic campaign has been very encouraged by the big turnout numbers. Obviously, the big turnout numbers in the African-American community in places like Georgia and North Carolina. It was also interesting that today, Obama decided to go to Indiana to make a last-minute stop. Biden decided to go to Virginia to make a last-minute push at the polls. Two key states, two states that they really hope to turn from red to blue. So I think they've been encouraged by what they've been seeing on the ground so far. They were also very encouraged by the early voting. We spent some time in Florida earlier in the week, and the numbers there are also very encouraging, very positive. The Democrats think that they had eliminated the usual advantage that the Republicans have from absentee ballots, so there was a lot of energy, a lot of excitement in their column this time around. So at this point, again, I've just been struck by how confident, how optimistic they are. Of course, it's not over till it's over. There have been few problems, it would seem, reported around the country with voting issues, some minor things, but nothing major. So I think they're looking for a very big night, some big turnout numbers, which Obama and Biden think are going to help them.
Okay, Ron Allen in Grant Park tonight. And again, a reminder for those of you who live in states where there are variable closing times, be sure to check with your local campaign officials, the newspaper, local television, to find out at what point those polls actually close. States like Michigan, Texas, and others that you see highlighted on the screen. Chris?
Let's go to the action now. Governor Ed Rendell of Pennsylvania joins us now. Governor Rendell, you've been playing defense in those blue states. The #1 target, it seems to be, of the Republicans has been to take Pennsylvania away from the Democrats. How's it look tonight?
Well, Senator McCain and Governor Palin spent so much time here the last 5 weeks, Chris, I was thinking of charging them state income tax, but they really made a terrific effort here, and I congratulate them for trying to convert retail campaigning into a victory. They did a good job, and I think they energized their base, but I think we're going to win. The turnouts are exceptional statewide. I think we're going to break the record that for modern-day voting that we had in the Kennedy-Nixon election. We're doing especially well in the Philadelphia suburbs, which you know have always been a swing area. I think Barack Obama may come out of the Philadelphia suburbs 200,000 votes up, out of the city at least 400,000 votes up, out of the Lehigh Valley 25,000 votes up, and if he puts together that string and he's 625 to 650 up, he can't be caught in any other part of the state, regardless of what happens.
Well, that's the Rendell strength you've just described. That's where you've always done incredibly well, the suburbs of Philly, the city itself, of course, where you were mayor. How's it look out west? I know that's been a troubling area, Westmoreland County. It's culturally conservative, Jack Murtha's area. What's it look like out there?
Well, my guess is it's going to be a lot closer out there, and we'll know pretty fast. I'm going to try to get some divisions reported to me in the first 10 or 15 minutes. Take Beaver County. 51-49 for Kerry. That's right north of Pittsburgh. It's white working class predominantly. If Barack Obama can stay close to the Kerry total, 50, 51, 49%, he's going to win the state and win it handily. If he gets down into the 40s, 43, 44, 42, then it could be a long night here in Pennsylvania. That's Beaver and Washington.
Westmoreland, as you said, those counties. It's going to be interesting to watch. I think Barack's going to do better in central Pennsylvania than a lot of people give him credit for. The Northeast, he's helped mightily by Joe Biden. So it's a tough road to hoe for the McCain forces, but again, give them credit. The retail campaigning, they did it well. They fired up the base. There was so much red meat going around. It was unbelievable.
How was Hillary? Senator Clinton was up there a lot with you. You're very close to her, and of course the former President Bill Clinton. He's been campaigning, I saw just the other day, for Murtha and for Kanjorski. How powerful were they in delivering their vote today?
I think you'll get, of the women supporters of Hillary Clinton, I think close to 95% will vote for Barack Obama. Hillary did an extraordinary job with her presence throughout the state. She was in Pittsburgh yesterday. Bill Clinton was in Wilkes-Barre, Johnstown, and Erie yesterday. So I think the Clinton feminist voters are all for Barack. The working class, blue-collar white voters who Hillary did so well with and really became the champion of, they're going to split. I think Barack's going to maintain a significant hunk of them, a good enough hunk to win. Obviously not going to do as well as Hillary did among that group, but I think he's going to surprise some people.
Well, you're the best political analyst in Pennsylvania, Governor. Thank you. You really split it there. I think that was very interesting what he just said, the fact that the women who care about women's issues, a choice, minimum wage, the concerns women want for equal employment, equal pay, Hillary delivered the vote. It's very hard to deliver some of the vote, however, that's very culturally conservative, that liked Hillary because she was a traditional Democrat, and to bring them all over was a hard job for her.
If, though, as we contemplate the prospect of a 625,000 plurality in greater Philadelphia for Obama and what that means for the rest of the state and those voters that did not join from the Clinton end of it to the Obama end of it, there's something else going on in Pennsylvania that is perhaps our first jaw-dropper of the night. Howard Fineman of Newsweek at our campaign listening post about the impact of these ads from Reverend Wright, or about Reverend Wright, that may not have had the impact that the McCain people or the Republicans or the 527 groups that were behind them anticipated. Correct, Howard?
Yes, Keith, that's what I'm hearing from my friends and sources in Pennsylvania. They're describing to me huge turnout, not just in the city of Philadelphia, but in other areas where there are African Americans. For example, in the Scranton-Wilkes-Barre area, huge long lines in black precincts. I was just talking to somebody out in the Pittsburgh area. Same thing in places like Wilkinsburg, which is a sort of close-in suburb to Pittsburgh with a lot of African Americans. Huge turnout. Now, Obama was hoping for this. It's materializing in Pennsylvania big time, and one reason may be the fact that Pennsylvania is the only place where the state party put on an ad about Jeremiah Wright, the controversial Reverend Jeremiah Wright. John McCain issue, and Barack Obama even praised him for doing so. But in Pennsylvania, the state party went ahead and did it, and I think if there was any doubt about black turnout in Pennsylvania, based on what I'm hearing right now about the turnout in these precincts, that ad, if it was seen by those people, and it was, surely backfired, surely motivated them even further to help Barack Obama in Pennsylvania. Really extraordinary.
Yeah, that would be a rather large oops. But give me your perspective on this. You heard what Governor Rendell just said. 625,000 plurality in Pennsylvania. When I was there a week and a half ago, unconnected to this, somebody said he might get 1 million plurality out of the greater Philadelphia area. Everybody poo-pooed that and said the best he could hope for was 500,000. Apparently that was not the best he could hope for if Governor Rendell is to be believed.
Well, Governor Rendell is to be believed. The guy, as Chris was saying, is flawless on Pennsylvania politics. That 650 number would be colossal and would be the first sign of what would be a big Obama night in a state that John McCain focused on intently, and if he gets that kind of number, if Obama gets that number out of Philly, McCain can forget it.
Well, what does it do to the rest of the state? What does it mean? What does it turn the rest of that state into?
Well, it turns the rest of the state into an exclamation point, but Western Pennsylvania matters a lot, and what I'm hearing from my people out there is that the turnout is big, and it's likely to, and that powered by the African-American vote, is going to be just as significant in the West as in the East, which would be a very, very big thing for Obama, in a state that McCain, time and time again, hoped to win, and indeed Republicans have been hoping to win for decades, you know, ever since Karl Rove first ran strong there with George Bush in 2000.
Newsweek's Howard Fineman at our campaign listening post. We'll be back to you later on. Howard, thank you, David.
Keith, I want to get to Nora in just a minute, but of course I just want to come back to you because this number is so important. If he's right out of Philadelphia, out of the greater Philadelphia area, but expand on that. If Barack Obama is able to capture, it's not just the African-American vote in Philly, it's white upscale voters in the suburbs. Can he take that show show on the road to Nevada, to the mountain states. That's going to be a big story for tonight.
It's the story we're seeing across the country. Education levels, not just generation. Younger people, perhaps more for Obama, more open to an African-American candidate for president, four-year college people. But see, the thing here that's interesting about Pennsylvania, Steve Schmidt called me months ago, the campaign manager for John McCain. And although it was an off-the-record conversation, since I've read it everywhere else, I can repeat it. He obviously talked to other people. They had a strategy. They knew early on when Steve took over the campaign, when it was in trouble, he knew that he had to make up for losses elsewhere. Barack Obama was going to get some Republican states out west. He was going to get certainly New Mexico and Iowa back and a few others back for sure. So they had to go in the back door. So the plan was, according to Steve, take New Hampshire back, where he'd always done well in the primaries, pick up Michigan, which was troubled economically, and then go on to Pennsylvania and win there if you could get the waterline even enough nationally. Well, it never got even enough nationally. It isn't. The reason they lost Pennsylvania is the reason they, perhaps if they lose Pennsylvania, well, we're basing this on the governor's remarks now, if they lose in Pennsylvania, it will be because they lost nationally. Pennsylvania is a representative of the country in many ways. So you can't run as the governor said rather well, you can't retail this business. You can't go into one area and shake a lot of hands and act like you're not part of the United States. You're part of that same pool of Americans. It's one big basin of water. And you can't say, I'm going to win a state by shaking a lot of hands. I thought it was well said.
After Pennsylvania, though, goes twice for Clinton and then goes for Gore and then goes for Kerry, what gives a Republican like John McCain or like any Republican that could have been running this year a chance at it? What about the country could be Pennsylvania?
A black candidate and a 2-point victory. Sarah was very close last time.
2 points, but it's been since 1988.
No, I think race is the only factor that you could possibly count on if you were a Republican candidate, just frankly. I mean, you don't make it explicit, but it's there in Pennsylvania.
It's known as the reddest of the blue states. Like Ohio is the bluest of the red states. Pennsylvania is a John Wayne state, not a Jane Fonda state, as the former Democratic governor Bob Casey said. It's very culturally conservative. Westmoreland County is Democrat only on economic issues, not on cultural issues. Very pro-choice, very pro-gun. It is very
So if Clinton had been the nominee, it would have been a Jane Wayne state. But if with Obama as the nominee, it's back to...
Bill Clinton was a great politician.
Or Jane Wyman state. Now that's another category.
Annie Oakley state, that would be
As we
Sarah
move
Palin.
from Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock, before Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock, Indiana closes at 7. One of the great television journalists of the Midwest, Carol Marine of our NBC station WMAQ, is with us now with an update on voting in the neighbor state of Indiana. Carol, good evening.
Good evening, Keith. Indiana is electrically charged tonight. Barack Obama was in Indianapolis again today, and I just talked to a candidate for judge in Michigan City, which is in LaPorte County. It's kind of a jump ball county between the Republicans and the Democrats. He said there are so many Obama precinct workers checking off who's coming in, who's coming out, who hasn't voted. It's like playing 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Take one down and pass it around, and you figure out you're now down to 98.
So when we look at the impact of that on that state, what does that kind of ground game portend without trying to anticipate that vote, even though so much of the voting is done in the state? Let's give it the other 14 minutes to see where we are at the top of the hour. But how does it impact it? How does it change the landscape?
It changes it radically. Indiana hasn't voted for a Democrat since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So would it be a big deal? It would be a huge deal. And Obama's got a number of things going for him. He's Chicago's neighbor. Indiana's kind of got a love-hate relationship with those of us in Chicago. But right now there seems to be a lot more love. On top of that, Obama's been there so much more than John McCain that he may have turned that around. And Indianapolis was on fire today. So we'll see. I guess he could still lose it, but he could possibly win it.
Carol Marine from Chicago and our station there. Great, thanks, pleasure to talk with you, Carol.
Now, Keith, we're going to turn back to Ann Curry. She has another look at our exit polling tonight. Ann.
We've got some telling numbers to tell you about tonight. We asked Americans who went to the polls today what quality was the most important in a presidential candidate. And here's what they said. 37% said the ability to bring change is the most important quality. 31% said value said experience, and 12% said a sense that the candidate cares about people like them was the most important quality. Also, voters also told us just how unhappy they are with the way this country has been going. And take a look at this. While in 2000, 31% thought that America was on the wrong track, in 2004, that number jumped to 48%. This year, a stunning 79% of voters said America is heading in the wrong direction, David. And also, this is an historic number for a presidential election. We also asked about the negative feelings, and they extend to President George W. Bush. His approval rating in 2004 was 54%, and as of today, that has dropped to 28% in our NBC News exit poll. That is down 26 points. So the question now, David, is how this discontent Americans express today will play out in who they choose to be the nation's next president. Now back to you.
Ann, thanks very much. I mean, those are just two compelling numbers. The president's job approval, which has dropped precipitously, and that feeling among Americans that we're just headed on the wrong track.
We talked about historical import and what would be driving people to the polls. The idea, the sense of knowing you can change the world in one day in some sort of positive way, whichever direction you think that does, is a rare event in life, let alone in presidential elections, and I think that's what we're seeing in play.
Indeed. Okay, going to take another break here. Polls in the first states closing in under 15 minutes now, including two big battlegrounds that we'll be following tonight, Virginia and Indiana. What to watch for when our political director, Chuck Todd, joins us. Coming up next on our election coverage. Some voting to tell you about in Indiana. It is Obama at 51% to 48% for John McCain. Just 3 precincts in now. Obama with 41,000 votes plus. And in Kentucky, it is McCain with an edge, 51-48%, just 9% reporting at this point. We want to check back with our political director, Chuck Todd.
Hey there, David. I want to go to actually Kentucky first because I want to quickly talk about the Kentucky Senate race here, and we'll pop it up. 3 things to think about in Kentucky Senate when these polls officially close at 7 o'clock is that don't be surprised if the Democrat takes a big lead early. Jefferson County counts very quickly. Look, here in the presidential, 42% is already in. That'll be something that happens. Fayette County, Jefferson County, by the way, is Louisville. Fayette County here, which is Lexington, another Democratic county, a stronghold there. That's another one that'll come in early. So something to keep in mind, but this race, if the Democrats are able to take it, it's because they get a big number out of Louisville, because actually Mitch McConnell from Louisville. Now I want to go to Indiana and the presidential. You were showing very little bit in three precincts in, and most importantly, if you look here, my watch counties of Lake, nothing in yet. And this is what I want to let folks know as you're watching tonight. You're going to see me pull up a lot of maps. Well, these counties, when they're red and blue, that doesn't mean that they're won yet by McCain in red or by Obama in blue. It just means right now they lead in those counties. And if you see gray, it means we have nothing in. Lake County, nothing in. Marion County, nothing in. And then South Bend, St. Joseph, nothing in. And really, I'm not going to be comfortable seeing what's going on in Indiana until we start seeing some data there, David.
All right, Chuck Todd keeping an eye on Kentucky and Indiana for us. Norah O'Donnell has some news out of North Carolina, where there's a very hotly contested race for the Senate between Elizabeth Dole and Kay Hagan. Norah, what do you have?
Hey there, David. We're out here on Election Plaza where thousands of people have sort of gathered. I just got some information about that North Carolina Senate race involving Elizabeth Dole. The senior Republican strategist already emailing me that in a state that Bush won by 13 points in his last election, North Carolina, the Democrats are using Bush as an albatross around Dole's neck that will likely sweep her out of office. A stunning admission already from a Republican at this hour about Elizabeth Dole, who, of course, if she loses, that is going to be the first time since 1952 that there isn't a Dole or a Bush holding elective office. So we are talking about a sea change in terms of what the Senate may look like, in terms of some different faces at the United States Capitol. Very, very interesting. One other thing, we've been hearing from McCain strategists that the composite of the electorate would look the same like 2004. That's why they were telling us that McCain would be able to win tonight. This senior Republican strategist telling me that is not the case in North Carolina. The composite of that electorate is very different. Why? Because the African-American turnout is huge in that state of North Carolina. This Republican strategist describing it to me as an Obama tsunami. David?
All right, Nora O'Donnell on Election Plaza for us tonight. Chris?
It's interesting because we heard from the senator from North Carolina who
Mr. Burr,
who basically gave us, as I try to remind us all, we all have different roles. And if you're a Republican politician early tonight, your job is to keep the morale up, because we've got congressional races all across the country tonight. Hours from now, people will be voting in California, and if you're running for re-election as a U.S. congressperson, you need those votes.
Right.
And if the word gets out from people like well, Nora got the news out, and that's our job. But the news isn't beneficial to those trying to pump up the vote across the country.
And we're going to be talking about throughout the night that we're going to take a position here also as an organization that we want people to get out and vote.
Right, even if you hear something that disturbs you.
Right. Well, even if they're bad news, but we're not going to be projecting races before it's time.
Right, you can take this the other way. You've got 4 minutes to do something about it in North Carolina if that did not sit well with you, so go and use that.
All right, coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to have the first polls close in 6 states representing 58 electoral votes. Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and the big one of the biggest stories for tonight, Virginia. We're going to have the first results and characterizations, but a lot of us have been waiting for here on election night, right after this. Eastern time, and we have the first important news of the night. Some poll closings around the country, and we can project now that Kentucky is going to be won by John McCain. 10% in, but the NBC News projected winner is Senator John McCain out of Kentucky, Republican stronghold.
No surprise on those 8 electoral votes. No on these 3 from Vermont. NBC News projecting at this hour that Senator Barack Obama will win in Vermont. The polls suggested all that all the way along there.
And we looked at the electoral map here. 270 needed to win. It is McCain with an early lead of 8 electoral votes to Obama's 3 keep.
Now, of those we cannot call at this hour, the big hitter of 7 o'clock Eastern time, Indiana, is too close to call. Remember our various categorizations. The other one is too early. That one is too close, vitally important. The first toss-up, the first real step in the Republican dream of threading the needle here, and it is too close to call in Indiana.
The big story we'll continue to talk about in Georgia. It is too early to call. 0% in on the precincts. Too early to call in Georgia, also a state where Obama would like to make some gains.
Too early to call in Virginia, which is an Obama lead. It went to Bush, of course, by 9% in 2004. The polls have been recently stretching out for Mr. Obama. It is still a lean, and it is too early to call based on the polls closing moments ago.
In South Carolina, same condition, too early to call. In the race in South Carolina, also a Republican stronghold. We will still watch the African-American turnout there, however, throughout the night. Chris, the big headline out of that initial bit of news.
Well, I've been telling people for days, so I'll be consistent tonight, that you look at Indiana, a state that was born Republican. It's a Republican state, as Republican is, say, Vermont. It's Ben and Jerry's country. I mean, that's a liberal state, even a very liberal state. Hoosier country, the fact that it's too close to call, and I think we have to distinguish here in our calls. Too early to call, that's one thing. But when you say too close to call, that means we've got a lot of information, and it's going to end up close. And that means tonight, as we leave here at 3 in the morning, Indiana will be a close call. And if that's a close call, that's very telling and very helpful if you're rooting for Barack Obama tonight. Because if the Republicans have to fight to hold Hoosier country, that means they're probably going to lose Ohio, probably going to lose Pennsylvania, and you can sort of figure it out from there if you've been observing this all along.
We have a map
to look at. It's very helpful information if you're trying to read tonight.
We're going to look at a projected map for the House of Representatives now. And as we show you that map for the Democrats, the projected new House at 261 to 174. And for more on what the Senate is projected to look like, we turn to NBC's Lester Holt.
Well, we don't know what it'll entirely look like, David, but we have 2 calls we are prepared to make right now. The first is a Democratic pickup. It has taken place in the state of Virginia. NBC News projects, when all the votes are counted, that Mark Warner, the former governor, will have defeated Jim Gilmore, another former governor, for that open seat vacated by Jim Gilmore. Mark Warner wins in Virginia. South Carolina, Lindsey Graham will hold on to his seat as expected. And again, Mark Warner in Virginia. Let's look at where that leaves us right now as we look at our total, and there were 35, we should note 35 Senate seats up for grabs tonight. So the Democrats pick up one. The Republicans, of course, will hold on to that seat in South Carolina. We'll continue to watch. We can tell you right now, too close to call in Kentucky, too close to call in Georgia. Back to you.
All right, Lester, thank you very much.
You know, I have to tell you, I'd love to pick these things. I do it as a hobby as well as a profession. It's picking these House races. I do it for the Washington Post, and the best guy to go to if you want to check out who's going to win the House seats is a guy named Mark Gersh, a quiet fella who spends all year figuring out who's going to win House seats. He gets it on the nail. He's the guy that sits with Rahm Emanuel, really the smartest guy in the House in many ways, going over the numbers at midnight and figuring out who needs money. He told me the other day that it was probably going to be, not as if he says probably, somewhere between 258 and 264.
That would be the
It
best
is now,
number.
according to NBC's finest effort tonight, 261, which is right in the middle. He has absolutely nailed it again, this guy. Congratulations, Mark Gersh. It's what you do. It's a very, what's it say? We have a great division of labor in this country. We have one guy that does one thing,
So
which is predict these seats.
261 plus or minus 12.
Well, that's
so
right. There's a little gift there. There's a little gift.
What-
He is really good.
What does he have, Kanjorski? Talking about your
Well,
key, your bellwether
I would expect
congressman.
Kanjorski is out there with Nick Lampson and with Mahoney, the guy who's got a problem down in Florida. They're going to be a big challenge tonight. I don't think we have the finals on those yet.
Let's talk about the South. We've got Virginia, which is too early to call. You've got Kentucky. We don't have enough. We called that, in fact, for Senator McCain, but Mitch McConnell's in a tough fight down there for the Senate.
Right. Mitch McConnell's race apparently is too close to call, which is, you know,
he's the leader.
As the minority leader in the Senate. That is huge. He looked vulnerable. The Democrats really went after him, and it sounds a little dicey. The other thing that was kind of interesting, since when has South Carolina ever been too early to call? That usually you could call that the day before the general election. So I mean, I do think it'll go to
from South Carolina.
I am from South Carolina.
And
yes,
we watched the first debate down there, which we hosted. Remember?
In my hometown,
2 years ago.
Orangeburg.
This whole thing started with you hosting us down there, South Carolina State. It's been a long road, and I think it's fair to say that the African American vote down there, and like a lot of the South, the Deep South is heavily African American. The percentages are very close between white and black, and always have been. In fact, during the Civil War, there were more blacks than whites down there. They had more slaves than they had owners.
Can I just interject? I just want to interject. What we're watching on our screens right now is Grant Park in Chicago, and people hurrying up to get their spot, and what is going to be a big turnout. This is going to be a big event, win or lose, for Senator Obama, and we're seeing people starting to file into Grant Park. We saw the pictures earlier. It was rather sparse out there.
It looks like the end of the New York Marathon on Sunday.
Keith, weren't you there in 1968?
No, I was not there in 1960. I was watching on TV.
Joe Scarborough, anything stand out to you from what you've heard so far?
I wasn't there in '68 either. I was playing T-ball. I will say this, though. Looking at the numbers, 261 seats. If the Democrats pick that up, think about this. You usually have a political earthquake. 1964, Democrats pick up a great number of seats. It's a landslide. 2 years later, a Republican correction. 1994, Republicans are swept in on a huge landslide. 2 years later, a correction. This year, what we're going to see for the first time since the 1930s, since FDR was president of the United States, a huge landslide congressionally in 2006, followed by yet another landslide 2 years later. Again, we don't want to kill Hamlet in the first act, but it looks like Democrats are going to make big gains again in the House, big gains in the Senate. You just don't have two corrections. When you look at these numbers, 261 Democrats in the House. There was a time not so long ago when Republicans thought they would be holding the House of Representatives for the next 20 or 30 years. The numbers are on our side. Redistricting's on our side. This is, after all, a center-right nation. Wrong. Not only wrong in 2006, wrong in 2008. This is a total repudiation of the Republican brand tonight that we're seeing. This is not about John McCain. It's not even about George W. Bush. It is about a Republican Party that is horribly out of touch, not only with the American electorate, but with its own base, and it is being punished in the most brutal manner.
It's 10 after 7, Joe. It's 10 after 7, and you're doing this.
You're not, hold on a second. second, Chris. You're the guy that hangs out with the whiz kids that knows how this is going to end up 3 weeks ahead of time. Listen, we don't know how the presidential race will end. I will tell you, though, if I'm a Republican and I don't have Indiana by 7:05, I'm starting to sweat. But we do know in the House and in the Senate, this is going to be a very long night for Republicans. I want to pick up on that point. Rachel Maddow,
one of the things that we've talked a lot about is the mood in 2006. The job that was started in 2006 may very well be continuing tonight. And we may see it with the presidential race. As Joe talked about, we're already seeing it in Congress.
Sure. What we saw in 2006 was not quite as big as what the Republicans did in 1994, but it sure was marching in that direction. And as much as people like to make a big deal out of the low approval numbers for Congress, Congress kind of always has low approval numbers. Congress never has positive approval numbers. And people are not mad at the Democrats in the way they are mad at the Republicans. Whether they've earned it or not, there's not a sense of ownership of the country's problems that has been assigned to the post-2006 congressional elections that would cause any problems for the Democratic brand right now. And Republicans, I agree with Joe, this is a wholesale Republican problem right now. That's why the problems cascade down the ticket and they don't stop at John McCain.
It's on the level of 32, 36, 40, 44 even. There's no reason to assume you can't have two in a row. Our recent historical perspective would suggest that the surprise is understandable. But as you say, repudiation, as he said, repudiation, as in, we took the first measure of this. Here's 2008 taking the second measure of this.
Pat Buchanan over there in downtown. Well, this is the question then. Is this repudiation or is this enthusiasm for the Democratic Party?
I think what happened was, first, Barack Obama does have the enthusiasm of the hope, the joy, the expectation of millions of African Americans. But at the same time, I think the answer to this election is in Ann Curry's number, where she said 62% of the voters are concerned first about the economy. I think Iraq's 10%, and 93% are saying the economy is bad or terrible. This could be a 1930 for 2006 and 32 today, and you know FDR picked up seats in 34 and 36, and what you had there, of course, was Hoover and the Depression, and that is what killed that Republican Party that had ruled for most of the 72 years since the Civil War began. Now, the problem Obama has is this. The market, I think, is probably pretty close to bottom now. And FDR, of course, came in after 4 years, but he's going to be coming in after when the economy is moving down. And, you know, an economy's gone bad in the real economy, and so that could be a real problem for him. But I would look at the numbers and the way the map, he's moving deeper out of the Northeast into the South. I think we could see a transformational election like Reagan 1980, like Roosevelt 1932. I'm not sure, but you could be.
Pat, why did the market pop today with the news? It must have circulated. Did it look good for Barack?
I think the Japanese market popped earlier, Chris, and I watched that and was mildly surprised. And my guess is the market may have, I mean, I'm not an expert, it may have bottomed. That would be the best news possible for Barack Obama, just as FDR came in, as you know, right at the pit of the Depression, and he started it back up, at least for a number of years. So I do believe this. I do believe the conservative era, I think, began with Nixon in 1972 or Reagan 80. I think that is past. You saw Nixon get 49 states in his re-election, Reagan 49 states, Bush 31 states. It was an even nation in 2004. I think we could be at the cusp of a new, frankly, liberal era. It depends on whether the policy Barack Obama adopts, whether they work. Chris, you remember that line that the fellow used when FDR won the election? He said, "The American people have spoken," and in his own good time, Franklin will tell us what they have said. Right. Barack Obama, if he wins tonight, will have that kind of franchise.
Pat Buchanan, thank you. Just 12 past 7 here on the East Coast. We don't want to get too far ahead of where we are. Let's remind you of where we are. Something we're going to do a lot tonight. In Virginia, it is too early to call. You see 55 to 44 for McCain at this point, but you've just got 1% in, so we're a long ways from knowing. Let's look at the electoral map. We have a couple of predictions that we're telling you about at this hour. One is Kentucky being projected for Senator McCain, and Vermont for Senator Obama. We've got a long way to go on this electoral map, but we have some projections. Joining me now, former Virginia Governor Douglas Wilder. He is now the mayor of Richmond. Mayor, welcome.
Good to be with you, Dave, as always.
What are you feeling tonight?
I tell you, it's indescribable. Just behind me, some 20 years ago almost, I was sworn in as governor of this great Commonwealth. The fact that we might, in Virginia, carry this state for Barack Obama, and the message that it sends to the rest of the world, and the opportunity that it extends to all Americans, is almost indescribable. I just can't tell you how pleased I am and how opportunistic it could be for many people to take advantage of this great step.
All right, so Mayor Wilder, Governor Wilder, we had Governor Rendell from Pennsylvania on a while back, and he was a terrific political analyst about his state. I want you to play the same role in Virginia. We're still too early to call in Virginia. What are you watching for in the state to see how this goes tonight?
Well, I'm watching to see, first of all, obviously, how the Northern Virginia vote and the vote in the Hampton Roads and the Richmond area turn out. But Barack has spent considerable time in our rural areas. I think it's going to bear fruit. He's going to, I think, cause John McCain to have a larger margin in some areas that ordinarily he might not have had in the Southwest and some portions of the northern neck of Virginia. But the vote in Northern Virginia, if it's as heavy as I think it is, and it's been extremely heavy in the Hampton Roads area and the Richmond area, it's almost inconceivable for me to see that going any other way than for Barack Obama. And if that happens in Virginia, it's almost a projection, in my judgment, for the rest of the nation.
Mr. Mayor, having been so experienced in that city, in that state, in your time as governor, in your experience in the elections there, did it surprise you that Senator McCain, having spent much of his early life in the area, having been campaigning there as late as the late winter and early spring, fairly heavily in Virginia, basically left your state alone until the last couple of weeks? Was that a tactical error? Are we already seeing results like that?
I think it was a tactical error, and I spoke to Barack Obama early on and told him, don't let anyone tell you to write Virginia off. How can you call Virginia a red state? I had 2 statewide elections here as lieutenant governor, as governor. The people of Virginia are microcosmic of the rest of this nation. They have the same sense of values, and they have the same attitude toward people campaigning and exposing themselves to them. They don't want to be taken for granted by anybody. He has come here, he's campaigned here, and I think we're going to see the results as a result of him coming as often as he has. People know who the real Barack Obama is, and I think it's going to pay off nationally.
Okay, Mayor Wilder, thank you very much for joining us tonight from Virginia. Appreciate it. Want to show you some quick pictures from Boston City Plaza there. Long line still for people to vote at this hour. It's after 7 o'clock p.m. on the East Coast, and people voting all day, people coming home from work, getting in these lines and waiting in Massachusetts, in a state where I think it's fair to say the result is not really in doubt. And yet we see across this country huge lines of voters waiting. Let's turn now to Ann Curry. She's got more of our exit polling, specifically out of Virginia, Ann.
David, you were just talking about Virginia, and at this hour, NBC News exit poll gives us a window into the key state of Virginia, though it is still too early to call. Remember that this state has voted Republican in every presidential election since 1964. John McCain has the advantage among white voters in Virginia, according to our exit poll, getting 58%, with Barack Obama getting 41%. But Obama is doing very well among black voters in Virginia, winning 91% of their vote compared to McCain's 9%. Barack Obama's big advantage in money and organization has clearly helped him in Virginia. 51% of Virginia voters were contacted by the Obama campaign versus 37% who said they heard from the McCain campaign. We also asked voters about the tone of the campaign and whether it was too negative. And 69% said that John McCain attacked Barack Obama unfairly, while 46% said that Obama attacked McCain unfairly. So Obama's ground game and a sense that McCain may have attacked too harshly are helping Barack Obama tonight. But John McCain's big advantage among white voters in Virginia is keeping the traditionally red state of Virginia competitive at this hour. Now back to you, David.
And thanks very much. Gene Robinson, one bit of context tonight. In 2004, 88%, Kerry got 88% of the African-American vote, and we're seeing obviously outperformance there in Virginia so far for Obama.
Right. It's the percentage of the vote and also the turnout.
Right.
And if the turnout is as we suspect, that could substantially add to the Democratic total.
Okay. Something to tell you about coming up here at the bottom of the hour. We're going to have information about North Carolina and Ohio, two states that are on the battleground map for us that we're following very closely. When we come back here, our insiders, Mike Murphy and Harold Fuller. A reminder then, the bottom of the hour polls will be closed in those key battlegrounds of Ohio and North Carolina, also in the western part of Virginia. I'm sorry, excuse me, in West Virginia, the polls closed. We're back with our election coverage right after this. These are live pictures from Grant Park in Chicago, where folks have been streaming in to get their place to see Senator Barack Obama later. This is a high-budget affair, and they expect it to be a very big crowd as the crowd continues to build, waiting for the results as we are here at our election headquarters at MSNBC. Let's bring in our insiders again, longtime Republican strategist Mike Murphy and former Democratic Congressman Harold Ford of Tennessee. Mike, I want to start with you because as we look at states that we can't call yet, we can at least look at the county returns to give us a sense, county to county, on what we're looking for out of those states. You flagged Indiana.
Yeah, Indiana's an interesting state. It's a Republican state, but earlier in my career, I spent a lot of time doing congressional races in northern Indiana, so I kind of gravitated there. And in the 3rd district, which is up on the Michigan border on the east side, kind of north of Fort Wayne, it's a Republican district. Mark Souter's a congressman. There are a couple of those rural or semi-rural counties that are coming in with more than half, in some cases over 90% of the vote. Both cases, Obama's running well ahead of where John Kerry was last time, and McCain, unfortunately, from my point of view, well behind, as much as 20 points behind in Steuben County there. So way too early to call anything, but they've got to be feeling very good at Obama headquarters demographically about seeing a county like that is the kind of place where you'd be worried about a Bradley effect or something in the polling, actually doing really well for Obama. I don't think he'll carry either county, but his margin is much stronger than John Kerry's was, and it shows that demographically, those are the kind of voters that he's going to need to win in Ohio or Pennsylvania and the stuff he needs to win the Electoral College. And this Indiana thing could be quite a fight.
And Harold, we noticed that in the final week of this campaign, Obama was in a position to play offense almost every day, to go into traditionally Republican areas. I recall the Saturday before Election Day, just last Saturday, he was in Republican parts of Colorado and Nevada. So driving down those margins in Republican areas is a big part of the strategy.
The economy, the economy, the economy. It has trumped all of these issues in key areas where, as Mike said so well, President Bush performed overwhelmingly well in many of these counties, not only in these states, but others. I think another important point is to look at some of these Senate races. Some of the early data, some of the early numbers suggest good things for Democrats here. I know we put up the number for what is projected in the House, but the projections in the Senate, if some of these numbers, and we certainly don't want to get ahead of ourselves here at all, but it is encouraging across the country. Numbers early in Alaska show good things for the Democrats in about 6 or 7 other states. If the numbers are right, they're already projecting about 57, 58 this early in the evening. You got to think the economy, Barack's organization, and frankly, just the right track, wrong track has been a great advantage for Democrats this evening. Okay, back to you guys as the night wears on. Thanks very much, Keith.
Mike Murphy's right on the point. Other results coming in from the counties of Indiana. It's Steuben, where it was Kerry by 34% or had 34%. It's 42% Obama. Kerry was 36 in Knox County, Indiana. He's at 54%. Marshall, Kerry at 31% 4 years ago. Obama at 50%. The point is well taken.
We're waiting to hear from Lake.
Yeah, that's where we're waiting. And Vigo.
Lake will be something else. Gary's going to come in strong. I'm hearing from the people out there that they get an 80,000 vote plurality, they're going to swamp that state. So that state could still be in contention, as we reported it.
And you know, we talk about Indiana, Rachel and Jean, the fact that Barack Obama, who came very close to beating Hillary Clinton there in the primary, really set himself up organizationally for a strong showing in the general election.
Yeah, I think that Obama is, what we're going to learn is whether or not he's going to have spent a lot of resources to lose by a smaller margin in these states that Republicans have always carried by 20 points. The fact that he's not, you know, it's too close to call in Indiana, the fact that it's too early to call in Georgia, all of these things, it's not in the bag for Barack Obama at this point. We have very little information thus far, and the indications that we've got are very early indications for the night.
Got to get to a break. Coming up at 7:30 Eastern, the polls close in Ohio, North Carolina, and West West Virginia. It's a total of 40 electoral votes. We'll have results and characterizations in those states. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
My mother was diagnosed with brain cancer.
I guess I fell about 14, 16 feet. Okay, we got insurance, so why don't they just pay for it?
The bills came in, they were astounding.
They just kept coming and coming.
Those are the bills that piled up in excess of $50,000.
I just didn't have the money.
Bankruptcy was my last resort.
It was the worst feeling I've ever had.
We lost our house. We lost everything.
It can happen to anybody. I guess that's a story that everybody should know, and I think something needs to be done about it.
2 losers.
You have to log 150 hours of community service.
2 loners.
Good to meet you.
I don't want to take my pants off.
What? And 150 hours to figure it out.
Damn it, Ronnie!
I'm black, you think I did it?
No, because you did it is why I think you did it.
Role model. Rated R.
Make any day a little better with Campbell's soup. We get together, good, wholesome too. Quick and easy, me and you. Cooking with Campbell's possibilities.
Susan first came to us with a problem booking vacations. She'd be 1 click away when her fear that the price would drop left her paralyzed. So we started her treatment with Orbit's price assurance to create a safe booking environment. Ah, the joy on Susan's face when she booked that trip. This is important stuff we're doing.
Orbit's price assurance. If another customer books the same flight for less, we'll automatically send you the difference in cash.
Now you can do the dishes and still have lovely nails. The Scotch-Brite Ultra Nail Saver Clean Rinse Scrub Sponge. Specially designed grooves keep your nails out of the mess. The scrubbing side removes messy foods like eggs and cheese, and then magically rinses clean. The wiping side is absorbent cellulose. Ultra Nail Saver Clean Rinse. Get it done right. Scotch-Brite.
BBC World News America, LA's BBC newscast at 7 p.m. A global perspective on the news that matters to Americans, and revealing stories from every corner of the earth you'll only see here.
We are taking cover because there's been a good deal of shooting here in the last few moments.
More than 2,000 reporters in the heart of the action. More bureaus around the globe. BBC World News America, LA's BBC newscast at 7 p.m. On BBC America, the home of BBC News in the U.S.
Just in time for Thanksgiving, Living Spaces and Paul's TV have created the hottest living room package we've ever offered. While supplies last, you can get the Reed sofa and love seat, a cocktail table, 2 end tables, 2 lamps, a TV console, and a 42-inch Panasonic 1080p HD TV for just $19.90. Plus, you'll also get a Panasonic Blu-ray player absolutely free. This super hot deal won't last, so hurry into Living Spaces and Paul's TV, where you can buy it today and enjoy it tonight.
We are back with poll closings now at 7:30 in the East. We are going to begin with North Carolina. It is too close to call. No, nothing in percentage-wise. Barack Obama at 50%, McCain at 49%. Too close to North Carolina.
The largest of the toss-up states for tonight, Ohio, is too early to call it and its 20 electoral votes. It's not surprising that it's too early to call. One poll a couple of days ago, Obama by 2. Another the day before had McCain by 2. Too early to call in Ohio.
In the decider in 2004, West Virginia is too early to call at this point. Just not enough information in the Republican state of West Virginia.
And to review the earlier closings at the top of the hour, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, Indiana remains too close to call. In an extraordinary series of developments, we've gotten some insight into individual counties, and clearly this is as close as that actual factual vote count would suggest. Indiana too close to call.
And Georgia is too early to call in Georgia there. McCain 72% there, but simply too early to call in Georgia.
We heard the former governor of Virginia, Douglas Wilder, now mayor of Richmond, be optimistic about Virginia, but that remains on our board as too early to call. Bush, of course, took that state by 9 percentage points in 2004. The polls were about +4 Obama in the last week. Too early to call in Virginia.
The same case in South Carolina, too early to call as well. Gene Robinson's home state. Don't have a lot to work on there.
So the national map to this point, we've already fulfilled expectations in that toss, lean, likely map that had going in here, according to NBC News projections, 286 Obama, 157 McCain, 95 up for grabs. So right now it's 8-3, with Kentucky for McCain and 3 for Obama in Vermont. So it's 8-3 as your
So we got
partial score.
Bluegrass beating Ben and Jerry's so far.
Well, you got a lot of gray on that map, which means the voters have got a lot of work to do yet.
We know it's not going to be unanimous.
So let's go to what little we have to work with, which is that discrepancy between, that dichotomy between too close and too early. I think one interesting thing about the race is something I was watching your program the other night. I was actually really taken with it, which was your discussion of perhaps the mistake made by Barack Obama, which may well turn out to be, or not turn out to be, that he stretched his forces too widely, even though he has an incredible amount of resources. And that he's reached for states where he may be successful in getting, say, 45% of the vote instead of 38%, but it will do him no good in the electoral fight. But I do think what we're seeing here is he's getting at least a flip of the coin in these early results in states like Indiana, North Carolina. If he only wins half of those, or even some of them, he wins the presidential election.
But if he just gets close
in all the cases,
if he just gets close, then he's got a risk. I mean, the reason that you would do something like that, and he knows the risk. Everybody knows the risk of a 50-state strategy. The reason you do it is because the benefit is to remake the party in your own image from having done that. To remake the party, to remake the Democratic Party in places where it's never had a strong presence and it's never had presidential level attention. And you take the chance that you're going to win, and you combine it with the benefit that you would have of essentially having created a new Barack Obama-style Democratic Party by owning places like Alaska, Montana, Indiana, and that gives you an incredible mandate for moving your own party in the center of American politics.
Can I just add a little bit more information to this discussion? We know that in Ohio, while it is too early to call, we can tell you that Obama leads in Ohio, though it is too early. In West Virginia, also too early to call, but we can also report to you at this hour that Senator McCain leads there. So a little information to throw into the mix.
You know, I think it's so interesting because if you put together that case you're making, which is he's trying to build a new political party, it's going to be called the Democratic Party, but it will be a presidentially led party, that it is really interesting because he does have the resources, almost $700 million to spread around the country. And also, he's not cutting deals from what we know about cabinet appointments. We haven't heard one word about a deal on that. Yeah. We haven't heard anything about street money. He's not playing any kind of even regular political work with local county chairs. He's building his entire 3,000 ground workers, all paid employees of his campaign, across the country, replicating the regular Democratic Party. He could be elected president without even owning a political party his election, which is extraordinary. Maybe not a good thing, but it'll be new.
I guess my question would be, why not do that if you have that much money? Yeah. In other words, if you can stretch yourself thin without actually being thin in the places that a Democrat has to win to become president.
There's a Machiavellian reason why. You want to have people feel that they invested in your victory. You want to have people who feel like they had a part in your victory. If the Democratic Party feels that he won despite them, if they feel that he went around them, what investment do they have in his victory? They can watch his success. They can perhaps root for him. But if they delivered victory to him, they will fight for him.
But that's not a reason not to go into additional states, into red states.
It doesn't
that's
also
a reason
not
to call the county bosses.
You know this best of all of us. Is there some suggestion that when you go and do that, you have a significant impact on the down ticket races, that your influence in that state, even if you lose at 55, 45%
let's take the states.
Right, your help. Okay. Give me an example of that.
Well, let's take the states where he did very well in the caucuses, where he won in these western states, these lily white states, if you will, Montana, North Dakota, across the west. In all those states now, if he's able to launch a general election campaign that yields 48% on average, for example, then a lot of those representatives can get elected. Look at the people we're looking at now in the numbers coming out of the House of Representatives fight. If a good portion of that 26 new member contingent owes their election to Barack Obama, they will vote for him in tough fights. That's right. Perhaps.
What you see in the Democratic Party and among liberals is that you see a delight with this. You don't see resistance to this. You're not seeing Barack Obama being pushed from the left. You're not seeing people demanding policy concessions from him because there's a sense of a desire for electability, a desire for a remaking of the party in victory, not in defeat.
Quick comment from Joe Scarborough here before we go to Lester Holt.
An analogy. I don't. I think Barack Obama goes to Washington, D.C., if he wins tonight, about as free of an agent as we've ever had, because he went to the internet. What he did on the internet was revolutionary, and it doesn't only allow him to win this election without cutting deals. It also allows him to demand loyalty from party members who are going to be helped by him tonight, but more importantly, 2 years from now, are going to want to tap into that extraordinary fundraising base that Barack Obama built on the internet. He is, again, a free agent. He doesn't owe Wall Street. He doesn't owe K Street. When he goes there his own man if he wins tonight. And you can't overstate the importance of that in building the party in your image, as Chris says.
All right, Joe, thanks very much. I want to check back in with Lester Holt. He's keeping tabs tonight on the Senate and the governor races around the country. Lester.
David, good evening again. The Democrats are starting off from a very strong position as they try to get that 60 filibuster-proof margin in the Senate. They have no seats that are considered in jeopardy right now. We have a call to make in West Virginia. That's a Democratic seat held by incumbent Senator Jay Rockefeller. NBC News projects that Jay Rockefeller will retain his seat in West Virginia. Now, some other interesting races we are watching right now that, again, could help the Democrats if they make it to 60. North Carolina, right now, it is too early to call. Too early to call. That's where Senator Elizabeth Dole is trying to hang on a surge from Senator Kay Hagan. It's been a very, very bitter race. We continue to watch that one tonight. In Kentucky, Senator Mitch McConnell. Actually, we're going to talk about Georgia first. That's too close to call. Saxe Chambliss against former state representative Jim Martin. A deep red state shows you how unusual the election cycle is, that this right now too close to call. And then we take a look at Kentucky right now. Senator Mitch McConnell, Senate Minority Leader. That one is too close to call in his race with a businessman, Bruce Lunsford. If the Democrats are going to reach 60, many people think they have got to knock off Mitch McConnell. This has been leaning in his direction, but it's close. The fact that it is close could make for a very interesting evening. You mentioned governor's races. We are watching a couple. We've got a couple calls to make right now. First, I think we're going to do the West Virginia governor's race. In that, the incumbent Democratic Governor Joe Manchin, we project, will win. Again, the West Virginia governor's race, Governor Manchin will retain his office. And then we move on to the Indiana governor race. Republican Governor Mitch Daniels, a Republican. We project he will win. He will keep his seat in the Indiana's governor's race. And I want to mention back to the Senate before we go back to you. Let's keep in mind that 60-seat majority. We talk about it being filibuster-proof. The fact is, it may not be all what it seems. On every side, there will be 1 or 2, 3 votes that may not go with the rest of the pack. So what it does ensure the Democrats, if they even pick up 3, 4, 5 seats tonight, is that they have greater clout on the committees, and that itself wields a lot of power in Washington. David.
Okay, let's go to Bishop T.D. Jakes down in Texas. I want to talk about the South, Bishop, and I want your views about that, because it seems to me we're seeing at least what looks to be a chipping away of the solid Republican South tonight.
You know, that's an interesting issue. Being from Texas, I realized after Katrina, there was an inordinate amount of Louisianians that began to move back through Texas. I think it is changing the demographics of the state of Texas and the surrounding southern areas. So it's really anybody's game at this point. Katrina blew people all across the South and all across the U.S., but particularly the South. And I think that it's going to affect this election in an unprecedented way.
The President of the United States, and he is still our president, George W. Bush, is extremely unpopular now. That's not a subjective opinion. That is reflected in every poll of national opinion right now. How do people in Texas feel about their favorite son right now?
Well, you know, I don't want to speak for people in Texas. They're not monolithic by any stretch of the imagination, but Texas is home for George Bush. He was the governor of the state and now the president. And I think that there's still a strong base and still a strong support there. There are many, many people who share his values, his issues, and his concerns. And in spite of the economy, in spite of the war, in spite of the fluctuating circumstances that we're in right now, I think by and large he would still find a welcome coalition of people there in Texas. Notwithstanding, I'm not sure that the demographics break down by region alone. There's an ethnicity factor that's involved there. There's certainly an age factor that's involved in it. And with the economic crunch that we have now, more and more people are starting to look more toward solutions than they are looking toward a political party or person.
Well, what about the question of the role of the federal government down there? It has been in disrepute now since Reagan. 30-some years almost of people saying the federal government itself can't perform, that our best bet is lower taxes, more deregulation, leave it to the private sector, just cut taxes and let the power of the private sector solve our problems. Is there still a faith in that unbridled capitalism down there?
I certainly don't think so. The private sector has proven that they're very, very unstable. The economy is in the most perilous time that I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I think people really are looking to the government to come in and provide answers. Whether it can or cannot is yet to be seen. But I think we're in a critical position right now where people are beginning to understand that it's not so much capitalism, though that is a problem. The reality is excessiveness that has really gotten out of control in this country, and big spending has gotten us into a real dire strait right now. And I really think we're looking to leadership right now in an unprecedented way. That's why this election is so passionate on both sides of the issue, because we have two strong leaders with two different ideologies before us, and we have a real choice for the first time in many, many years of really viable candidates.
You know, check me on this, Bishop Bob. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask Bishop Jakes. You've been very careful and I think very smart to run Potter's House, your ministry, in a nonpartisan way, not allied with the Democrats, not allied with the Republicans. But what replaces political parties then as a way of people to affiliate themselves with a philosophy or a way of going forward now, if not a specific personality, what replaces that party affiliation, do you think?
For me, my big message to our congregation and all those with whom I have influence is not necessarily to tell them who to vote for or how to vote, but to encourage them to vote, to become concerned with the voting process, empowering the people to understand that their voting makes a difference. And this election is certainly proving the unprecedented amount of people who are coming out, proves that these people do feel empowered, that their vote really does count and it's going to make a difference. Instead of just aligning with a particular party or person, we really need to examine issues one by one and piece by piece. And I really think that the message that's going to come after all of the smoke settles from this election, regardless of who ends up in the White House, is that America is changing, its demographics are changing. Both parties are going to have to be much more sensitive to minorities than some have been previously. If anybody's game is up for grabs, and it is no longer business as usual. I think we're going to have to go back into our tents and camps, whether you're Republican, particularly Republicans, but also Democrats as well, and re-strategize, because it is not the same old rhetoric that it was 10 years ago. It's a new day, there's a new sheriff in town, and we need new ideas if we're going to be competitive today.
Okay, Bishop, we'll be back with you later. I want your views on the power of Katrina politically over the last couple of years. I have a sense that that was a real change issue, that event. It changed our views about the role of government, about the sensitivity of this administration to African Americans, and the sense that there was a lack of someone at the switch, someone controlling events, and that, I think, hurt the Republicans badly. That's my hunch. I want you to check me on that when we come back. Keith.
Chris, we're getting some reports on what will be, according to Senator McCain, his last statement on the campaign trail to his reporters covering him along the final flight of the Straight Talk flight, airlines, what have you. We have a piece of tape of that, then a couple of developments related to it with some interesting terminology used. Let's hear the tape first.
Well, my friends, this is our last flight on this airplane together, and so I just wanted to stop back. Yesterday, I know, was really a fun day with starting out at crack of dawn and ended up at 2 a.m. We went 3,700 miles yesterday. We've had a great ride. We're looking forward to the election results tonight, and I'm feeling good, feeling confident about the way things have turned out. We've had a great ride, had a great experience, and it's full of memories that we will always treasure, including the last one up there in Colorado, where people were so warm, and the enthusiasm, as you have seen in the rallies, has been really quite remarkable and quite heartwarming. So we've spent a lot of time together. Some we've been together for almost 2 years. Others, those are the ones that rode around in the van with us and on the 3999 flight to Manchester. So anyway, we've had a great time. I wish you all every success and look forward to being with you in the future. Thanks very much.
We have a result out of South Carolina now. John McCain, the projected winner of South Carolina, and its 8 electoral votes. Not a big surprise here, but let's look at the map now. All told, 16 electoral votes now for Senator McCain to Obama's 3. as he has picked up Kentucky and South Carolina.
A note out of Indiana we should drop in while we have a chance here. The Associated Press poll, exit polling there, with the polls having closed, we've decided that one's yet to be called. But AP found that 1/3 of those who voted for the Republican governor, Mitch Daniels, say they also voted for Senator Obama for president. So ticket splitting of near biblical proportions in Indiana, going back to Chris's point about the state that was born red, if you will, or certainly born Republican.
Let's go now to Chuck Todd, our political director for NBC News. Chuck, what strikes you so far?
Well, I think what's interesting, and we talk about, and you just brought up Indiana, Keith, is one of the things we ought to remember is the importance of what I call the region of Illinois during the primaries, and we're seeing it play out again in this presidential, where he overperforms in these places that surround Illinois, whether it's here in Indiana, Missouri, Iowa, Wisconsin. Really only Kentucky touches Illinois where he isn't, and again, actually losing now by 10 or 11 points, that isn't bad. If he carries every other state surrounding Illinois, it's just proof. This is the first time the Democrats went ahead and decided not to go with a Southerner on the ticket at all in a very long time, and it may prove that having a Midwesterner from a big state that touches a lot of what used to be battleground states, and the way Wisconsin and Iowa were looking in the polls toward the end of this campaign, they were not looking like battleground states toward the end. Boy, that importance of the region of Illinois to Obama, it was huge for him in the primaries. He won the Missouri primary. We know about the Iowa caucuses. He went Wisconsin going away, and Indiana was that final night where he ended up doing better than expected. And here we are again with Indiana doing better than expected.
Chuck, in some of the states where we don't have results yet, like Ohio, we are getting some exit poll data indicating that the African-American vote is up. And here's what's striking. North Carolina and Ohio, that Obama is winning margins of 97 or 98%. It's important when we compare that to Kerry's results in 2004 and what that could mean for him.
Well, it's not just that. It's not just the comparison to how Obama wins at 97-3, maybe compared to Kerry winning at 89-11. What's also important is the percentage of the electorate that's African-American.
Right.
So for every point above what it was 4 years ago, so in a state like Virginia, 19% African-American 4 years ago, when it hits 20 or 21, that's worth 1 extra point to Obama. And by the way, when you give 1 point to Obama, you take away a point from McCain, that's a 2-point swing.
Also out of North Carolina, a piece of information I found interesting, late deciders were breaking toward Obama. Remember the argument from the McCain campaign that they would break for him. Not the case so far in North Carolina. Chuck, a lot more from you as the night wears on. Thank you very much. Going to take a break. Coming next, we're going to hear from both campaigns as we await the next round of poll closings at the top of the hour, including the battlegrounds of Florida, Pennsylvania, Missouri, and New Hampshire. Some biggies coming up at the top of the hour. Our election coverage rolls on here on MSNBC.
MSNBC's Decision 08 coverage is brought to you by Liberty Mutual, proud sponsor of Election Plaza.
Coming up on some big poll closings coming up at the top of the hour. We'll have news for you then. Ken Blackwell was Ohio's Secretary of State. He is a Republican and supports Senator McCain for president. Mr. Blackwell, welcome.
Hey, good to be with you.
What is your feeling about Ohio tonight? And I point you to some exit poll information that cannot be encouraging for Senator McCain. Among non-college educated whites, it appears that Obama is losing by a smaller margin than did Senator Kerry. The African-American vote is up in your state, and it looks like Senator Obama is carrying 98% of that.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that when it all shakes out, he will carry anywhere from 96 to 98% of the African-American vote. Those who watch Ohio will look at the western side of the state and the southeast, where Hillary Clinton did well. But the reality is that this is probably going to come down to a 3-point difference one way or another in Ohio. I believe that quite naturally, if McCain loses Ohio, he loses the race. There's no way that you can put them
what is
together
decisive there tonight? We're looking at our exit polls that show not only does the country think that Voters think the country's off on the wrong direction, but the economy in Ohio and other states is dominant. Will that be decisive tonight?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. The economy is decisive, and I think Senator Obama has really run an interesting campaign rhetorically. If you begin to look at his record, it is a record of big spending, it's a record of high taxes, but he basically has talked about a tax cut for 98% of American families. I don't know how he gets there when you look at his program, but nonetheless, he's made a convincing case using the language of the old Reagan coalition, cutting taxes and personal responsibility.
All right, Mr. Blackwell, thank you very much as we continue to monitor what comes out of Ohio tonight.
Let's go to the Obama campaign out in Chicago with Valerie Jarrett. She's senior advisor to the candidate. Valerie, it's great to have you on tonight. It's an amazing night. You and I have been talking. Let me ask you this question. Why the wide strategy? Why go for states like, North Dakota? Why would Barack Obama spread his resources that thinly?
Well, because I think his message is one that includes all of America. He's not looking to slice and dice the electorate. He's looking to embrace the entire country. And we wanted to have several different paths to victory. And we also wanted to engage the American people. And over the last 21 months, what Senator Obama has done together with his campaign team and hundreds and thousands of volunteers, they worked all over this country. That's how we get our message out, and that's how we engage the American people. And it turns out, I think, as we're seeing from the results so far this evening, that message has resonated very strongly with the American people. The polls are still open, though, in parts of the country, and we want everybody to get out and vote.
Personal question. Years ago, you met Barack Obama. Would anybody have noticed that he was a future president, or were you particularly good at noticing that?
I think that it was clear when I first met him that he was an extraordinary person with some very unique combination of skills. His intellect, his temperament, his judgment, his core decency, his empathy for mankind. And I think when you put all those qualities together with his track record, it certainly leads you to where he is tonight. I'm very proud of him.
Well, you were there at the creation. Thank you very much. Big night ahead of us still.
You're
Valerie
welcome.
Jarrett, thanks for joining us from Chicago.
Thanks.
And coming up at the top of the hour here, some important news. The polls close in 15 states and the District of Columbia, representing a total of 171 electoral votes. We'll have some results and characterizations when we return our election night coverage on MSNBC. We'll be right back. At 8 o'clock Eastern Time, we have some important results for you to report. Pennsylvania has gone to Obama. He is the projected winner, 21 electoral votes. The streak is alive. No Republicans won there in now 24 years, and this cuts off an important path for Senator McCain.
It indicates the last few weeks were a waste. We'll talk about that in a moment. Illinois, no surprise for Obama in a probably large victory. He was leading by well over 20% in the polls. Illinois, Obama.
New Jersey to Obama, 15 electoral votes.
No surprise in Massachusetts, which has been leaning all the way for Obama and is now his and its 12 electoral votes by NBC News projections. Massachusetts to Obama.
McCain on the board again in Tennessee, the projected winner with 11 electoral votes.
Maryland, another likely state going in and providing 10 electoral votes for Barack Obama, as projected tonight by NBC News as the polls close there right now.
And in Oklahoma, another victory for McCain, according to the projections, 7 electoral votes for McCain.
Nothing in terms of margins on any of these yet, but Connecticut going solidly, we're understanding, for Barack Obama. Our NBC News projection there that Connecticut's 7 votes will go into the Democrats' camp.
And this, New Hampshire goes to Obama. He is the projected winner of 4 electoral votes. This is the state that had a love affair with John McCain, but it stays in the Democratic column tonight.
And as New Hampshire goes, so goes Maine this time around, at least as the polls close in that state at 8 o'clock. It's 4 votes we project go to Barack Obama for the presidency of the United States.
And Delaware as well for Senator Obama tonight, the home state, of course, of his running mate Joe Biden. 3 electoral votes for Obama.
And it merits mention, it was no surprise. In the polls, it was Obama 82, McCain 13, D.C. Obama the projected winner in the District of Columbia.
And so here we are. This is a look at the national vote. You see it's Obama with the lead, 103 electoral votes. McCain now with 34. He needs 270 to win. Pennsylvania, 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 Chris Matthews.
I thought it might happen tonight, and I have to say right now that the McCain campaign strategy for victory has crashed. Their plan to win was to go through Pennsylvania to get to the White House through that state. The second battle of Gettysburg has gone the same as the first one, a failure for the Republicans. I think it's a big victory for the young people who ran the Pennsylvania campaign. Craig Shermer, Sean Smith, Leslie Miller. I feel like the Academy Award giving out the awards here. Of course, the Philadelphia organization led by Bob Brady and Michael Nutter, of course, the mayor. And, of course, the big winner here, besides the candidate, Ed Rendell, who delivered. This was not his favorite candidate, Barack Obama. His favorite candidate was Hillary Clinton. And yet, they moved the forces around. They redistributed their wealth. They made it happen. This state is probably the killer state because everyone knows and has known now for weeks that the only way McCain could win this election was to win Pennsylvania.
Let's get some more results. We'll come back to the conversation.
Or non-results. These are two earlies and two closes, two critical races at 8 o'clock that closed without an answer. This is too close to call in Florida. Obviously, another part of a potential McCain strategy with 27 votes in a toss-up category. We don't know how it's going to turn out. And even with 15% of the vote already counted, it is too close to call.
And Missouri is also too close to call. 11 electoral votes. Missouri gets it right when it comes to picking the president in the years past. Too close to call at this juncture.
It is too early to call in Alabama. This was considered a likely McCain state. It's included those 9 electoral votes in the 157 total on the supposedly secure side for the Republican. But right now, at least, with the polls having closed 3.5 minutes ago, too early to call in Alabama.
And still in the Deep South in Mississippi. This too early to call as well, though John McCain is ahead according to the data that we now have to look at. 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. Rachel, let's bring you in on this, and Gene as well. Let's go back to Pennsylvania. We heard from Governor Rendell earlier talking about Philly, surrounding counties, and how you had a total run-up. Potentially, we'll look at the data for Barack Obama in that area could make all the difference.
We could try to extrapolate from the dynamics within Pennsylvania to learn about what might happen in the other close states. But the big picture here is that we have yet to hear about a state that went for Bush going for Barack Obama. We have yet to see a red state turn blue. It may be exciting for people who are thinking about the possibilities of how McCain could put together a win tonight to think about New Hampshire as potentially having gone to him, Pennsylvania having potentially gone to him. But at this point, it is a status quo from Bush-Kerry 2004. He's still going to have to pick up some states. Maybe those were his best hopes, but now he's got to look toward Nevada, New Mexico, and other places.
Right, and the rest of the evening, the states that will be difficult to call, it seems, will probably be states that did go for Bush the last time, and I think that probably heartens and cheers the Obama camp. Pennsylvania was huge. I mean, if the McCain people really believed that if John McCain was going to be president, they were going to win Pennsylvania because they anticipated losing some Bush states, particularly out in the Mountain West.
Can I bring up something else? Our friend and colleague Ron Brownstein sending some information. The second wave of some of the exit poll data we're getting is holding up this class inversion idea. That is, that the upscale, downscale reversal is holding up. Nationally, it has Obama at 41% among non-college whites. That's up from John Kerry by 3 points, and all the way up to 49% among college plus. In other words, people who had college or more than college among white voters. That's up 5 from Kerry.
Yeah, you can see it geographically in Pennsylvania, in counties like Montgomery County, a highly educated county where Sarah Palin just didn't work. Sarah Palin scared the bejesus out of a lot of pro-choice women in that state. Is that all right to say the bejesus? I don't know. I
that's on a mild scale now, pending a Supreme Court ruling.
Okay, well, let me continue here, even though I said that. You know, I think that you're seeing it's class, and it's, of course, I'll say this again, I think people who have 4 years of college feel very socially and economically more confident than people that don't. And they, in the suburbs, they may have a bit of finer attitudes about politics or whatever, maybe more grander, more public-spirited. But I'll tell you, there's a lot of people in Western Pennsylvania, and we'll see this when we go through the entrails, are pro-gun, pro-Second Amendment, pro-life. It's going to be very tough out west in Pennsylvania as we get the information. I'm waiting to see the results in Jack Murtha's district. I'm waiting to see the results in Kanjorski's district up in Luzerne County. It's going to be really tight there. Now, Eddie Rendell has been able to win that state by winning in the southeast and in Allegheny County. But I'll tell you, the culture of this country, you can look at this half full, half empty. Some people are ready for change, and change is a good word for it. For some people, change is a bad word. Change has been bad for a lot of people in Pennsylvania for 50 years. They've seen factories close and rust. They've seen their kids go away to New York and Washington and away from home. They've seen the money go to the South. They've seen labor have problems. Change isn't always a good word to a lot of older people. And so Barack's going to have to prove himself to this older generation of Rust Belt state people, if you will, that he can deliver for them, and he's going to have to do it in a couple years.
Right. I think I should correct myself. Earlier we talked about Pennsylvania. A Republican hasn't won since 1988, correct? So I said it was 24. So it's 20 years that streak is held up, right? Yeah. If it's projected for Obama tonight.
How does the Republican win without winning Pennsylvania this year? Do you see a path in here? No, Rachel's caution is well taken.
This strategy has crashed. The whole strategy was to win blue states to make up for the inevitable losses among the red states, which will be manifest tonight. They laid out the strategy months ago. Steve Schmidt on the phone with me said we will win New Hampshire. They're not going to win New Hampshire. They gave up on Michigan. That outpost fell weeks ago. Yep. Pennsylvania was dependent on one thing, and let's be fair about this. As Eddie Rendell said, the governor, you can't retail Pennsylvania. It's part of the national pool. As long as the water line was so low for them nationally, they weren't going to make up for it by shaking 10 million hands in Pennsylvania. And so they tried very hard, and he gave them credit for that. But in the end, Pennsylvania is fairly emblematic of the country.
Let me bring in Morning Joe Scarborough. So far, we have to point out, Joe, that John McCain has not lost a red state.
No, he hasn't. I want to follow up with Keith's question here. Are you ready for this? Write this down. Yep. The thread becomes thinner and thinner by the second. Okay. Keith, if you hear John McCain losing Indiana, or Ohio, or Florida, or North Carolina, or Virginia, or Missouri, or Nevada, or he can pick New Mexico or Colorado. If he wins one of those two, the thread snaps. If he wins those states on either New Mexico or Colorado, he's at 270. If he loses one of those states, Katie, bar the door, it's over. The thread snaps. That's what happens when Pennsylvania, what I've called fool's gold for Republicans for 20 years now. It is. It's fool's gold. They think they're going to win the suburbs of Philadelphia every 4 years. They're not going to do it so long as the epicenter of this party is in the southeast. So, so that's where we are right now. The thread very thin at this point.
All right, Joe Scarborough, we'll get more from you as the night wears on. Howard Dean. Joe. Howard Dean is the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and he joins us now. Governor, how do you like how the night's playing out thus far?
So far, so good. You know, Barack ran with a message of bringing America together, and I think he's made a good start on it. We've got a long way to go tonight, but there's still a lot of people out west that haven't voted yet, and we want to make sure they get out there and get themselves to the polls, because this is a time for real change in America. What
Demographically are you seeing in the exit polling that speaks to this question of the kind of coalition that the winner will put together? What are you seeing in that demographic information that you find encouraging for the party?
Well, the thing I think is most encouraging is across the board, we're doing better than we did in 2004. Every kind of American. You know, Barack wants to be the president of all Americans, including those who disagree with him. And we're doing better among every group of Americans compared to where we were in 2004. And I think that's really great. And I think that's, for me, that's, at this point, before we know who the winner is, that's really the most wonderful thing about the night, is that America is coming together so far around the vision that Senator Obama has painted for this country.
We have some numbers, Governor, out of the exit polls in Pennsylvania. I'm sure you've seen similar numbers, if not these exact same ones, that Clinton primary voters broke in favor of Obama in Pennsylvania, 81-19, that he won white voters 50-49. The margin among white voters without college degrees was 54-45, McCain, so pretty close on that. And he won white voters with college degrees 54-45. This speaks to what you're talking about, obviously, in terms of appealing to various demographic groups. Does it, in fact, is it a bellwether for projections in those demographic groups among the rest of the states of this country?
Well, we're going to find out in a couple of hours, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know, a lot of pundits are going to say, well, this was a big youth turnout and a big African-American turnout and a big Hispanic turnout, and that's great, and we certainly welcome that. But I think the real news here is how much Barack Obama has been able to bring this country together. Now, you know, we haven't won this yet, and we've got a ways to go, and the western states are very, very important to us. But this is a wonderful, wonderful start in Pennsylvania, not just to win, but to get the numbers that you just talked about. This is the beginning of the healing of America after a really divisive couple of decades, and I think that's what this is really all about.
Governor, back when you ran for president the last time around, you did something that a lot of people would thought was very forceful and effective before you lost, and I do think it has a lasting effect in this election. Someone once said that you had the most powerful, the most potent you ever spoken. When you said you have the power, you did this kind of thing where you said to the voters, especially young voters, you can change. You may be coming across here tonight as the sort of the St. John the Baptist of this other guy without putting him on too high a power. I don't want to put him on that pedestal. But you did get this idea
just as well, otherwise it'll be on Fox News in short order.
I know, they'll be making fun of all of us here, which is what they tend to do. But what do you think about that? You did start this empowering thing, and then you turned out to be kind of a David Stern. You learned how to run the league. I mean, you had a 50-state strategy in 2006, and now we have a 50-state strategy in 2008. You came out as kind of a better manager than anybody thought you'd be. Right. I'm just getting you to agree how great you are, I suppose, which isn't too hard to do.
It helps to have a terrific candidate who's most articulate, which is great. But the most terrific thing about this campaign has been its discipline. I've never seen a Democratic campaign more disciplined than this. Even the fabled '92 Clinton campaign, which is a wonderful campaign, this has been a great campaign. And Barack has really reached out to everybody in a disciplined way. Of course, there are mistakes like everybody makes, but there weren't any big ones. They were thoughtful. There were no leaks. There was no backbiting. It's been a terrific campaign. Win or lose, Barack Obama has set a real mark for what's going to happen in this country, what we hope will happen in this country for the next 4 or even 8 years. A White House that's run really in a disciplined way, in a thoughtful way, and a White House that reaches out to working class and middle class Americans who really haven't been paid a lot of attention to for the last 8 years.
Thank you, Governor. Congratulations, perhaps. We'll see later tonight whether you deserve more congratulations than winning Pennsylvania, but I do believe, having watched this thing as you've watched it for all these weeks, that was the main salient, the main plan of the McCain campaign was to win Pennsylvania away from your party and begin to lock it up, and the Keystone State is not there for the Republicans this year.
Howard Dean, thank you very much. Keith, you mentioned out of Pennsylvania some of this exit poll data, and there's something that, based on my research, it really stands out. Obama won whites with college degrees 54 to 45. No Democrat has ever won, according to the University of Michigan survey, no Democrat has ever won white voters with a college education or more. So what happens in Pennsylvania, if it happens in the Mountain West, if it happens in Nevada, if it happens in the, in the outer South, what's called the outer South, that may be a development we're talking a lot about tonight.
So he is an elitist. So he is an elitist, is what you're saying.
Well, he's taking African Americans and adding upscale whites. I mean, I think it's important that we have this conversation about this is not just about an African American phenomenon. It's about creating a new part of a coalition if it happens, if it's born out elsewhere.
If those exit poll data are correct, he's very, very close. It's almost tied among whites in general. John Kerry lost whites by something like 14 points last time. So that would be huge if that were a valid, if it's borne out during the evening, and B, if we saw it in other places.
Again, we're talking about exit poll data so far out of Pennsylvania, and that's it, but it's an important thing to look at. We want to go back to Lester Holt. He has results in the Senate, House, and governor races as well. Lester?
We sure do, David. In fact, a change, a pickup of the Democrats. Let's go right to some of the calls we're making now. First, in that much-watched New Hampshire race, Jeanne Shaheen, the former governor, we project will win in New Hampshire over John Sununu. Jeanne Shaheen in New Hampshire, we project, will win. That's a pickup for the Democrats. In Maine, this is a seat that the Democrats thought they could pick off. Susan Collins, though the Republican, will retain her seat. The incumbent, Susan Collins, will win in Maine tonight. In Delaware, no surprise that incumbent Joe Biden wins, so if the vice president thing doesn't come his way, he's got a job. In Illinois, Senator Dick Durbin. We project Senator Dick Durbin will win in Illinois. No doubt a bittersweet night for Dick Durbin. He lost his 40-year-old daughter this past Saturday to a congenital heart defect. But Dick Durbin wins, retains his Democratic seat in the state of Illinois. In Massachusetts, John Kerry retains his seat. John Kerry wins in the state of Massachusetts. In New Jersey, Frank Lautenberg will retain his seat, Democratic seat in New Jersey. Frank Lautenberg in New Jersey. In Tennessee, Lamar Alexander, the Republican we project, Lamar Alexander will win in the state of Tennessee. Now, in Mississippi, there's a race we're watching very carefully, a toss-up. This is an area, solidly red area, but in Mississippi, the incumbent, Roger Wicker, in a tight race with former Governor Ronnie Musgrove. We're calling that one too close to call right now in Mississippi. That's one of the seats that Democrats are hoping they can pick off on their path to perhaps a 60-seat majority in the Senate. We'll continue to watch that one. In Alabama, that's a Republican-held seat by Senator Jeff Sessions. Too early to call in that one, but Sessions is leading right now in Alabama. Also looking at another race in Mississippi, this is the Republican incumbent, Senator Thad Cochran, going up against former state representative Eric Fleming, and right now that one is too early to call. Oklahoma, Republican James Inhofe against State Senator Andrew Rice, the Democrat. That one right now is too early to call as well. So with that New Hampshire race now going to the Democrat, let's show you where we stand now on our board. And that puts, well, there we go. It's 44-29 at this hour. Democrats now are up by 2. What we're going to watch right now as the Democrats try and reach 60, they picked up Virginia early on. New Mexico is another area that they think they can pick up tonight. That's an area where the Democratic challenger at an open seat had a double-digit lead. We're also watching Colorado, a similar story there. North Carolina is still out there. Watch that one very carefully. Still no call to make on that one, but North Carolina, Elizabeth Dole, Kay Hagan, a very close race there. We'll continue to watch that. But again, at this hour, Democrats now +2 on their road to picking up a larger majority in the U.S. Senate. Back to you.
And they are trying to march towards 60. Lester Holt, thank you very much. We want to get a break in here, but a couple of notes about the sadness that goes along on this campaign trail. The grandmother of Senator Obama died just a day before the election day. Word out of Honolulu tonight that the absentee ballot from his late grandmother will indeed be counted, election officials in Hawaii said. And Senator Durbin holding on in re-election. So difficult, the loss of his daughter this week. Clouding, of course, a night that he would celebrate if it goes well for Senator Obama, who he, of course, instrumental in getting him to run for president this year. As we go to a break now, we want to show you some live pictures. Obama headquarters at Grant Park in Chicago, where the crowd is growing. Also McCain headquarters tonight, the Biltmore Hotel in Phoenix. And right here, Election Plaza in New York's 30 Rock, Rockefeller Plaza. Our election coverage continues on MSNBC right after this. Looking now at live pictures from the Palm Beach County Vote Tabulation Center in West Palm Beach, Florida. Haven't we seen this movie before? Kerry Sanders is joining us from there. Kerry, what are we seeing? What's going on?
Well, David, right now we're looking at a picture of the folks at the Palm Beach Election Central here waiting for some of the data cards to come in. At the same time, in another part of the room, they're looking at absentee ballots. And what they're looking at is whether the votes were done correctly. Some of them are rejected because they're missing signatures. Some of them have signatures that don't match those on file. And then some of them have problems. And I'm going to show you. In most of Florida, this is what the ballot looked like. Candidate B. And you choose and you just fill in the 0. Palm Beach County does things a little bit differently. This is what the ballot looks like. Candidate A, Candidate B. Some people make a little check mark there. Others put a dot in the center. Others put a box around it like that. The correct way to vote here is you connect one box to the other, and the theory is that you're creating an arrow to your candidate. That's a problem. We've heard from folks who voted here today that they weren't exactly sure what to do. So the canvassing board, which we have a picture of right now, is standing there looking at some of the ballots. These are absentee ballots. And interestingly, in this picture, the attorney that you see standing in the center with the bow tie, well, that's J. Reed Bright. He was the attorney who represented Bush in 2000, and to the screen on the right, the gentleman in the blue polka dot tie who's sort of looking down there, that's Gerald Richmond. Jerry was the attorney who represented Gore in 2000. They've been through this before. They're looking at the ballots and they're discussing whether they should be included or rejected. It certainly has shades of 2000 all over again. But the good news is this system is working, David. It appears that across the state, the polls, which are now closed, have folks in line. They'll be able to vote as long as they were in line by 7 o'clock, whether they were in the Eastern time zone or out in the Panhandle, one time zone over. But thus far, no serious problems revealed in Florida, where, of course, it's a toss-up state and a state that has had problems in the past, David.
And Kerry Sanders, thank you. It is a state at this hour that is still too close to call. Ann Curry is looking at our exit polling tonight, and she joins us once again. Ann?
That's right, David. Good evening. You've already called the battleground state of Pennsylvania for Barack Obama. Well, we have some exit poll numbers tonight that indicate just how Obama did it. 90% of Pennsylvania voters told us the economy is not good and that they voted overwhelmingly for Barack Obama. Also, as you've been reporting, a lot has been made about who would get the white working class voters who voted for Hillary Rodham Clinton in the primaries. Well, it turns out they went for Barack Obama. We'll have more on the Pennsylvania vote as the night progresses. Also, Brian, or rather David, there's also a new development out of North Carolina. So far, Barack Obama is winning more white votes in North Carolina than John Kerry did in 2004. And look at this. While 75% of white voters in North Carolina said that race was not a factor in their vote today, 24% said that it was a factor. And of that 24%, 69% of them went for John McCain. But look at this. 30% of whites in North Carolina who said race was a factor still voted for Barack Obama, David.
Ann Curry, thank you very much. Gene, is there anything to make of that if you look at some of those, for those who say that race was a factor?
Yeah,
you know what, I'm sorry. Ponder that question. I have to go to a break. Ponder the question while we go to a break. Coming up at 8:30 Eastern, the first polls close in Arkansas, representing 6 electoral votes. We'll have the results and some characterizations when we return. At 8:30 Eastern Time, we have poll closings in Arkansas, and this is what we can tell you, that it is too early to call in Arkansas. 6 electoral votes at stake, and simply too early at this stage.
And what this means in terms of the national map is that all that has been called for, with one exception, has been solid Obamas or solid McCain. 4 solid McCain states, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 solid Obama states, plus Pennsylvania, which was an Obama lead and which was called as the polls closed. Virginia, too close to call still. Right. But again, there has not been. That's just changed from too early to too close to call, something the Republicans obviously were hoping for, and one of their paths to conceivable triumph for McCain. But again, of what has been called so far, everything was in the likely category except for one Obama lean. So the rest of the leans and all the toss-ups are still up in the air.
Well, one of the things I have a question about, Chris, when it comes to Virginia is how the vote flow goes. What we're expecting to see. Maybe we'll talk to Chuck in a little while to talk about what we're expecting here now that it's too close.
Well, you know, Virginia is changing a lot. It's like Massachusetts. It's changing a lot.
We have news here. We can call the North Carolina Senate race right now. Elizabeth Dole has lost. It is Kay Hagan, the Democrat, who has won in North Carolina. She is the projected winner of the North Carolina Senate seat. Chris?
Well, that's a big loss for the Dole family, of course. The arguments there were that she really didn't spend enough time in the state, that she didn't participate in Senate hearings enough. This may be the first senator in history to lose for not talking enough. Let me go right now to, seriously, let's go to McCain headquarters right now to a familiar face, Doug Holtz-Eakin, who's been on our network often during this campaign. Doug, let me ask you about the term socialist. It's been thrown around in this campaign by your campaign. Well, you're laughing, but it's been all over the place. You know, people call me up and say, I'm not going to get my heart transplant because there's going to be socialized medicine. We're going to have rationing like they have in perhaps old Labor Party, whatever, in Britain or something. Do you think you guys went too far with the name calling?
No, I don't, quite frankly, and I do think you should be concerned if Barack Obama
a socialist?
Do
you think Barack Obama's a socialist?
Chris, I think you should be concerned about Barack Obama's health care plans in all seriousness. Now, the night's not over, and I think we only know two things so far, really. I mean, number one, we know that John McCain is probably the only Republican politician who could put himself in the position he's in tonight. He's done an extraordinary thing in a bad environment with basically everything stacked against him, including a global financial crisis. This thing's still not over, and that's simply remarkable. And I think the second thing we know is that early reliance on the exit polls and the kinds of fragmentary data that we're seeing discussed right now is historically been a mistake. And so we know it's a tough road to victory. We expect it to be a tough road to victory. And tonight we remain optimistic that, you know, before the night's over, we'll get a chance to talk about something besides socialism.
Okay, great, Doug. Thank you.
We can call Alabama now. Alabama is for John McCain. He is the projected winner of the 9 electoral votes in Alabama, protecting another red state in the Deep South.
So then again, that's increasing what we were referring to earlier. Everything that has been called, with the exception of Pennsylvania, was solidly already expected in that pre-electoral map from Chuck Todd and company that patterned out to 286 Obama in the Electoral College, 157 McCain, 95 up for grabs. The toss-up states are all still toss-ups. Many of them are still voting at this hour, and all the leans, except Pennsylvania, on both sides are still not yet called. Here is the popular vote. We're seeing this now for the first time. We're into nearly 7 million votes per, and Senator Obama with a mathematical lead of about 58,000 votes at this point.
Can we just go back, Chris, to the issue of Virginia? It's now too close to call from too early to call. What do we watch for here in the balance of the night?
Well, it's geography. Everyone knows there's a Northern Virginia, which is around the D.C. area. It's a highly educated, actually better off economically in many ways than the rest of the state. You find people that don't have Southern accents, to put it lightly. You can often see the lawn sign difference when you go to Virginia. As further you get away from Washington, the signs turn from blue to red, and they just do. Ollie North did very well in the outskirts of Virginia. But that said, there's kind of a synthesis going on down there. Well, notice tonight that early tonight we announced very early on the victory of Mark Warner. Mark Warner ran, as he put it in his TV ads, in the tradition of John Warner. He said, I'm going to be like John Warner. Jim Webb, the other senator from the state, very conservative in terms of being a military man.
Former Reagan cabinet member.
Right. So what you're seeing is not so much a move, you know, from a conservative state to a liberal state, is a mild movement toward the other direction, something more moderate. It's not that dramatic, but I think Virginia is definitely a state in transition.
We also are getting some reports from Zhang Yang in Richmond tonight that the estimates for turnout in Virginia are at 80%. If that holds up, that's a very significant
just think about
figure.
It was the capital of the Confederacy. And there's a good chance tonight, or at least a 50-50 chance based on our calculations, that they will vote for an African-American for president. I mean, the historic nature of this. You know, when you drive through Alexandria, as we all have, you still got Jefferson Davis Highway. You've got the battle, you've got the monument to the Confederacy, the Confederate soldier there on the main street there on King Street. It's a city that's imbued with the South, and to have a black guy elected as president of that state is big news.
We have more news. Georgia, we can project now and call for Senator McCain. In Georgia, the projected winner, Senator McCain, 15 electoral votes. Again, a red state, not a surprise, but we did have conversations in the days leading up to Election Day, Keith, about the potential for African-American turnout, certainly organization for the Obama campaign in Georgia.
And again, now we can start amending that list. That's the second non-likely, non-solid to go. It was only McCain lead going into our last estimates of the Electoral College. And so that's the first one. Took a little bit longer, but it went as expected into the McCain campaign coffers. And there are 15 more electoral votes for the GOP.
Let's go right now to Philadelphia radio talk show's Michael Smerconish. He's a Republican, I think, self-described, who supported Barack Obama. Michael, as Keith Olbermann points out tonight, the one state that's come in terms of big story tonight so far is Pennsylvania. The rest are still holding back, or we don't have the information enough to give a call on them. What's the importance of Pennsylvania? Why did it go for Barack Obama?
You know, Chris, so often in the last few weeks, I've had conversations with folks who, like me, are here in Pennsylvania eating, sleeping, and drinking politics. And we've been saying to one another, what is it that the McCain folks know or think they know about our home state? And clearly now we know they didn't regard Pennsylvania in the proper way politically, because the state is going in a big way for Barack Obama. And as you and I have discussed so often on Hardball, it's the Philadelphia suburbs that are calling the shot. And what's taken place here is that the Republican Party is now out of sync with what's going on in suburbia. And I'm not afraid to say tonight that the Sarah Palin pick, I think, came with a very high cost in Pennsylvania. If the Hillary Clinton supporters are going 81-19 for Barack Obama, it says that Palin gained no ground among female voters in Pennsylvania.
So every one of the counties around Philadelphia itself all went for Barack, according to what I'm hearing.
But Chris, I'm looking at the returns as they're coming in on my laptop. You know, I've spent my entire life within this 50-mile radius, and I tell you that this suburban pull for Obama is big. Anecdotally, I'm looking at returns from Bucks County, where Barack Obama is smoking John McCain. I mean, it's just amazing to think that those counties a few years ago were always solidly Republican, and the only question was, how large would the GOP margin be? But what's taken place is that there's been a moderation in suburban Philadelphia, and the GOP is out of sync ideologically with where those folks now are.
Perhaps they're listening to Michael Smerconish in the suburbs. Could that be it, Michael?
To their detriment, perhaps. To their detriment.
It's Guys talking to you tonight, Michael.
All right.
We're going to go to Grant Park now. Keith, I think you've got Kevin Tibbles in Grant Park.
All right, Kevin.
A little carnival atmosphere in Grant Park this evening. You know, they call Grant Park Chicago's front yard. They're not telling anybody to stay off the grass tonight. 70,000 people have received tickets to come in here. They're still streaming in from the streets. Obviously, as the returns are coming in, that's where you're hearing the big cheers and roars come up from the crowd. And Mayor Daley, well, Mayor Daley has said that anyone who wants to come downtown tonight to celebrate what he hopes is a Barack Obama victory, because obviously Mayor Daley is still a Democrat here in Chicago. He says everyone's invited, and they're expecting somewhere 500,000, as many as 1 million people in downtown Chicago tonight for this victory party for Barack Obama, if Mayor Daley has his way. All police officers have had their leave canceled here. Everyone is on duty. And the bottom line is, it's a very, very warm, excited night. And we'll leave it at that. We'll talk to you later. Okay.
That's the scene at Obama headquarters at Grant Park in Chicago. Here's another picture from the 47th most populous state in the union, voting in Anchorage, Alaska, obviously the home territory of the vice presidential nominee of the Republican Party, Governor Palin. There is no traffic reported. Plenty of time for you to get in there before the polls close, which will be at 1 a.m. Eastern time. So you've got a little time to get there and influence the vote in Alaska. Things seem to be moving well, and the floor has been cleaned recently. It looks very nice. And there's really not very much else to say about this that is either relevant or true. We expect that Alaska might be the last of the states to report tonight because it's the last one that closes. Anything else?
I think that's it.
It's the closest to Russia, too.
We're going to take a break here. Coming next, Chuck Todd on what's going on in some of those states that are still too close to call. He's going to join us. Plus, we're going to look ahead to the 9 p.m. poll closings, including battleground states of Colorado and New Mexico, two important battlegrounds on this election night. You're looking at Election Plaza here in New York. Our coverage continues on MSNBC after this break.
MSNBC's Decision 08 coverage is brought to you by Liberty Mutual, proud sponsor of Election Plaza.
We're back on our election coverage here on MSNBC. Chuck Todd is our political director, the political director for NBC News, and he joins us now. Chuck, Rachel Maddow makes an important point tonight of context, and that is, thus far, Senator Obama has not flipped a state. He has not flipped a red state blue.
That's right. I mean, and we're looking at 4 states that I'm watching totals in, and I would say what's interesting is that Florida and Indiana look right now pretty good for Obama. Some of these things, let me put out an important county here. Pinellas, this is a county, swing county. Bush narrowly carried it by a point. We almost have all the vote total in here, and Obama's up 7 points here, 53-46. That's some good news. I look at an Indiana, we see how close it is, and we're only just now getting some Lake County data, but not much. And Lake County going to be a big county there for him. And another important county that I've been showing you about, South Bend, St. Joseph County. This is a county that Bush carried by 2 points. Obama winning it by 17. Look, we got almost all the votes in. That's the good news. But check out Virginia here. We've been following it. About half the vote in. Now, granted, a lot of Northern Virginia still isn't in yet. We got to wait and take a look at that. But Virginia seems to be breaking about as expected. And that's the other thing. And it goes to what Rachel said. So far, everything is going the way it went in 04. We don't have the big flip yet. And when you look at those, right now, I'd say these 5 states, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Ohio, and Indiana, until we see Obama flip one of those, you know, everybody probably should cool their heels in Grant Park.
All right, all the likelies, Chuck, for Obama have gone to Obama. All the likelies for McCain from your map have gone to McCain. That's right. The one lean for Obama that's been decided went to Obama, Pennsylvania. The one lean from McCain that went to McCain has been decided. It's Georgia. So that means, I mean, presumably some of those leans might go the other way. That's conceivable. But obviously we're focused in on the 8 toss-up states. You know, let's cut to the nut here. Right. Indiana, North Carolina, Ohio, Florida, Missouri, North Dakota, Montana, and Nevada. How many of them can McCain afford to lose?
Well, he can't afford to lose any. I mean, that's always been the issue. He's got to sweep them all, plus make sure Virginia stays in his column. He's got to make sure somehow maybe he doesn't lose Iowa, Colorado, New Mexico. Don't forget those, which were states that Bush carried in 04. So, you know, he can't afford really to lose much, but he hasn't lost any of them yet. And that's, and he may not. He's holding his own in Virginia. Florida, I'll tell you, you talk to people who know Florida very well. Our own Mike Murphy, a Republican there, he's done a lot of campaigns in Florida. He's not liking what he's seeing there. This early vote was a big deal, and in talking to the Obama campaign the last couple of weeks, they had loved how their Florida organization was going. For instance, compared to even Ohio, even though they also feel good about Ohio, they always felt like if they could pick one of the two that have been the sort of the 04 Achilles heels and the 2000 Achilles heels, they like their chances in Florida.
All right, Chuck Todd, thank you very much. We'll continue to check with you as the night wears on. David Axelrod is chief strategist for the Obama campaign, and he joins us now. David, you're hearing our discussion here. We got the likelies going for Obama, likelies going for McCain. Look at the map for us. Tell us where you make the big jump here and flip a red state blue.
Well, first of all, let's note the fact that the McCain campaign spent an awful lot of time in Pennsylvania trying to turn a blue state red, and that obviously didn't work. So that's a big piece of the equation right there.
Noted,
but we're thrilled. We are thrilled to be competing as vigorously as we are in these other states. You know, the habit has been for a long time that Indiana was the first state that got called into the Republican column. That didn't happen tonight. Florida, as Chuck mentioned, is very competitive. We think North Carolina is very competitive. Virginia is very competitive. And we haven't even gotten out west of the Mississippi yet. We think Iowa is a strong state for us. New Mexico is a strong state for us. Colorado, the early voting was very encouraging to us, as it was in Nevada. So we wanted to come into today with as many possible combinations as we could muster to get to 270. I think all of our combinations are still alive.
What about your coalition? What from the exit polling is predictive, do you think, of victory if you look at the coalition of voters that are coming your way so far?
Well, look, I think that we've shown strength in rural areas, in urban areas. We've shown, obviously, we're doing very well among women, but we've held our own among men. I think we're running ahead of the patterns for previous Democratic candidates of the last couple of cycles. All of it is encouraging to us. But, you know, we've waited 2 years for this moment. We can wait a couple more hours and count the votes. I think when we do, we're going to be happy with what we see. There is an enormous energy for change in this country. That's why people waited online for hours, as they did today, to cast their votes. And I think that at the end of the day, they're going to get that change, and they know that Barack Obama will bring it. So, you know, we're very happy with what we see so far.
Mr. Axelrod, when you look back at the resources and the time and the money that you spent organizing in Georgia, was that a head fake? Was that an effort to try to get John McCain to spend himself into the ground there, or do you think you had a real shot there?
Not at all. We said from the beginning that we were going to compete as broadly as possible. We didn't want to accept the dreary math of red states and blue states that we've seen over the past cycles, and we were going to compete as broadly as possible. And the fact that they've had to scramble the way they have to hold on to states that were always thought to be solidly in their column, I think speaks to the desire for a change in this country. And the fact that they were pinned down in Georgia, I think, made some of these other states a little bit more vulnerable as well. So, you know, I think our strategy was very sound. I think, obviously, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and we'll see at the end of the night. But, you know, I feel good that we've waged a truly national campaign, and that tonight we have so many different possible avenues to victory.
David, it seems like there's been a strong pattern beginning in the early caucuses where you were very successful in organizing them to win those caucuses in the Democratic fight. Being able, you could almost predict it, people with 4 years of college, if that was a high percentage of the participants, you guys would do better than Senator Clinton. And here we have again in Pennsylvania, there was like a 55-45 split in your favor among four-year college people, a split the other way among people that didn't have 4 years of college. Tell me about that sense of putting together a coalition of college-educated people, African Americans, not that they're mutually exclusive, but putting that coalition together. Did you think that out ahead of time?
Well, look, we thought through all of that, but our goal was not to segment the country. I think everybody has a reason to want change in this country, and you know, our appeal, I think, was very broad, and that was what our key to victory was. We weren't trying to micro-target the country. We were trying to move the country forward as one, and so I think we're going to do better among a whole range of groups in putting this, in putting a winning coalition together, Chris.
David, maybe I'm looking at a number and it's just too big because I've written it too large on the card. I don't know. But this Associated Press exit poll out of Indiana, is this a relevant number or just a piece of trivia? The exit poll suggested that 33% of those who voted for the Republican governor, Mr. Daniels there, also voted for Senator Obama for president. Is this significant or just an anomaly?
Well, I almost think that's a rhetorical question. Obviously, it's very helpful when people are splitting their tickets and going for the Republican candidate for governor and for us. And I think it again speaks to the broad appeal that we have, and it's particularly meaningful in Indiana, which has been in the Republican column since 1964. So, look, we've started out trying to build a grassroots campaign for change around this country. I think you're seeing the evidence of it all across the country tonight.
Let me bring in, thanks David Axelrod for joining us. Please, we'd like to get you later in the night when we know more. Let's bring in Tom DeLay, the former majority leader of the House of Representatives, when Republicans had perhaps a stronger hold on power than it looks like they've got tonight. Mr. Leader, thank you for joining us. Are you happy that it looks like, is Nick Lamson beaten? I know he's one guy you want to nail tonight. Is he going to lose that seat of yours?
Well, I think he will. Our polls just closed less than that, a little over an hour ago. And I haven't seen any returns in the last 30 minutes. So it looks like there's going to be a new congressman from the 22nd district.
It looks like the whole House of Representatives Republican caucus has gone to hell since you've left. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers here. If Mark Gersh is numbered, he's the NCEC guy, he's an expert in picking these things. It looks like he's right because our NBC projection now is somewhere around 261. We're looking at it right now, sir, in terms of the distribution of the seats. If the Democrats have 261 seats and your party's left with 174, with the 5-minute rule, with the way the House rules work, it looks like Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer and Rahm Emanuel can ram through any rule they want, get any vote they want, get any bill passed they want. And that includes card check neutrality, that includes trade changes, that includes tax changes. It looks to me like they can rule the House. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. It looks like Nancy Pelosi is going to be the most powerful speaker in a generation. And she's going to be able to do anything she wants. Everybody's kind of focused on Obama. Obama is going to do the things he wants to do, but as you well know, Chris, it's who controls the purse strings, and that's the House of Representatives that really gets things done. And they've been waiting for 14 years for this moment. And the damage they're going to do to our economy in the short term is just going to be unbelievable right off the bat.
Who's going to be the boss?
You failed to mention that they'll probably double the minimum wage within the next 6 months.
Who's going to be the boss, do you know, having watched the Constitution work as it does its ways with the power united in one party? Do you think the boss is going to be Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker? It's going to be Barack Obama if he wins?
It's going to be Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker.
Yeah.
They're gonna run circles around Obama, and if he doesn't play ball, they're gonna make him look pretty bad. They'll give him a little honeymoon at the beginning, and he'll get some of his top priorities done at the beginning. But over the next 2 years, for sure, Nancy Pelosi will get her way and be able to do whatever she wants to do.
You know, I like the way you hate, sir. The great thing about hating is you can really understand where a guy stands. There's no BS from you, sir. Thank you for joining us, Tom DeLay. You know where you stand, buddy. It's great. I love having you on this show. Thank you.
I don't hate.
How about resent? How's that? Thank you, sir.
Coming up at the top of the hour, the polls are going to close in 15 states, representing a total of 159 electoral votes, including the battlegrounds of Colorado and New Mexico. The Mountain West coming your way next. We have results and characterizations when we return. MSNBC's election night coverage returns after this. Now on the East Coast, more poll closings, more results to tell you about. We will begin with a projection for John McCain. He is the winner. That's our projection in Kansas. 6 electoral votes. A solidly red state stays in the Republican column. And New York tonight, predictably for Senator Obama, getting 31 electoral votes, according to our projections.
Another one from the likely pile. Michigan goes as expected to Senator Obama, and the votes that didn't count in the primary seem a long way to go. 17 electoral votes for Obama in Michigan.
And in Minnesota, it goes to Obama. The Republicans had their convention there, thought they could contest it. Not the case. 10 electoral votes for Obama. Wisconsin is just closed and is, as expected, in the Obama camp with 10 more electoral votes in Wisconsin for Senator Obama. Rhode Island, also to Obama, 4 electoral votes. Our first toss-up to go. It is not a huge toss-up, not a huge game, but it is the first toss-up to be decided. And NBC News and MSNBC project that North Dakota will be in the McCain category at the end of the evening. 3 electoral votes for Senator McCain out of North Dakota. And Wyoming goes to McCain as well. Vice President Cheney had to campaign there earlier this week. There are a couple of too earlys and too closes still to review, but let's look what's on the board right now. At Obama, 175, McCain, 70. No deviations from the expected map as yet between the likelies. 1 lean each. Obama got Pennsylvania. McCain got Georgia. The first toss-up that we know of, North Dakota projected for McCain. Let's tell you about the close calls and the early calls. How about this? In Arizona, it is too close to call. John McCain's home state, the polls were tightening there. Too close at this juncture. And Texas, with its gigantic supply of votes in the Electoral College, is too early to call. 34 votes, a 9% or rather 11% McCain lead in the latest poll out of Texas. In Colorado, this is too early to call, but Senator Obama has a lead, vying for 9 electoral votes. This is a big battleground here. Obama wants it in his column tonight. Again, Louisiana, another huge lead in the polls for McCain going in here, and yet this is considered too early to call. Polls having just closed in Louisiana. Another state from 2004 that Obama would like to flip is New Mexico. 5 electoral votes, too early to call at this stage. Nebraska is too early to call. This obviously also in the McCain lean category. Polls having just closed in Nebraska, too early to call. South Dakota also too early to call at this stage. 3 electoral votes up for grabs there. And let's review some of the earlier closings. Florida still called too close to call. You see the percentages now. 45% of the vote in.
Obama with a 5 percentage point lead in Florida, but too close to call in Florida.
And in North Carolina, 31% in at this stage. Also too close to call. You look at the vote spread there, Obama leading, but not by much.
An Obama lead of a lean of considerable import, not a lead of any margin. Well over the 50% mark, and Senator McCain leading numerically by about 65,000 points. Virginia too close to call.
So waiting for Northern Virginia there. In Missouri, also too close to call. Just 2% in right now. Slight edge for Senator McCain. We'll be watching this one closely.
Indiana now nearly 58% of the vote in, and Senator McCain ahead, but this one still considered too close to call at a margin of under 50,000 votes.
And in Ohio tonight, still too early to call, just 5% in at this stage, and not much in the raw vote there to look at either, but Barack Obama at 59% to McCain's 40%.
The gist of this being that of those toss-up states where we've already established from all reliable predictions that Senator McCain has to go 8-0, right. He's gone 1-0 with 7 undecideds. Right. You can take that as it's an umbrella for each side contained in that little statistic.
It's a good time to order the pizza because this is going to go for a couple of hours now. We're not going to be able to call this presidential election until well after 11, it looks like. It really looks like if you look at all the contested states, they're still contested, with the exception, as Keith pointed out, that one state did the blue state, or rather the blue state that stayed blue, Pennsylvania. The rest, and they're exciting states. Ohio is always fascinating to watch. Indiana's become fascinating. Florida, of course, always is troubling. We don't know what's happening there. North Carolina remains up in the air, which is a very powerful statement as to how well perhaps Barack Obama is doing tonight. If he were to carry Virginia and North Carolina out of the Confederacy, that would be extraordinary. What I do notice, guys and lady, is I do notice a beginning of a pattern east to west of the Democrats doing well in the contested Senate fights. Yes. The fact that a very impressive Senator Sununu looks like he's been declared the loser, a good guy, in many ways a very impressive guy. The fact that Liddy Dole with that famous family name has gone down to defeat. I think we can look forward to perhaps a continuation of that trend. We'll have to see, but it looks to me like they have a shot at the 60 seats tonight, and that is a big news story in addition to the presidency. And what we also heard tonight, another big story, is the success of the Democrats perhaps tonight in picking up at least 20-some seats, 26 seats perhaps, in the House. So if they leave tonight, if they manage to win the presidency, and Pennsylvania is a pretty good leading indicator, they might. If they win the Senate in 60 seats and they lead the House, they come out of the House with 261 seats. As Tom DeLay pointed out, they are going to be potent as hell. So the real fight could be between Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama, not between somebody like Mitch McConnell, if he's still there, and Barack Obama.
If anybody's ever put a piece of paper between Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi on policy or ideology, I have not seen it.
No, but they each have their sets of priority. No, there's a priority difference. It's always a fight over how you schedule votes.
Sure.
And whether Nancy Pelosi may well want to do card check.
What Tom DeLay was trying to sell us about this idea that Nancy Pelosi is going to run off with the country in a way that Barack Obama voters never anticipated is nonsense.
She will respond to her constituency, which is the majority of the House. That's her constituency. It's not the president necessarily.
Let's go back to Chuck Todd, our political director. We want to look inside some of these states that we have yet to call to see how they're trending at this point. Chuck, what are you looking at?
Well, I was looking at North Carolina first, because here, while we're watching this vote, the fact that Hagan is fairly handily beating Elizabeth Dole, and we see Obama still with the lead, but a lot of folks wondering, well, what's going on? Well, a big important county to Obama for a big vote total. This is a county that was carried by Kerry, and we don't have much vote in. Look, only 5% in, and this is going to be a big important county. This is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is Charlotte. This is where Obama expects a big vote. We still don't have a lot of vote there. Wake County, another swing county. This one is one where Obama's winning big. This is a somewhat of a tell. 95% in, we got a lot in, and Obama winning it by 14 points. So when you look at what North Carolina looks like right now, if you're the team Obama in their boiler room, you're liking what you're seeing. Now, here's a state where they don't like what they're seeing, and that is Virginia. Now, as the Northern Virginia vote comes in, you can see it's already tightened. About 10 precincts ago, this thing was 10 points, but we're seeing here Fairfax County, you're starting to see some numbers roll in, and this is where Obama expects to win fairly handily.
Chuck, can I interrupt for a second? Yeah. We've got some news. Arkansas has gone for McCain.
Not a big surprise there, David, but the fact that it took a little while to call probably probably one that folks thought at some point might shrink. This was a state Clinton carried twice.
All right, that's Arkansas. Continue what you were saying, though.
Going back to Virginia here, we're still looking at Loudoun. We don't have a lot in. This is a swing county. Look at it now, 32% in, 50%. This is where AOL is. This is sort of the East Coast version of Silicon Valley. And then Prince William, the other one, this is where Manassas is. This is where Obama closed his campaign last night. 90,000 people. We don't have a lot of vote in here, only 8%. So I think, though, that this one probably has the Obama people nervous because all the polls showed Virginia. Everybody's polling, including the Republican polling, had shown Virginia enough of a lead that we had moved it to lean. It's not looking like a state that was lean. More good news for Obama, if I would go back, go to Indiana. As you're seeing, we still don't have much out of Lake County. In fact, we have 0% reporting. We still have some vote there, but not a lot. And the fact that in Indiana, Obama is only down 3 points, that's good news. I think it's going to be a long night in Indiana. It's going to be a long night in Virginia. But what's fascinating is the two of the other states we're waiting for, North Carolina and Florida, what are the two things they have in common? Early vote. Obama campaign feels good about where the numbers are in Florida and North Carolina. Where they didn't get to manipulate with early vote, Virginia, Indiana, Ohio as much, a lot tighter.
All right, so Chuck, from your pre-vote map, from the electoral map,
right,
from even the county level, from trends, from demographics, is there a surprise 2 hours after the first set of polls closed?
I think the surprise, when you look at what everything, the surprise is this thing is going to, it looks a lot more like 2000 and 2004 than anybody thought it was going to at this point in time. We haven't seen a state flip. Are the margins narrower, or is Obama already overperforming Kerry in pretty much all of these states? Absolutely. He's certainly overperforming in the blue states. But this is, right now, looks like a very competitive presidential race. And so where I think folks thought this was a couple of hours ago is not where this race is right now.
Chuck, can I just interject here? One of the things we're seeing Mark Ambender on his blog reporting McCain people saying that they need a miracle. One of the things we've noticed out of the McCain campaign, whether it was the selection of Palin or other stops along the campaign, they anticipated difficulty for themselves. Do they anticipate that tonight? We know what the polls were going in, but as they look at the landscape of performance and counties out and counties that they're waiting for, do they anticipate difficulty?
They do, and I think what really hurts them is when you go to Florida. They're very nervous about Florida. These counties aren't going, let me look at Miami-Dade. We don't even have any numbers out of there yet, and that should scare the Obama. Now, there's still some early vote. That's why the precincts. But that should scare them. The fact that some of these swing counties are leaning Obama. Like I said, the next time we talk to Mike Murphy, he knows his state well. He's looked at these county results. That doesn't look good. But for not grim is not the right word, as optimistic as the Obama folks might be right now in North Carolina and Florida, they're very much wound a little bit tight when it comes to Virginia, Ohio, and Indiana right now.
All right, Chuck Todd, our political director. More from you as the night rolls on. Thanks, Chuck.
Let's bring in Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm. Governor, it seems to me that the campaign began to end quicker in Michigan than it did in the rest of the country when the Republicans pulled up stakes in Michigan. What happened up there that led them to believe they couldn't carry it?
I don't know, Chris, but I can tell you, George Bush pulled out of Michigan 8 years ago. And so it's no surprise that John McCain pulled out. For us, as you know, it is all about jobs. Forget drill, baby, drill. Here it's jobs, baby, jobs. And that's exactly why I think that Senator Obama is going to pull it out big time in Michigan.
What are the hopes, do you think, that people have there who voted for the Democratic candidate this time up there and gave him the state of Michigan, the auto industry? What can any Democrat or president do to save that industry for America?
Well, Chris, you need to have an auto industry that produces the battery, that produces the electric vehicle. We know that Senator Obama has been talking about this vehicle in the United States that leads the world in making sure we reduce CO2 emissions. We believe in Michigan that it's us, that's our opportunity. So it's an opportunity for the next president to craft a grand bargain with the auto industry to produce those fuel-efficient vehicles and have a robust auto industry. You better believe we can compete. And frankly, because we are going to have a new president, I think that giant sucking sound that you're going to hear is jobs coming back over the border.
Okay, thank you very much for that exuberant response to us tonight. Thank you, Governor. Jennifer Granholm of Michigan, which of course NBC has declared has gone to Barack Obama, one of the big states that we talked about. By the way, as I said, the Republican strategy was to pick up Rhode Island, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in that order. Michigan failed weeks ago as a prospect for them. It was pretty stunning, everybody, when they stopped running TV ads in Michigan and gave up on it, such a major state.
And don't forget, Governor Palin wanted to go back anyway.
Indeed, she did.
Right.
Let's bring in our insiders. Longtime Republican strategist Mike Murphy, former Democratic Congressman Harold Ford of Tennessee. Michael, I want to hear from you on Florida, but before I do that, we're looking at North Carolina. You heard Chuck Todd just a moment ago. President Bush carried Wake County, that's Raleigh in North Carolina, by 2.1 points. And as you heard Chuck report that Obama appears to be up 14 points at this point. That's dramatic.
Where's he?
Mike Murphy, I think he hears us. We don't hear him.
No audio?
Now we are.
You hear me now?
I hear you now.
Okay.
Start from the beginning. So
that's an interesting finding at Wake, and take a look at Mecklenburg County, the Charlotte area, where we don't have a lot in yet. But if that kind of trend of those swing counties that are a little more yuppified than the classic Sunbelt county, if Obama's running up big numbers there, plus his African-American turnout, we got another red state with a bad case of bluitis tonight, which would be bad news, of course, for the McCain campaign.
Well, talk to us about Florida and what you're seeing.
Well, I'm looking at Florida, and while there are some places where McCain's doing fine, there are other places where he's not. There's clearly something going very wrong in the Orlando area. Not only those congressional seats going down there, but Orange County is way under where it ought to be. The suburban county of Seminole's not doing so well. Also going down Republican in Western County, Lee County, Collier, the southwest corner of Florida, Republican territory. McCain's winning, but he's running 3 to 5 points under where he ought to be. And we still haven't had the big Democratic numbers come out of southeast Florida yet. So, you know, it's still too early to call it, but I have to say, and I've been talking to some kind of old pros down in Florida too, I've worked on races with there, not that great. In fact, the biggest poll right now people in Florida are talking about is that Governor Christ has announced that he's been called back to Tallahassee on an urgent legal matter and won't be able to attend the McCain victory party in Florida. That's a poll all in itself, I'm afraid. I'm still polling for John down there, but the early county numbers, particularly in Central Florida, are underperforming.
Harold Ford, what do you see on the map tonight? And as we've been talking about here, yeah, Pennsylvania was closed off as a strategy for John McCain. Other than that, this is looking a lot like 2004.
If our dear late friend were here, he'd put his board up and say, Florida, Florida, Florida again. What Mike just walked through is telling. I think what Chuck Todd has walked through regarding Virginia, Fairfax County, only about 18% of the vote is in at 9 p.m. You have 665,000 eligible voters in that county. In Arlington County, 0% of the votes are reported. Got news from sources close there in Virginia. If Barack is able to flip both of those in the next 30 to 45 minutes, again, it's a storyline of the night. That eastern seaboard where McCain needed to do well becomes harder and harder to see how you put together a factor of 270 electoral votes to win this race. If you're Barack Obama and Axelrod right now, you got to be very encouraged.
The other Florida story, too, I forgot to mention Jacksonville, big Republican area. McCain used to be actually in the Navy. There was always kind of his base in the state. Not all the voting yet, so we don't know what's in and what's out, but so far more than half of it in, way underperforming in Duval County, Jacksonville for the Republican, near even when he ought to be up 7, 8, 9 points.
Mike, I wonder if you heard what Douglas Holtz-Eakin said in our quick interview with him earlier, I think it was last hour, when he said essentially that John McCain is the only Republican who could do this well, given how challenging this environment is. Regardless of who ends up winning, having held on to this much of the Bush 2004 map already, is that something the McCain campaign is sort of feeling good about? They haven't lost any red states yet.
Well, the night is young, I hate to say.
Yeah.
You know, look, I think nobody has fought harder than John McCain. He has been a turbine. I am proud of him. Right. But the numbers are the numbers, and there's no prize for second. It's a very, very tough environment, but we just got to get some more vote to come in here to see what's really going to happen.
I think Professor Holtz-Eakin is still grading on the bell curve. I'm not sure it's helpful in presidential politics.
All right, our insiders, Mike Murphy, Harold Ford Jr., more to come as the night wears on. Coming next, we're going to join Ann Curry. She's got more of our exit polling to report to you tonight. Our election night coverage here on MSNBC comes back right after this short break. Election night coverage continues here on MSNBC. You're looking at a live picture from Grant Park in Chicago, where Obama supporters are beginning to congregate and have a good time. But the results are still striking in that this race looks like it has a long way to go yet. As we look at McCain headquarters as well out in Arizona, that party getting going as well. Senator Obama has yet to do what a lot of people expect him to do, what he knows he has to do, and that is flip a red state into the blue column, into the Democratic column. It has not happened yet, but we continue to watch. Bishop T.D. Jakes is founding pastor of the Potter's House Church in Dallas, and he's back with us again. Bishop, your reflection so far on the night as it's playing out, the vote as it's coming in?
Well, I think it's anybody's game to some degree. I think in many cases we've underestimated Senator McCain, and I'm not necessarily surprised by that. While he's not got a landslide by any stretch of our imagination, he certainly has been able to.
Sir, we have some news. We have very important news. Ohio is gone for Obama. Senator Obama has done what he has not done up till now, and that's flip a red state. Ohio, the deciding state in the 2004 presidential election. Its 20 electoral votes now go to Senator Obama. He is the projected winner in Ohio. And you look at the map, 195 to 76 the electoral votes. Keith, this is the biggie.
Yeah, so this means he could lose Virginia, where obviously the numbers are not to their liking to that point, and not feel very much pain, still be on the plus side by 7 electoral votes. But more importantly, as we've been suggesting, barring some big surprises in several Obama leans and Obama solids, that path to a Republican victory required an 8-0 record in the toss-ups, and it just went 1-1, Chris.
Yeah, he's just won, as he won Pennsylvania, he won the reddest of the blue states. He's now won the bluest of the red states. He's winning the border war, and he's winning in that part of the industrial Northeast, where he was expected to have some cultural difficulties in southeastern Ohio and southwestern Pennsylvania. Whatever he had in terms of problems there, they've been overwhelmed by his success in Cleveland, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and perhaps other cities in those 2 states. So he has won 2 powerful states.
It bears underlining, as we all talk about this, no Republican has ever won the presidency without winning Ohio.
Without Ohio, right. And you know, if Obama were to win Florida as well, which he seems, maybe he will, maybe we won't. Obviously, we can't call it.
We don't have Miami-Dade.
We don't have Miami-Dade, though,
right.
And we have an idea of where those votes. He will have an impressive electoral vote total by what we're now mid-evening, I guess. I mean, we're going to be here for a while until the big states out west come in. But this is very significant. Ohio is huge.
Well, I mean, we should keep in mind, too, that we've said that Colorado and New Mexico are too early to call, not too close to call, as was Ohio. The other states that are too close, Indiana, North Carolina, Florida, Missouri, Virginia, all of those. But if we do hear about Colorado and or New Mexico soon, and we now know about Ohio, the night could start to change very quickly.
Joe Scarborough, can I just get you into this conversation as well? This is an important state, one of the big battlegrounds from the last 2 election cycles, and as we have said, the ability for Obama to take one of these states when he had other paths as well.
No doubt about it. The thread has broken. If somebody wants to tell me where they can pick up, McCain can pick up Ohio's electoral votes, I'd like to know the 20 electoral votes. Maybe he'll win Washington, Oregon, and Hawaii, but I doubt it. Perhaps California. I mean, I'm being facetious. There is, and again, we don't want to call it. There's still people on the West Coast that have to vote, but I just don't see any pathway. You take that combined with the fact that right now Barack Obama's leading in Orange County in Orlando. He's underperforming in Jacksonville. He's getting absolutely McCain's underperforming in Jacksonville. He's underperforming in Southeast. He's underperforming in Southwest Florida. It really does look, unless there's a huge turnaround in Florida, and he's running out of time there, it looks like Florida will also go Barack Obama's way tonight. So this will be a big victory.
We have another one to report. Louisiana, we can report now, is for McCain. That is the NBC News projection that Louisiana and its 9 electoral votes for Senator John McCain. Chuck Todd, let's bring you into this discussion. Our political director, Ohio.
Boy, that's a big one. I mean, that's suddenly that eliminates the need for Obama to have Colorado, New Mexico, Iowa. That makes up ground. Look at the blue paint. It's almost as if blue paint got spilled, and we're seeing in the Northeast here a little bit. It's starting to eke its way, and we're wondering, is it going to drip southward into Virginia? Right now, Obama certainly is outperforming Kerry there, but it's very, very close. North Carolina is looking potentially pretty good for Obama. That early vote is huge, but still very close there. But Ohio, I mean, suddenly you take away the path. McCain now needs to sweep Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, needs to make sure he carries Indiana. And then, oh, by the way, he's got to now make up ground here. Potentially, it could be a New Mexico, Iowa. He's got to get some states back that they were worried about losing going into this election.
All right, Chuck Todd, thank you very much. We're going to take another break here. The big news, Ohio for Obama. Our election night coverage continues right after this break on MSNBC. We continue on our election night coverage, and we can report to you that New Mexico has now gone for Senator Obama. Another red state from 2004 flipped into the Democratic column. 5 electoral votes. Keith, this was a state that went for President Bush by some 6,000 votes. The margin much tighter back in 2000. Always felt that if it was a Democratic year, the Obama campaign felt that New Mexico would be part of it. They were right.
The ground game from Governor Richardson, obviously in that state, leading that and leading the Democratic surge in that state, extraordinary. This is not the big news of the last half hour. We'll beep that again. Ohio is projected for Barack Obama. This is a roadblock past which there are very few ways to see John McCain tunneling, climbing over, or boring through. Here's the Electoral College map right now based on our NBC News projections. Barack Obama at exactly 285 for Senator McCain, and thus far the leans have all gone to where they were supposed to go. 3 of them called. The likelies on both sides have all gone to where they were expected to go. The only toss-ups yet decided of the Big 8. North Dakota, McCain 3, Ohio, Obama 20.
And we talk about Florida as well, one of the other big battleground states. This is still too close to call. 27 electoral votes, but we've had some analysis as you look at the vote there. Southern part of the state, Miami-Dade, big Democratic areas yet to come in. There's a lot of reason to worry if you are Senator McCain from people who know the state well, Mike Murphy and others telling us tonight.
You're going to see perhaps the emergence of cabinet material already tonight. Of course, Bill Richardson could fill almost any role in the new government, and Strickland of Ohio, and of course Rendell of Pennsylvania. These are big governors, big wins, essential wins, but big wins. They're going to play a part in this next administration.
You know, Gene Robinson, one of the things that I think we could talk a little bit more about is the economy and how it's playing in these states. You talk about Ohio, you talk about poverty, the poverty rates, home foreclosures. Our exit polling indicating that while there's some sense of confidence among voters about the economic situation nationally, 81% of those voters tonight telling pollsters they are personally quite worried about their personal finances. 81%.
As are so many people, you know, if you look at a Rust Belt state like Ohio, look at a state like New Mexico with a lot of first-time homeowners who got into trouble with mortgages and stuff. Different reasons, states in different stages of development, yet everybody's concerned about the economy. Obama came to them with a message that they responded to. I will help. Somehow I will help. And John McCain, with his handling of the economic crisis, I think gave a lot of people the feeling that he was not the man to bring relief to this economy, that he didn't really understand the fundamentals and what was going on, and that he was the riskier alternative.
Well, and it's also, we're in a situation where the parties mean very different things on the economy, and it is a political common wisdom that a bad economy means that the Republicans will do poorly because Americans won't trust Republicans on economic issues. When Tom DeLay said Nancy Pelosi is going to have so much power and they're going to drive the economy into the ground, you can just imagine the sort of whiplash all around the country if people hear that and think, right, because George Bush and the Republicans didn't drive the economy into the ground? I mean, there is a fundamental difference of credibility between the two parties on the issue of the economy. And it doesn't mean that one of them is going to be better or worse, but the American people don't believe that the Republicans can help on the economy.
Tom DeLay said that because whoever is perceived as driving the bus when it goes into the ditch gets blamed in the next election, and he wants Nancy Pelosi to be blamed.
Well, again, let's not forget the roles people play. Tom DeLay is a very angry Republican who's been out of power not by his own choosing for a number of years. He doesn't respect the people still in power. He's not unhappy that they've failed, not on his watch. But I think of all the lines in this election, some of which we call gaffes and we focus on for 2 or 3 hours, you know what was a real gaffe? When John McCain said, the fundamentals of the economy are strong. As James Carville said, that was the death knell of his argument, because he was identifying, as Barack Obama wanted him to, he was marrying, basically, the economic policies of this administration, and that's what killed him. In the end, if you say, what's the one issue that killed him? The economy, and he got blamed for the performance of this administration, and he accepted that blame by saying the fundamentals of the economy are strong.
I think the nation of whiners comment from Phil Gramm, who was at that point the national co-chair of McCain's campaign, and his chief financial advisor, or economic advisor, and a man tipped to be his Treasury Secretary, I think that may have been just as bad. Because it's not only incompetence, it's incompetence mixed with contempt.
Can everybody check my math? Because I'm not that good at it anymore. I used to be pretty good on the addition in the top of my head. We have 200 electoral votes on the Obama side based on the projections we're solid on, correct? That's our number, our latest map. We just saw it. Right. California is 55, right? That's 255. The other Obama leans, or the likelies, not even the leans, the likely 255 plus 11 from Washington State is 266 still. We haven't changed that. And then Hawaii, which is what? Isn't that where one of these candidates is from? That's an Obama lead. That's 4. Does that add up to 270 still?
Well, but you know, we're not calling Arizona yet, and that's where another candidate is from. So you never know with these things.
Yeah, but I'm just, all right, so swap that out, and I'll give you Oregon instead of Hawaii, and that's 273, isn't it?
You have a jeweler's eye.
But of course,
I was always good till we got to trigonometry. There's no trigonometry.
Of course, people are still voting throughout the West where a lot of these states will be decided, but there's no question. I mean, it underscores the fact that the path. There's lots of ways for Obama to get there.
This throws out Indiana, North Carolina, Florida, Missouri, Montana, Nevada, Virginia, Colorado, New Hampshire, and Iowa.
And those could all have some impact.
Right, and not even speaking about the McCain leads or the still remaining McCain likelies.
All right, lots to get to. We've had a number of results in some key Senate races that we want to get you caught up in as well. For that, once again, we turn to Lester Holt.
David, thanks. The Democrats have picked up another seat. They're now +4. The latest comes in New Mexico. It's the seat being vacated by Republican Pete Domenici, and we can say Representative Tom Udall is the projected winner in New Mexico. David, let's go back to you.
West Virginia now, Lester, for McCain, according to our projection from NBC News. 5 electoral votes, West Virginia, the projected winner. Some discussion about that. Chris?
Yeah, that's the West Virginia and southeastern Ohio and southwestern Pennsylvania are contiguous. That's a very difficult state. We saw that, the Appalachian region, we saw that problem for Barack Obama in the primaries and the caucus contest. It remains a problem, and if he becomes president, he will have a problem in winning that constituency over. White working class people, rural people, he's got to win their hearts and minds. He hasn't done it yet tonight.
Let's go back to Lester Holt. Lester?
All right, we told you Democrats picked up in New Mexico. The Republicans hold on, though, to an important seat. It's in Kentucky. Senator Mitch McConnell going for his 5th term, the Senate Minority Leader. We project he will hold on to his seat. They'll hold on to the Republican seat. Democrats had looked at that one as maybe the one that would get them to a 60-seat advantage. They're up by 4, though, right now, as Senator Mitch McConnell hangs on in Kentucky. In Alabama, the GOP holds on. Senator Jeff Sessions is a projected winner in Alabama. In Kansas, another Republican seat they'll hang on to. Senator Pat Roberts is the projected winner right now. In Michigan, the Democrats hold on to the seat of Senator Carl Levin. He's a projected winner there tonight. Another win for the Republicans in a place we expected it. In Mississippi, Mississippi 1, Senator Thad Cochran, the Republican incumbent, will hold on to win in Mississippi, in the Mississippi 1 race. Oklahoma, Republican James Inhofe, the projected winner there over State Senator Andrew Rice, the Democrat. In Rhode Island, Democrat Senator Jack Reed, who was elected in 1996, running for a 3rd term. He is the projected winner in Rhode Island. The Democrats hold on to that seat. The Democrats also hold on to Senator Tim Johnson's seat in South Dakota, where he is the projected winner. 2 GOP wins in Wyoming tonight. Incumbent Senator Michael Enzi, he is the projected winner. Also, the 2nd race in Wyoming, incumbent Republican John Barroso. He will also hold on to his seat. So again, let's look where we are now. The Democrats are +4 right now in their quest. Obviously, they want to get to 60, that so-called filibuster-proof number. We're still watching a couple of ones. How do the Democrats hope to get there? We're still watching Alaska. Polls haven't closed there. Senator Ted Stevens, of course, who was convicted of corruption last week. There are a lot of absentee votes out there. He's still in the race. He's appealing. We're going to watch that one. Colorado, we can tell you right now, that one is still too close to call in Colorado. Too early to call. The other one we're watching very carefully, Norm Coleman, his race in Minnesota against comedian Al Franken. That one also too early. But those are 3 right there the Democrats have been looking at that they think they might be able to pick up. We're watching them very carefully. We'll send it back to you now.
Lester, thank you very much. I want to show you live pictures from Grant Park on the south side of Chicago. That's where the celebration will happen. Look at that. People beginning to file into Grant Park for what, no doubt, they expect will be a big celebration. As they are watching the results. We can also tell you that while all of that is happening, Senator Obama is at home. He's having dinner with his family. He will head back to the nearby Hyatt Hotel, where there'll be a couple of suites where Senator Obama and Michelle Obama and their children, as well as other relatives, will continue to watch the results. Let's go to Chuck Todd, our political director. Chuck, we're talking and thinking and looking at the numbers and thinking about this narrow path for John McCain. Break it down.
To call it a narrow path is generous at this point. I mean, let's be realistic. I heard you guys saying it. You know, you do our scenarios of what's left, and if we just put these base states that both Al Gore and John Kerry carried, Clinton, California, you can watch these numbers rise. Watch them here on my board. Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii, and it gets grim. We haven't even touched Iowa. We haven't touched Colorado, Nevada, any of these other ones that are coming. This is the picture the McCain campaign's looking at. Look, this is what Ohio and New Mexico together meant to the Obama campaign. This is a big swing. You know, for about 2 hours tonight, this looked like 2000 and 2004. Right. And then all of a sudden, we saw a break take place in the map. And all of a sudden, you know, you see the blue paint. And by the way, notice this consistency. We're seeing this blue paint is dripping down farther and farther, going from east to west over here. That is an intimidating, no longer a northeast corridor, but a northeast and Rust Belt corridor to the Republican Party. And yet, look at all these sporadic states in the South that we've yet to call. But there's a potential path here for Obama to 270 that's very real. And I don't know yet if there is a path that has been plowed anymore for John McCain.
Chuck, is there anything that you can discern from the exit polling about how Obama's doing it?
Yes. I mean, the big thing to me is how he's performing among college-educated whites. I think that is going to be the demographic of the night. It's the one that we would single out. President Bush won college-educated whites. It is why, when you look at Virginia, North Carolina, and Florida being still in this too close to call category, this is where Obama's overperforming with white voters. You know, everybody talked about how he might underperform with white voters. Well, that's not the case. He's doing, and when you saw in Pennsylvania, as well as Kerry did with working class whites, but it's those college-educated white voters that President Bush won, frankly, that a lot of Republican candidates have won in the past.
Right.
That, to me, the demographic of the night, that shift to Obama is what has allowed him to create what is looking like a very easy path to 270 electoral votes, David.
Chuck, can we tell what the last several days have meant, and in fact the last several weeks? It seems like, as we say in journalism, the lid's been on this campaign. The lid's been on the news. Nothing's happened in almost several weeks now, going back almost to the debates. Has there been no real movement lately?
No, I mean, I think it's clearly this race was a little bit tighter than some of these polls were showing. There seemed to be an overstatement. I mean, I think we're learning there's some slight overstatement. I mean, you can't explain what's going on in Virginia and North Carolina now and not assume there wasn't some slight overstatement in the polls. But clearly there was somewhat of a lid since the economic hit. Yeah. You know, the debates happened. Obama won the debates as far as the public was concerned. It didn't matter how people judged McCain's performance. The public said, hey, Obama won these debates, and the race froze. I mean, one of the things that I thought would happen is on October 15th, this race could freeze. Well, if you look back on October 15th, we were looking at a 6-7 point race, and that may be where we end up when the night is through. By the way, I think what's fascinating here tonight is that if you look at these two early voting states that the Obama campaign spent so much time on, Florida and North Carolina, they really like how the vote's coming in for them. And look at two states where they couldn't manipulate the early vote and do so much work. Virginia and Indiana, a little tighter than they were hoping.
I think we're going to find out in the next couple of days, maybe hours, that, well, a couple of days, that John McCain had a choice to make a couple of weeks ago whether to end this campaign tough and hard, really tough. Right. And they decided not to do it. We'll find that out. I think they must have had a couple of options on the table. Certainly this ridiculous socialist charge or this ridiculous use of Jeremiah Wright in 2 or 3 days in the Independent ad didn't do the trick. They must have had some real major effort that they turned down because they've done nothing. I've never seen a campaign go down so calmly with an attempt to simply retell their way to victory, and that clearly hasn't worked.
Well, they didn't have another. I mean, they went right. What I've never understood is when you look at where Obama is doing well in the exit polls, it's with the middle voters, middle-of-the-road voters, Catholic voters, moderates, the traditional middle of this country. And instead, it always seemed as if McCain was trying to shore up his base. Now, the good news is that's helped in Georgia. That's why he's carrying Georgia. That's why most of these red states are staying red. But the swing states so far hasn't been as helpful to him.
Last thing, Chuck, for people who are coming in and trying to figure out Florida, dissect this for us, why that is the way it is right now and where it may yet go and what is not yet in this mixture.
A couple of problems with Florida for our guys in the boiler room, Keith. All of this early vote that came in, it makes it so much harder to model the precinct data. So you look here, and it's been very difficult. But I want to highlight a couple of areas. Number one is Pinellas and Hillsborough County. Pinellas here, we've got 97% of the vote in. This was a county that Bush carried. Well, guess what? Obama is now up 9 points there. I would go right next door to Hillsborough. Again, this is the Tampa-St. Pete area. Obviously, this was one that if this is where Obama carries, if he carries these two counties and combined is able to carry them, that's a big deal. And I also want to show you Miami-Dade. 60-40 split right now. There's still a lot more to come in. This is always a Democratic county, but it's usually a 55-45 county. If it's 60-40, this is what it tells you. Scarborough will be able to tell you this as well. It tells you that some of these third-generation Cuban voters are now swing voters.
Yikes.
And that was a move they were making in the Obama campaign among the Cuban voters. Steve Hildebrand, their guy on the ground, essentially moved to Miami in the final weeks of this campaign, and they brought out all the big guns in the Democratic Party. Chuck, thanks very much. Our coverage here on MSNBC will continue right after this short break.
MSNBC's Decision 08 coverage is brought to you by Liberty Mutual, proud sponsor of Election Plaza.
As we await the results here on our election night coverage, we want to show you live pictures from Arizona, the Biltmore Hotel, where supporters of Senator McCain are gathering and watching the results as they come in, not liking what they're seeing thus far.
And they're in the Barry Goldwater suite, by the way, the McCain family is at the moment. And this, of course, is the gathering crowd, the throng at Grant Park, lakefront Chicago, filing in as they have been for hour upon hour for what they expect certainly will be a celebratory evening throughout this evening in Illinois, as we are at the 200 vote mark in the Electoral College based on our NBC News projections throughout this evening.
You know, one of the things that we've been talking about is the big stories, the big trends tonight, and you look at the demographics. One of the things that the Republican Party has to be worried about as they watch these results tonight is a shrinking party, a regional party, a shrinking party. Younger voters breaking toward Obama in these big battleground states. He's outperforming Kerry among younger voters.
And we have talked, I don't know how many elections it is in a row now, about oh, this is the election in which the younger voters will take over. This is the election in which the younger voters will be the deciding factors, and it's always been a little overestimated.
Right.
I don't think we're seeing that this time, and as much as this is a landmark in terms of race relations, the status between what people supposedly are in this country. The other thing we are seeing tonight in terms of this new voter turnout is a statement about demographics, about the fact that, yes, you can take this idea that you can energize people who've never voted before, who gave up voting, and bring them back into the equation and bring them in for the first time. That's the subplot that's being expressed here, I think.
And the registration efforts by the Obama campaign will be talked about. Gene, you want to know this? I want to just tell you that we know at the Biltmore Hotel with Senator McCain that he's meeting with Governor Palin at this point, so some information to pass on to you. Hold on one second, Gene. We want to get out to Kevin Tibbles. He's out at Grant Park to tell us about the scene there. Kevin?
David, it's just an incredible, I am in a sea of O here in Chicago, Grant Park. Some 70,000 people, as you know, got tickets to come in here. They all arrived over the internet today. It's pretty clear to me that every single one of them arrived here. We can just, the wonder of technology allows us to be out here wirelessly this evening, so we can sort of walk through the crowd. And so many people have come, some people have come with their families here. I'm going to stop here and ask you this question.
Sure.
Why did you bring your little girl tonight?
Because this is a historical event. I think the United States of America is long overdue for a truly United States of America.
And if I can be permitted to ask you a question, because I'm sure it's past your bedtime, are you excited to be out here this evening, and why?
I am very excited. I really want to see Obama win. I really just wanted to come out here and support him.
Well, you know, it's not a coincidence that I asked this. What's your name, by the way?
My name is Ariel French.
It's not a coincidence that I asked her this question, because she's been jumping up and down every single time that something blue comes up on the big screen here in Grant Park as we just walk through here. I'll send it back to you, David. But a real festive and carnival type scene here, David.
Kevin Tibbles at Grant Park. You notice how the stage was put together there very much like the scene at Invesco Field for the Democratic Convention, where Obama will eventually come into the sea of people.
And just think about, in terms of our history as a nation, the last time that Grant Park became part of that dialogue 40 years ago. And what a different image and what a different symbolism it can represent this time as opposed to last.
Let me just get in. We want to get into this. Let's just get the call in for Texas has gone for Senator McCain. NBC News projection there, 34 electoral votes, pretty solidly red, you would expect. Senator McCain has Texas. Gene?
You saw that picture in Grant Park and that cute little girl, and I think at the end of the night we're going to be talking a lot about demographics and diversity. We're going to be talking about African-American voters. We're going to be talking about Latino voters, I think, from what we've seen in New Mexico, what we think we might be seeing in Florida, and the kind of new face of America, what America looks like today as opposed to what America looked like 40 or 50 years ago. I think the big part of the Republican Party's problem is it looks more like the America of the past than the America of today.
Got to get a break here. Coming up at the top of the hour, the polls close in 4 more states, representing 20 more electoral votes. Some important ones: Iowa, Nevada, Utah, and Montana. We're going to have results and characterizations when we return on MSNBC. Our election night coverage here continues after this. 10 p.m. on the East Coast, 7 p.m. Pacific time. More closings and an important result. The news from Iowa. It goes to Senator Obama. That's the NBC News projection. 7 electoral votes, a battleground state, a red state in 2004. Now for Senator Obama in 2008.
From the list of the 15 likely McCain states, he's added another one, Utah. 5 electoral votes for Senator McCain, projected as the polls close in Utah.
To the electoral vote map at this point, 207 electoral votes now. McCain at 129. There is a feeling, based on some reporting from the McCain headquarters, that the magnitude of this night beginning to settle in for the McCain campaign.
And the 2 closes and 2 earlies. Too close to call yet, where the polls have just called in Montana. Too close in Montana, one of our 3-point toss-up questions for tonight, one of the 8 that Senator McCain needed to win.
And look at this, Nevada, too early to call now, 5 electoral votes, but we can report to you that Obama is leading in Nevada, another Bush state from 2004.
And to recap what we've already closed but have yet to call, Florida is too close to call. The margin is beginning to stretch out a little bit for Senator Obama. As you see, a 3 percentage point lead. Why this is still too close to call? It's a 3 percentage point lead. There are, however, minimal results yet in from the metropolitan Miami area, and other results, other major cities in Florida are projecting nicely for Senator Obama. So that's too close to call, a vital and perhaps decisive one later in the evening. We'll see.
North Carolina also too close to call. Look at the vote totals then. 70% in now. Still very, very tight. You look at the total vote there, 50 to 49%. Obama, you see the numbers. This is still going to be a close one as we watch some of these key counties come in.
And in Virginia, still too close to call, where Senator Obama maintains about an 11,500, 600 vote lead. It's changing, or you see 12,000 now, over Senator McCain, with only 17% uncounted in a very tight race in Virginia, with the northern counties still coming in, particularly Prince William and Loudoun.
In Missouri, still too close to call. The difference, 30,000 votes plus, with 17% of the vote in.
84% of the vote now in Indiana, and again, too close to call. Senator McCain ahead by, now it just switched to 9,000 votes. There's an update on that. It is McCain by about 9,000 votes in Indiana.
This may tell much of the story of this night. Arizona is still too close to call. Of course, it is out west, so we shouldn't be presumptuous here. 0% in, so don't have a lot of data here, but the data that we do have is still too close to call. Polls tightening there toward the end of the race.
Colorado, in which Senator Obama has been ahead in all polling since the Democratic National Convention was held there at the end of August. He's significantly ahead, but with a very low vote total in so far of only 9%. Colorado, too early to call.
And Mississippi still too early to call. 6 electoral votes, 34% of the vote in there. McCain with an advantage at 57% to Obama's 42.
Another one of the McCain likely states, way too early to call at an 8% vote count so far. Nebraska, too early to call.
To South Dakota we go. Still too early in South Dakota. 3 electoral votes there, 35% of the vote in. It is an edge at this stage for John McCain. And these are the live pictures we can show you from Grant Park on the south side of Chicago. Obama party headquarters there. He's actually at home with family having dinner. And then he's going to watch the balance of the returns at the nearby Hyatt Hotel. But the crowd is building. The night is lovely. The skyline is majestic.
But look at that shot of people there. And as much as there may be party in the soul here, they are still dressed. This is still business out here. At Grant Park, you can hear the roar over that we're talking over. You can hear it at home too. That is not a yet. Well, they just heard us talking about them. But still, this is there are not banners being waved in significant amounts. There's an American flag there. It is an organized, orderly scene. Another total disconnect from Grant Park in the history of this country.
And here is Harlem, New York, a live shot from Harlem where the crowds are building, but really it's a similar scene. You know, we heard so much, Chris, on this as well. Senator Obama made it as clear as he could in the final days of this campaign. Don't get ahead of yourselves. don't party too early. The Democratic Party's been out of power for a long time here from the White House.
Yeah, but I'm sure these pictures are moving around the world. We're watching right now, and they're watching this, as I often say, in Rangoon right now. They're watching these pictures, and people online are watching it and keeping up with it. And I must say, although we have to be careful about getting out of the story here, that the world is once again looking at America with wonder, the way they used to do years ago, wondering how do we do it? How did we get into this? No other Western country has gotten as far as we've gotten tonight in terms of this election, in terms of changing history. And I have to tell you, it's great to see America surprising the world again in a positive way. And these crowds are sending a message to the world that something's happening here in the 60s way. But as you say, in the 60s, there was an anti-war movement, which was the minority movement in the country, and it was defeated in that 68 election. This time, the candidate who ran against the war and built his coalition in the Democratic Party by opposing a war and by opposing a Senator Clinton, who had supported that war authorization, it's such a flip of history.
Well, yeah, we can talk all and accurately about the economy and it taking over this presidential race for the last 6 to 8 weeks of it, and clearly that's true. But the fact that this race was this race 6 to 8 weeks ago is predicated, as you have continually pointed out throughout this entire year, to your credit, is predicated on the idea that that was Senator Obama's stance from before his national renown began about that war.
For a year or two, the word change meant opposition to the war. Exactly. Change now means opposition to the state of the economy.
We just have to take note of these images coming out of Grant Park.
They're worldwide, these pictures.
And how large this crowd is and will continue to build. This story will play out. There is a contrast, of course, to Arizona. Our correspondent Savannah Guthrie is there at McCain headquarters in the Biltmore Hotel in Arizona, where I suspect there is a different scene and a different feeling, even as we have a ways to go, Savannah.
Well, the contrast could not be starker between the scenes we just saw in Chicago and what we're seeing here in Phoenix. There's a party going on inside a ballroom here, and they're starting to now filter in. And there's no question it's somewhat of a somber mood. You can see behind me this lawn, which we expect to be filled in a few moments when Senator McCain comes out and addresses the crowd. He's here at the Biltmore in a holding room with some of his senior staffers. And you just hear snippets of conversation here with people saying, if only the economy had not tanked in the last 30 days, how might this election have turned out differently? Clearly, they're seeing what's happening on that electoral map, and they know it's a very hard road for their candidate. McCain here, Governor Palin here, but no word yet when we'll hear from them.
Are we hearing, Savannah, from some of Senator McCain's advisors? They've done some talking to the media.
They have. Kelly O'Donnell just reported, actually, that many senior advisors who are huddled with John McCain describe a valiant effort, and that a candidate who felt that they had put everything on the table, done everything that they could to try to win this election. They clearly know that the deck is stacked. They can see the map as well as we can, but they're with them. They feel good. They feel fine, and they feel like they really put their best effort out there in a very tough environment for Republicans.
Savannah Guthrie at the Biltmore Hotel in Arizona. That's McCain headquarters with the latest from there.
We should report something we haven't been able to do so far, and that's a major defeat in the House of Representatives by Chris Shays of Connecticut. By his defeat tonight, the Republican Party has lost all its seats in the House of Representatives in the New England region. This is a rare moment in history where an entire region has lost its constituency for the Republican Party. I mean, New England has no Republican congresspeople right now. And that is a sign, I think, of the opposition to the war we just mentioned, which is very unpopular in New England, and probably a few other factors, probably the cultural issues which the Republican Party have rallied around in the emblem, of course, of Sarah Palin. They've made themselves a Sarah Palin party at the cost of losing New England.
Let me just report this as we continue this conversation. Mississippi, we can project now for Senator McCain. No surprise, another strong likelihood for McCain has indeed gone to him, Mississippi. Rachel?
Just also note, to Chris's point, the Associated Press is now reporting that the South Dakota draconian abortion ban has also failed for the second straight time. In addition, there was a draconian and almost sort of bizarre measure on the ballot in Colorado to define when personhood started at such an early time that it might have banned not only abortion but many forms of contraception. That has also failed. failed. So when you look at these sort of culture war issues, when they are asked as pure culture war issues, when they are boiled down to their essence, those have gone down, even in a conservative state like South Dakota. So when we look at the appeal of Sarah Palin, we look at the energy that she gave to the Republican base, we also have to look at how much that Republican base position appeals to the rest of the country. And seeing those two measures go down tonight, I think, is a reality check.
And you mentioned the ballot measures, you mentioned the Congress, the joke going about the Senate and the Democrats tonight was that the only two Senate Democrats who are not likely to be such again in the new session were Obama and Biden. So that's the lay of the land right now.
But Biden won. Biden won. He can go back if he wants.
I'm sure that would be his first choice.
It does look like that one Democrat will lose his seat in the House at least tonight, and that would be Tim Mahoney, who was embroiled, is a new member of the House who was embroiled in just that horrendous adultery scandal. Apparently that's the threshold. That's what you need to do in order to get kicked out as a Democrat.
Rachel, maybe these things go in cycles. We don't know where there's certainly there's a serial trend in American history towards liberalization. Liberalism wins in the long run. It does. And I'm just wondering whether, because I keep thinking back to Ohio last time. Ohio was embroiled in a fight over same-sex marriage. It was used as a tool in the black community in Cuyahoga County by people like Karl Rove to destroy the Democrat coalition there. And they succeeded. They got a very high percentage of African-American votes for President Bush and for that opposition to same-sex marriage. That was not in the way of Ohio voting on economics this time.
Let's get back to the battlegrounds. A little bit of news. We can tell you Senator Obama's movements now. He was having dinner with family. He's now on his way to the Hyatt and getting closer to ultimately showing up at Grant Park, where the crowd is growing there. Let's go back to our political director, Chuck Todd, and focus on the remaining big battlegrounds. Chuck, where are we?
Well, I just want to jump in on the House thing again. I'm so glad Chris brought it up about this regional issue here, because after tonight, the advantage, you're going to have a huge advantage for Democrats in what they control out west, a huge advantage where Democrats in House seats control in the Midwest, and now a unanimous advantage pretty much in the Northeast. Pretty close. They're going to, New York, some New York seats are in trouble. New Jersey seats are in trouble for the Republican Party. The only place where the Republicans are going to have an advantage in House seats, and the only region is in the South, and that region, it's going to be much narrower. But it's a stunning thing, the Chris Chase thing. This is going to be, I think, known as the low point for the Republican Party in their minority status as far as Congress is concerned. But I want to jump, and I want to talk about one more House race and what it has to do with the presidential. Florida's 8th Congressional District. Rick Keller, Republican. Early tonight, I told you this was my canary in the coal mine about Florida. Rick Keller went down. He's in Orlando. That race is done. It's been called. This is Orange County. In his congressional district in 2004, President Bush got 55%. It's mostly Orange County, the 8th Congressional District. Anyway, here's what Orange County looks like right now. 98% in. Obama's near 60%. This is one of those counties that makes the Obama people feel really good about their chances in Florida. We haven't called Florida yet, but this, Rick Keller to me was the canary in the coal mine. His only crime politically was being an R. It wasn't like what happened to Tom Feeney, north of him, a Republican congressman that also lost tonight. He lost big. Rachel mentioned the Tim Mahoney thing. His crime was adultery. Rick Keller's crime politically was having that R next to his name, and he went down 52-48 tonight. That, to me, tells you what's going on in Florida, even though we haven't called it.
Chuck, just bring us up to speed then on North Carolina and Virginia. Anything new there that you're watching that you can fill us in on?
One thing I'm talking to our boiler room. Indiana, by the way, very quickly, don't expect us to call it until all the votes have come in. This is one we're going to let it go all the way. As Keith and Chris will remember, it's like deja vu all over again with Indiana. We're actually going to wait till all the votes are counted because we haven't seen, we haven't gotten everything out of Gary yet. We have one county that hasn't reported at all, but we have 75% going on right now there. But we'll see out of there. In Virginia, you've seen the numbers improve slightly for Obama as these numbers have come in. We still have some sporadic reporting. To me, I want to look at Fairfax County. Only half the vote is in Fairfax. That's going to make the Obama people feel good, but it's razor thin, and this could be another one. We may wait till the vote comes in. In North Carolina, we're not that close. The county I've been watching is Mecklenburg. This is a big Obama county. When it all comes in, only 25% of the votes coming in right now. So still Obama with a very narrow lead. And we may, again, those 3 states, we may let all the vote actually come in before we're making any projections.
Isn't it just interesting, though, Keith, that we spent so much of this campaign talking about these routes that Obama had, Virginia, Colorado, which soaked up a lot of discussion. Chuck Todd, thank you very much. And yet it may come down to Florida and Ohio. He may go into the big battlegrounds and steal those away and not need these other states.
And obviously we already saw, certainly relative to closing time, we got the final margin when we get the final margin, but that was a fairly quick call. He took Ohio. The estimates on that were within an hour and a half of polls closing. There are people who are not convinced that the 2004 Ohio vote is in yet.
Over, yeah.
And some of McCain's lean likelies, what did we just declare not 10 minutes ago, 2 hours after the polls closed? One of the Mississippi, we just closed relatively recently.
Right.
These things have lined up pretty quickly for Obama, and whether they are decisive numerically, they have been decisive enough demographically for us to be able to do these calls, right, which I think is a significant edge to it as well.
Something extraordinary is happening in our history tonight, and I think it's not too early to report it. That is, if you look at the pattern of state reports so far we've been able to give you in terms of sound conclusions as to what each state has done, there's no evidence so far that Barack Obama's ethnicity, the fact that he's an African American, has hurt him. I mean, if you look at the bottom line here, after all the talk we've had about the Bradley effect, and it may be there at the margin, but look at the states we worried about in terms of that having an impact. It hasn't. The states that have gone Republican have gone Republican 100,000 times before and may do it 100,000 times again with white candidates. There's no evidence that the racial factor so far has been critical in this election in terms of the Electoral College, which is a dramatic development in the country I grew up in. This is dramatic.
Let's go back out to Chicago South Side, Grant Park. Our correspondent Ron Allen is there. Ron, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Well, it's starting to become quite a scene out here. It's the energy is growing as each minute passes by. When the crowd learned that Ohio had gone to Obama, something just changed. There's also a rumor out here, I haven't seen her, that Oprah is out in the crowd, which gives you an indication of what's going to happen here in a little while. There is a steady stream of people walking right behind me, behind here on this stage. The doors opened, I guess, officially about an hour or so ago, and ever since then, this park has just been filling up. I understand the mayor of the city has invited everyone to come downtown to downtown Chicago to celebrate, and apparently they're probably going to do that out just beyond here. Just echoing, following on what Chris was saying, the crowd here is very diverse. It's obviously a mix of people of all different backgrounds, young, old, black, white, Asian, Hispanic. It is America in all its hues and all its tones, and that is the group that has supported Barack Obama and apparently is going to, I'm not going to say give him victory, but certainly pushing him in that direction. That's very striking about the crowd. There is a festive attitude. The music has been blaring. People are just